So fucking Colin, like me, he used to get me on stage. I was going to college around there, and I all day long would be practicing on the elevator in my dorm.
Just one moment, dog.
Saying the shit.
I'm adjusting some cameras.
Bring me up.
How you living, Pim?
I forget where I was.
Just one moment.
Making sense. I would say 2 jokes, and then I'd be like, "Oh my god, I don't know what's coming."
Yo, just one moment.
I had that going for a while, but I still would go home at night and go, "Fucking, I'm gonna be so fucking good at this." I don't know what it was. Psycho.
It's youthful delusion. Yeah, and it's also your central lobe is not fully formed yet. You don't even understand the world. You're a little meat puppet.
My God,
yeah. But that's how you make it. That's how you make it in kind of everything. Like you're delusional, you know?
Yes.
If you really believe in yourself, that counts for a lot. Up to a point. Because there's people that still believe in themselves. They've been doing open mics for 20 years. Nobody's stepped in to say, hey, this is never
gonna happen.
Right, yeah. You have to have a spark. Yeah, there's got to be a little something in there. And then you could build that little something into something special.
That's right. Same thing in sports, guys who keep going and keep trying out and keep doing something that but some people break through. It's interesting, man. I definitely had an amazing time as a youngster. I had a couple of people that I locked in with. We were buddies. We all had that same thing of like, I'm good, even though it wasn't that good yet.
Yeah. I came up with Greg Fitzsimmons. Greg and I we're both like confused and wondering if we're ever going to make it, and just we do a lot of road gigs together, and we were hoping, but it's the whole idea was only just to like one day you'd be a professional. That was the goal, not really have any kind of a career, but just like,
how you living, baby?
Yeah, I'm on my phone, so I don't know. But
yeah, you gotta get going to sleep. All right.
I'm not. It's not happening. I'm not getting any sleep.
All right. Well, I'm here to keep you company, then, big dog.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Excellent. Can you see me?
Yeah, I'm on 3 cameras now.
Excellent. Very good. Let's see here. Oh, it should be 4. Hold on. Well, that's why. Can you see me on 4 now?
Okay. Yeah, I can see you on 4 now.
Wow.
Pretty cool.
Sickest shit of all time, dog.
I think you should. I think the first and the third camera and the 2 are like they're both close up to you. Maybe you get like a distant view and on. Yeah.
It is what it is.
Yeah.
You're saying these 2 are basically the same view? Or these 2 are the same view? Oh, these 2 are the same view?
First 2.
These 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, one of them is really just a microphone. The other one's a camera. So, it's whatever. So, how's your dad doing?
All right.
Are you feeling like a pimp? Are you feeling like a pimp?
Am I feeling like a pimp?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know.
Excellent.
I don't have energy these days doing it.
All right. Well, we're watching Joe Rogan, man. Here we go, big dog.
I'm the 3rd time, and that was the first real bomb. And I was like,
punch in the face. Fucking shit. Yes.
But every time I bombed, I feel like it taught me something, and then I would get better.
Fucking, I ate it last summer. I went up to the comic strip and fucking ate it for 10 straight minutes. And I'm like, oh shit! I forgot about that. Forgot about that punch in the face. That is a roughie.
I ran into you at the airport, and you were telling me you just did some fucking horrific corporate event.
I ate it there too. Oh, that was. I mean, if I listened to the tape, I'd say you were okay, but it was humiliating.
Yeah, you had just gotten done with it when I ran into you.
I was shell shocked. I remember seeing you and your wife. Yeah. I had that fucking glazed look.
Those corporate gigs are so. Ron White just ate it at one recently. He goes, I don't know why the fuck I agreed to do that.
I know.
He goes, they just came. I said no, and they said more, and I said no, and then they came up with a number. I was like, all right.
Holy shit, buddy.
Yeah.
Same fucking story for me.
Those are death.
I don't think I.
Those things are death because the people that are there, they're working with all these people, so they're all like kind of tight.
Yeah, they got shit going on.
Yeah. And they're not really thinking about the comedy show. They're thinking about this is like a social environment with all the people. They're working their way up the corporate ladder, and they're concentrating on all their shit. And they can't laugh at anything inappropriate.
Oh, it's true. Yeah.
I saw Mike over there laughing at all those sexist jokes. Mike's a real piece of shit.
Yeah, that's true, man. That's good. I swear to God, I felt bad for them. I was like, Jesus, they paid me so much. I fucking feel terrible. I didn't kill for it, but it happened.
Yeah, Hinchcliffe just did one recently too. Said the same thing. I'm like, that's why I don't do those. It's not do comedy where people come to see comedy, and that's it. Don't get hired for a birthday party. Get the fuck out of here with that.
It was the only fucking reason I did it was Paul McCartney did it the year before. So they go, well, they don't do these much. I went, Paul McCartney. Well, fuck, I'm doing that shit.
Yeah, but Paul McCartney can just play his songs.
I know, man.
And like his songs are great. They're classics.
He's not gonna miss.
He's not gonna miss. He's just gonna play and if they don't respond, that's on them.
Yeah, it's like you fucking nuts. You
just did Band on the Run. What the fuck is wrong with you people?
I know, man. That's good.
Yeah, like musicians, they can always just get into their song.
They don't need to close their eyes. They don't need nothing. They don't look around.
They don't need you.
We're fucking looking at everybody. That fucking dude's not loving it. God damn it. I know.
We rely so much on other people's response.
But the moments I don't, those are the ones I was saying to you, Joe, and I've eaten it before, but still felt I did good because I fucking remained kind of confident and believing in my shit still. But the ones where I look out, I see them hating me, and I go, yeah, why am I here, man? That's
I gotcha.
It's a terrible
I'll be right back.
I say bombing on stage is like sucking 1,000 dicks in front of your mother. The problem is, it's probably worse than that because somewhere out there, there's probably a guy who wouldn't mind sucking 1,000 dicks in front of his mom.
Yeah,
he'd be like, "Look at me, mom. Look
you
made me. 99. Let's go."
My mother would 100% at the end say, "You could have done it better.
Yeah,
you could have sucked him hard. Why did you stop on that one man? He wanted to explode in your face, and you stopped." I feel bad. You should call him and tell him you'll suck his dick. But I'm with you, buddy. Yeah, stand up. Stand up's the best.
It's a crazy thing, and then no one can teach you how to do it either. You have to figure it out yourself because your way of doing it is different than my way of doing it. My way is different than Kevin's way.
Yeah.
Kevin's way is different than fucking Seinfeld's way. Everybody's got a different way of doing it.
Absolutely.
And nobody can teach you how to do it. You can learn some things from watching other people. You can learn some things from...
Oh, man, yeah.
But
how about when somebody fucking great watches you and says, "Hey, you know what you could say here," and gives you a great line. You're like, "Oh my God."
Yes. No, that's huge.
That what a feeling. You just made my okay thing into a fucking one I'm excited to do.
Oh yeah. There's been a couple of bits that I've had that got a tag from a friend and it's just like pops it up.
Oh, and you're like, how did I ever do it without that fucking line?
Yeah. Sometimes like a fresh eye. That's one of the things that I always admired about how Chris Rock used to do it. Because Chris Rock would go on stage. He'd work his stuff out, and then he'd have a bunch of guys that he would hire to sit in the back of the room and kind of workshop with them.
I do similar stuff.
Very smart.
I have these young guys who are fucking way funnier at writing than me. Only because I'm fucking tired. I'm tired. I walk into the office and I'm like, I thought of this funny thing last night. Maybe something there. I'll say it to them, and they'll go, "Oh yeah," and they'll fucking write something interesting, and we come up with something together eventually.
Well, you used to collaborate.
Here's what I want you to do.
Right?
Yes. I always do that. Always get a bunch of guys that help me out throughout the whole movie. Yeah,
Go to
that's
any
such
creator
a good process.
who's in just
Because
chatting.
one mind is great, but a bunch of minds
I
together
want you to
in
organize
different
their
perspectives,
clips.
people are going to see things from an
by
angle that you're not going to
newest.
see.
yes, that's
Tell me what you
exciting.
see.
Same
Pick
shit.
anybody.
Same shit.
Yeah.
Somebody comes up with a great thing to do in the
Pick a
scene,
few
or
people though.
a line, or maybe you can be doing this at the same time, an action, whatever the fuck it is. I mean, me and Hurley, when we write these things, we think a lot what it's going to look like, what's going on in each scene, and what the jokes are, that kind of shit. But on the day, you definitely having a couple of buddies around making it better is the way to go.
No,
Well, you always have a very tight ship too, like doing Zookeeper with you, and like in talking with Kevin. Like you work with the same people pretty much every film.
Yeah,
which is really huge.
Yeah, that's good.
Because it's always, you have a very family environment. Like it's always family.
Yes.
Everybody's fun. Everybody likes working together.
Yeah.
No one's an asshole.
Yeah.
It's an easy gig in that sense that like you know you're gonna come to work with people.
Yeah.
Everybody's having fun.
Kevin's got that going. You got that going.
Yeah, you have to have that. That's gigantic.
You got like a lot of great stand-up friends, all right? When you do the road, you just bring your guys with you. When you guys, like, how many of you go up on stage when you take gigs on the road?
If I do a gig, I bring usually one guy who's a beginner, and then two guys who are headliners.
And how much time does everybody do?
It depends. Like when I did the live special, I brought this kid.
Like I'm taller.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not that tall. I'm 5'9" and 3/4.
I'm 6'2".
Wow, you're a big boy.
Yeah.
Good for you, big man.
But I don't know. I'm kind of skinny. I'm 6'2", so it's kind of weird.
Dog.
But it's okay.
Every suit looks good on you.
Yeah. 5'9", but you're built quite big, right?
Yeah, I got a huge cock.
Yeah. Well, the gang didn't show up tonight.
Oh, they will. We'll have a big bash later this evening. We had a bunch of people here the past 2 nights. Something like that.
San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department says the 19-year-old son was in Victorville holding a sign that had a photo of a child writing about a death from a car accident. Deputies say the information was not true. Mom and son being cited for panhandling. We're going to go back to the 5 next. JimmyTheMid.com. They want to buy your car. Come here. Daily ride.
I gotta figure this out, man. I'm not kidding.
That's too much.
That's too much.
You wear the audience out.
Yeah.
I feel like when a show gets over 2 hours, 2.5 hours, it's like, I don't want to see a 3-hour movie.
No.
Yeah, if I'm going to watch a 3-hour movie, I'm going to be at home, okay, where I can pause. Yeah. If I have to take a leak, go have some popcorn. I want to, like, for 3 hours sitting in some auditorium somewhere watching a show.
That's a lot.
It's got to be a banger of a show where you're so engaged when you walk out. You're like, wow.
Have it that feeling when you know, holy shit, this arena, I'm losing them for about 5 minutes. Let me fucking get him back.
Don't ever plan on sucking a dick.
People who started the show off are like, and then they're kind of like tuned out going, what is happening right now?
Yeah. People only have a certain amount of attention span.
Yeah.
You know, that's why I admire bands that still, like, I saw Guns N' Roses in Greece, and they do 3 hours.
New shit? Or just
all the classics. All the classics. You know, Welcome to the Jungle, Sweet Child of Mine.
Can't fuck with them.
They fucking go hard for 3 hours. Those guys are 100 years old. They're still killing it.
He's singing 3 hours. Axl's ripping it for 3 hours.
Yes. Same with the Stones. I saw the Stones a couple years ago at CODA, the Circuit of the Americas here in town. and it was insane.
Yeah.
Mick Jagger's 1,000 years old.
Yeah.
And he's still fucking moving.
Yeah.
Buttons on them, baby.
Yeah,
He's
man.
still fucking dancing and all that energy.
Yes.
He
It's
brings-
funny. They do like Stones do 2 a week or something.
Yeah.
That's a really funny shit because when we go on the road, it's like 5 or 6.
That's the way to do it, though, when you're 80.
Yes.
You know, you need recovery.
Yes.
And also, Mick Jagger works out every single day. He has 2 trailers filled with gym equipment.
Wow, yeah.
2 of the trailers when they travel with the Stones is just Mick Jagger's gym equipment.
What a fucking stud, a light little body. That guy looks like he weighs 120 or something.
He looks like 120. He's ripped still, 80 years old, got a 6-pack.
Got the veiny arms ready.
Yeah. Fucking ready to go. And still has his pipes, still can sing. And Keith Richards could still play. It was incredible. Watching them live I couldn't even believe they were there. It was one of those things where like I was almost like I felt like I was on drugs. I was like, am I really seeing the Rolling Stones? Are they actually there? Like I could throw a rock and I could hit Mick Jagger with a rock. He's right there.
I know. And then how exciting like when Keith and Ron look at each other and laugh.
Yeah.
They laughed together.
They're still enjoying it. And when we were kids, there were no old rock stars.
Right. Yeah, that's right.
Right?
Yeah.
They didn't.
Elvis
he was already dead.
Right. Yeah.
You know, he died in the 70s, right? So he was already dead.
Wow, man. Wow.
And so when we were kids, we thought of rock stars as like Van Halen, young, wild people on stage jumping around. That's a young man's game.
Yeah.
No one ever anticipated 80-year-old rock stars singing rock and roll in their 80s.
No doubt. By the way, I heard David Lee on your show.
Yeah, he's been on a couple times.
Man, I mean, that band, to me, when I was in high school, I think I was in 9th grade the first time I fucking heard him. I was into Sabbath. My brother got me into Sabbath. And then I was walking up to a fucking party. It was like one of my first house keg parties. And Van Halen was blaring over somebody's Pioneer system. And it was fucking like Ain't Talking About Love or some shit. I remember just going, what? This is the greatest shit I've ever heard.
Oh, yeah. They were the kings in the 80s, dude. They were the kings. When I was in high school, everybody knew how to make that Van Halen logo in a notebook.
Yeah, the notebook. It was either VH, Queen,
AC/DC,
Zeppelin, AC/DC.
Kiss. Yeah. They were the kings. They were the kings.
Yeah.
But, you know, we never thought they'd be still doing it.
No, that's right. And then you'd see Van Halen the last few years live, and you'd fucking be still as excited.
Yeah.
It still looks smooth as shit. I saw it with David Lee Roth maybe 4 or 5 years ago.
He's such a character, man.
Oh,
you know, he doesn't have a phone. He doesn't even keep money on him. I went to dinner with him, and he has a lady that drops him off with me, and she's like his handler. And she says, I have her number. She has my number. She's like, call me if anything goes wrong. You know, and just you're hanging out with David Lee Roth, having dinner with him.
I love him talking about fighting with you, and because you loved him throwing those crazy roundhouse kicks.
Oh yeah, he was a real martial artist.
Yeah,
he used to train with Benny Urquidez.
That's right.
Yeah. He used to do those things on stage. We'd do like a jumping split kick in the middle of the air.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, look at him.
Yeah,
he was a real athlete, man.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a stud. Fucking sweet dick on him right there. But they look at that guy.
Look at picture. He's got his pants hanging down.
Yeah, just enough. Show a little hip.
What is that? Showing some dick room. He's a character, man. Still to this day, he's out to lunch, man.
He'll say some interesting shit. He's smart, knows his shit. Whatever he's into, he's deep into it.
That guy moved to Japan to train kendo, which is a sword fighting art.
Right.
Just him and his dog.
Yeah.
Lived in an apartment in Japan for like years.
Man.
Just training kendo.
I fucking, anytime you heard that they weren't getting along, you were just like, hey, what?
Yeah.
Fucking,
you know how that goes, though.
Yeah. Oh, anytime it would 4 fucking people, too much shit's gonna go wrong.
Yeah. Especially those egos and the bands, and then girlfriends don't like that guy, and then
right, yeah, that shit happens.
It's like Valerie Bertinelli apparently didn't get along with David Lee Roth, and this,
okay, that's gonna be big.
It's hard for bands to stick together, you know. I think that's way harder.
I remember you two would always be in interviews talk about how cool it is that they're still a rock band together.
Yeah.
They love at each other.
If you can get a band that enjoys each other's company, that's a fucking tremendous, tremendous asset. Because so many bands, like I was just reading today that Pete Townsend doesn't talk to the rest of the guys in the Who. He doesn't talk to Roger Daltrey. They don't talk to each other.
Wow.
Like how?
That's funny, man. I just saw them. I just saw the Who at a benefit, and they fucking destroyed. It was Daltrey's benefit, and he brought the Who on there, and I think drummer was maybe Ringo's kid, and if I remember, or it's either Ringo's kid or John Bonham's kid, anyways, it was great. But Pete and Roger were funny as shit, ragging on each other and saying quick little insults, and it was like massive laughs, like a comedian. But then they fucking have those hits that just take your whole body over, and it was great.
Yeah, I don't know where they stand now or why they stand that way, but I was just reading an article this morning.
Yeah. Oh, yeah?
That they don't talk to each other.
Makes sense. These guys, like I remember hearing Sabbath on tour would fucking all show up in different planes.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if any of it's true, but you're like, fucking Tony Iommi and Ozzy don't fucking hang out the whole time. Like,
well, there's always a problem in a band where the lead singer becomes the number one guy.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody else is kind of secondary.
Yeah, that's gonna make you pissed.
The band's called Van Halen, but the main guy's David Lee Roth.
Right.
That's the guy everybody wants. Ain't talking about love.
Man,
you know?
badass.
Yeah. Oh my God, Hot for Teacher. He was the man. And so, like, I could see how egos and feathers would get ruffled, and then the girlfriend on the side would be like, the band's name Van Halen. It's not Van B. Roth.
Yeah. Definitely, that's gonna happen. Fuck that guy, and then you got to stand behind it.
He's got all the groupies and
yeah, man. Well, but they had some. Him and Eddie both had the different people who would talk about who's the greatest. It'd be like David Lee Roth was just the smoothest and funniest and fucking
one of the greatest frontmen of all time.
For sure. He was like a stand-up. Just dominated the crowd. Just like I think there was some tape going around with. Remember some shit just like, that's okay, man, because after the show, I'm going to fuck your girlfriend. I don't know. Maybe that was David Lee Roth or somebody else. But as a kid, you were like, oh, my God, fucking what? That was the coolest shit ever. But then I remember Eddie Van Halen, when Jump came out in the video, and seeing him smile and throw down that fucking lead, and you were just like, is that the coolest fuck on the planet? With like overalls.
Oh, yeah.
No shirt over. I went with the fucking no shirt overalls move one time.
Really?
Didn't go over.
On stage?
Didn't get the respect. Not as a stand-up, but I thought I was going to get more respect. But I was on stage at a battle of the bands. I used to sing and play guitar in a band, and I went. I think my mom tie-dyed my overalls and shit, and I was like, I'm going to do it. I'm going. And I showed up, and people were making too much eye contact with me, not wanting to look down at the fucking overalls.
It's a bold choice.
It was one I couldn't make now.
One of the funniest choices is what if you look back at like the metal days, like you look back at like all the guys who dressed up like gay bikers. Right. It's from Judas Priest. It's Rob Halford. Tricked everybody into dressing like a gay biker. Yeah. Because he was gay.
I love it. Yes.
So he's like leather pants and the fucking leather biker helmet on and the vest with no shirt on underneath. Yeah. And all these guys started dressing like that. Yes. And they didn't even understand that they had been tricked into dressing like a gay biker.
Yeah, I love that. That's a great one.
Cool.
I saw them at fucking Radio City with Iron Maiden.
Really?
That was a biggie.
Wow.
I was up in the balcony screaming, I want to dress like you. No, it was
look at the boy.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, dude.
Fucking the hellion. Yeah. They were nasty. That's a tough looking guy.
Another thing coming.
Yeah, that was
look at him there with his fucking crazy outfit.
Yeah.
It's just so funny, all the different styles of bands that existed.
Oh man, I had fucking pleather pants. I wore fake leather pants for a bit. I didn't know my body wasn't great. So I was like, you throw that shit on, you look like a rock star. Then I'd fucking see the pictures that my mom took of me after. I looked back and be like, how the fuck did you let me out wearing that shit? It never fit just right. I never had the body for it. Like I would walk into a clothing store growing up. There was a place, Sarah Silverman. the comedian.
Sure, yeah, I know Sarah.
She grew up in the same town as me, and her parents had a store called Junior Deb, I believe, and it was downtown. They sold Levi jeans and all this shit, and I remember just going, okay, I'm gonna get some cool ass Levi's, go to school, look like a badass. And I remember when I saw a three-way mirror, I was like, these aren't fitting me like I thought. You know, I don't look as cool in my Levi's as I thought I was.
You had an idea of your image.
I saw other people wearing that shit going, all right, I'm gonna dress like that guy, but it didn't reflect the same when I had it on.
Again, youthful delusion.
Delusion, yeah.
Yeah. Did you want to be in a band before you wanted to be a comic?
Mm-hmm. Wanted that for sure.
What kind of music did you guys sing?
We did a lot of Aerosmith, a lot of Van Halen, a lot of Sabbath, Zeppelin.
Aerosmith just canceled their tour.
I know.
I guess Steven Tyler, he had that neck injury where he fell and broke one of the bones in his neck.
Yeah.
And apparently he just can't sing.
Open his mouth to sing it.
They were planning on doing a thing with the Black Crowes. And
wow.
Yeah. And they just, for whatever reason, decided to put the tour out and get going. And then he started and he was like, I can't do it anymore.
That is painful.
Yeah.
Because the guy's whole life was that. And by the way, did you like Aerosmith growing up?
Loved them.
They were the bad boys that every tune was nasty.
That
shit was the nastiest.
Push that microphone up to your face.
Sorry, bro.
No worries.
I loved, my band played literally like 10 Aerosmith tunes. We'd always fucking play kind of cool ones, not the massive hits, but the Mama Kins and the Walking the Dog and kind of cool shit like that.
Well, we both grew up in New England, and they were the Kings.
They were the Kings.
They were the Kings.
Yes.
They were the fucking
WAAF.
Look at that. Yeah. Fuck yeah.
Joe Perry. Yeah.
BCN.
Yeah. BCN AAF. What was that kind of alternative?
Tyler. He was the fucking man.
Could hit every fucking. How about the fact that I read something that he's a cool bastard, and I met him. And they're all great guys.
Joe Perry, he's a great guy too.
Fucking best. That's a New England accent too on Joe Perry.
Oh yeah,
it's funny to hear the boys talk. I think somebody lived in New Hampshire. Maybe Steven Tyler lived in New Hampshire because that's where I grew up, and they definitely they owned New Hampshire.
Well, they were the Kings of Boston. They were fucking gigantic. Yeah. I remember the controversy when they did that duet. They did that song with Run DMC when they did Walk This Way.
What the fuck?
I know. Everybody's like, what's going on?
That don't make no sense. I know.
Wow, that's a fucking great song.
That was when fucking Aerosmith came back.
Yeah.
Like they became the Kings again.
Exactly. Yeah, that was their big comeback song. They're kind of faded for a while. Yeah. And then Walk This Way came along, and
that was great.
Young people started getting into them again.
Absolutely, yeah.
It's funny how bands they get, generational, right? Even though they're great, that's the people that listened in the 70s. Fuck those people. Yeah. Now we listen to this.
Yeah.
And all it takes is one thing, and then people start going through the catalog. And Jesus Christ,
holy
these guys
shit.
are incredible.
I was doing who the fuck was I listening? I play a lot of the old shit for my kids. And then all of a sudden you just go, wow, they had so many
bangers.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially the young drug taking days. The wild Aerosmith days.
The first three albums kind of shit. Zeppelin too. Yeah.
Oh yeah. It's a different world.
Yeah.
Every comic wants to be a rock star, and I think most rock stars want to be comics.
Yeah, there's some of that too.
There's something about the freedom of comedy that they appreciate.
Yes.
You don't have a band. You don't need anybody. All you need is a microphone. You don't have sound guys. You don't have anybody.
Can you believe that?
Yeah.
That's my biggest mistake is I fucking use music in my act, so I gotta. My piano player, Dan Bula, he's the best. I love having him being together on the road, looking back, and we laugh together. That's the greatest part. But the back in the day when I just had a mic and didn't have to show up with shit, that really makes life easy.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
When I would do these big places like the TD Garden, one of the things that would strike me is we're just showing up. There's no trucks. There's no van. It's just a stage.
Right.
And me and 3 of my buddies, and that's it.
Yeah.
And 16,000 people. But bands play here, and they have fucking trucks and shit.
I know.
All these people have to break down the stage. They're there. All the fucking pyrotechnics and all the crazy shit these guys have.
Right. I know. We're cool. We did good. We chose the right career.
For us. Yeah.
Until you watch a rock band, you go, they're kicking our ass, man.
It's definitely something different. Rock is kind of like a drug. There's something about going to see a band that's really good. It's like the music hits your body.
Yeah, it overwhelms you.
Yeah, like a drug.
Yeah. For sure. The right tune fucks you up. So I agree. Who were like some of your first concerts as a kid and boy?
First concert I saw was Jay Giles' band.
You did?
Yeah.
That's with Peter Wolf
yeah.
and fucking that's as cool as it gets.
Yeah, back in the Centerfold days.
Aerosmith and Jay Giles, you can battle for the case in
man.
Boston back then.
Jay Giles was the fucking man when I was in high school.
Yeah.
See him. I saw George Thorogood.
There you go.
Johnny Winter. I saw
sick.
A bunch of bands.
Where did you see him in
I don't remember.
Right.
I wish I could remember.
I used to go to Worcester.
Sure, Worcester Coliseum.
Centrum,
Is that what it was? The Centrum?
I think so, yeah.
Then I got a job when I was 19. I worked at Great Woods.
You did?
Yeah.
Fucking, I played there. What a feeling that was.
Yeah.
Because we saw so many shows growing up.
I saw a lot of comics there too. When I saw some comics there when I got paid.
Yeah.
And then some comics there I paid to see them.
Right.
Like I saw Kinnison there. I paid to see.
You
Kinnison.
did?
Yeah.
That's cool, man.
Yeah. That was. I saw Cosby there. I saw Rodney there when I was working.
There you go.
Rodney was backstage naked with a bathrobe on.
Yeah, that's a big Rodney.
That was the Rodney days, where the bathrobe days.
Okay, baby, yeah.
He would go on stage with a bathrobe just to make him feel comfortable.
Yeah.
He just was completely naked with a bathrobe on and just murdering.
Oh, the best.
Murder. And this was before I'd even thought about doing stand-up. I was 19.
Fuck, man.
But I got to see.
You saw Kinnison. Kinnison always dressed badass.
Yeah.
Like a rock star.
Yeah.
He fucking had the big long leather coat on and a beret. And
I doubted it. That was just after I'd heard about Kinnison too.
Yeah.
I had heard about Kinnison from a girl that I was working with. I was working at, besides doing security guard work, I was working at the Boston Athletic Club in South Boston.
Wow, yeah.
So I was
That's still there, right?
Yeah, I think so.
I think they got a fucking basketball court there.
Yeah, they got basketball. There was a lot of racquetball there. A lot of people. I met Bobby Orr there.
You did? That's cool.
I had to help Bobby Orr because Bobby Orr had like fucking 150 knee surgeries, right? His knees were destroyed, and you'd have to help him get on the VersaClimber machine.
Oh my goodness!
Because Bobby's knees didn't bend.
Right.
Bobby's knees bended like this much.
Right.
He had like 12 inches of movement in his knees, and so you'd have to like kind of help him get on the VersaClimber machine.
Wow.
I mean, one of the greatest athletes of all time. You watch him play racquetball, and he would just kind of fall over. Because this, back then,
they put it all out there.
Also, the knee surgeries back then were archaic.
Right.
They were so primitive. They just used staples and fucking screws.
Oh, man.
And they didn't know what they were doing.
You see, a certain age, you see different scars on guys.
Oh, his knees. That's Bobby's knees.
Oh, yeah.
His knees were destroyed.
That sucks, man. What a hero. What a stud. I always loved him.
He had 20 knee surgeries. Fucking insane.
Was that your team, the Bruins?
I didn't really watch sports.
You didn't?
No. Once I got into martial arts, I really didn't care about any sports.
That's pretty cool, man, that you didn't, because I know that's the biggest sport town.
Oh, it was a huge sport town. Everybody called me a pussy because I didn't know anything about football, basketball, baseball. I didn't care.
Yeah.
I was like,
that's pretty good that you had your own thought process going. I would join right in with trying to make the other kids like me, dropping something.
Well, when I was 15, I just became obsessed with martial arts.
That's great.
And I didn't care about anything else. I literally didn't care about anything else. I'd watch basketball. I'd be like, this is nonsense. Who cares if that ball goes in that hole?
Fucking
that
cool, man.
Mean anything.
My dad always told me to do that shit. He'd be like, do martial arts. And I, like I said, I went to this guy's like, God, I wish I knew his name. And I did that. And then I think a little early in life, I tried it out. I just, my body, man, I wasn't meant for it.
It's not for everybody.
No, that's good though.
But that's like everything in life. There's things that are not for you.
Yeah.
You just got to find the thing that is for you.
Yeah. I found a few, and that's all I do. Hoop, comedy, that's it.
Perfect. That's all you need for a happy life.
Yeah, I guess so.
So this girl I used to work with, she was like a volleyball player, and she was really hilarious. And she was working at the front desk, and she was like, "Oh my God, I saw this guy." This was 1986. This is when Kinnison had his HBO special, and she told me about it. She's like, "There's this guy, and his name's Sam Kinnison." And she know that bit he did about homosexual necrophiliacs paying money to spend a few hours undisturbed with the freshest male corpses. Remember that bit?
I kind of. Yeah.
So she told me about this bit. We're hanging out in the parking lot of the Boston Athletic Club, and this girl is lying down on her stomach on the ground, and she's like, "Oh, your life keeps fucking you in the ass even after you're dead. It never ends." And I was laughing so hard.
Wow, yeah.
And I remember like this girl. Just her doing Kinnison's bit made me go to the video store to get a VHS of Kinnison's special.
Right.
Because the first time I saw it, it came out on video.
Yeah.
And then I watched it. I was like, oh my God. And that was like the first seed in my head where I was like, okay, this is comedy too?
Yeah.
Because I didn't know that was comedy. I thought comedy was like something I really liked, but it was so different than me.
Yeah.
It was nothing that I would ever do.
Right.
It was just different. It was like I didn't see myself that way, but I saw that guy. I'm like, that guy's a fucking animal.
Yeah.
Like this is
tough as shit. Yeah.
This is a different kind of comedy, and that was like the first seeds in my head that I had of doing comedy.
Yeah, that's amazing.
And then I got to see him live at Great Woods. But I saw Bon Jovi there. I saw everybody. I quit the night Neil Young was there, and they had a riot.
Really?
Yeah.
In New England, huh?
Well, the lawn. You know how Mansfield, Great Woods has that lawn out there? Well, it was cold out, and people were starting fires on the lawn. And so they were like starting these little bonfires, and we had to break up the fires.
Wow.
And then brawls started breaking out.
Wow, yeah.
And I always knew that this job was like, what did you get paid like $20 an hour? I'm not going to fight somebody for $20 an hour. This is crazy. So I always carried a hoodie with me. And so I had my security shirt. And then as soon as shit would go south, I put the hoodie on, like, I'm out of here. And that's what I did. That night, I quit.
Oh, yeah.
I quit the night.
That's funny, man.
Yeah.
Fuck, yeah. It costs $20 to get in a full-on brawl.
Yeah, there was brawls breaking out left and right. The first night I was there, I watched one of the security guys beat this guy with a walkie-talkie. And I was like, Jesus, what did I sign up for? It was a crazy job. So, because some guy had stole one of the golf carts, and there was this dude named Alley Cat who was the head of security there. And Alley Cat tackled this guy, and he's beating him in the head with the walkie-talkie.
Wow, man.
And I was like, whoa, okay, what did I sign up for?
Did you get in fights after you learned your shit? Like,
no,
that's cool.
No, and I avoided them all.
That's amazing.
I'm not interested in fight. I would like fights where they were planned.
Like meeting a guy in you mean in
like tournaments.
Yeah, that's cool.
Kickboxing matches. I did a lot of those, but those to me made sense. Like fighting in the street, it's like no. Like people have guns, people have knives. Right, this is fucking stupid.
Sure.
I was always nervous.
Yeah.
Like I never felt like you get in a fight with someone hits you in the back of the head with a bat. Also, if you fight someone, that's never the end. Like, they're going to go get their cousins. They're going to get their brother. They're going to try to find you when you're alone. Like,
that's true.
You don't want that kind of problem in your life. Just move on.
Oh, it's so easy to just take whatever they're throwing at you with, like, that's supposed to start the fight, just being going, okay, that makes sense. You're right. I am a piece of shit. I'm going to get out of here now.
Well, it all means nothing. Someone says it only means something to you if you believe them.
Yes.
If someone says you're a pussy, you're like, okay. Like, what does that mean? This doesn't mean anything. You're just saying words. Until you try to hit me, this is nonsense. It's like, oh, you have a bad opinion of me? Oh, that's okay. Like, I don't really care. Like, I was tired all the time because I was training like 6-7 days a week. So I was like, I don't want to be involved in this stupid shit.
Right. Yeah. I already worked out today. I can't fight you.
Also, I was very aware of the consequences of violence. I'd seen, by the time I was 21 years old, I'd probably seen 40 or 50 people get knocked unconscious.
Right.
At least.
What a terrible sight that
Probably
is.
a lot more than that. I've seen so many people snore. It's just on the ground twitching and snoring. I've seen so much of that.
Yeah.
I grew up with that. So it's like, to me, I was like, I don't want none of that in my life. I don't want to have anything to do with this, especially outside of fighting.
Yeah.
Concrete floors and shit.
Head hitting the ground. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
KJ worked with a guy in Long Island when KJ was a bouncer.
Right.
And this guy killed a guy. He punched a guy. The guy fell, hit his head, and died.
Yeah.
Now the guy has to go to jail. Now you're working as a bouncer, just like I was working as a security guard in Great Woods. Like you could have gotten in a fight, hit someone, and now you're in jail.
Yeah.
And you're like, for what?
Holy shit.
Yeah.
That's so cool. You worked at Great Woods, so that's like what a destination to go to and see so many great fucking bands. And you know, it's funny you said Kinnison. I used to be on MTV when I was young, and we'd go to Daytona Beach.
And you were on remote control.
I was on remote control. Quinn got me on it, and it was the best. But we went to a spring break, Daytona Beach, and Kinnison was at the height. And I went to, it was the first guy I saw at an arena. Kinnison and some other bad boys. So were some guys, I forget their names, but they
probably Carl LeBeau.
Yeah, Carl LeBeau, right? And a couple other guys. They're all kind of really funny, tough bastards.
The Outlaws of Comedy.
That's it. That's right. Yeah. That's what it was. Yeah. And I saw Kinnison destroy. And it was like I saw Rodney at a theater in Florida where it felt like fucking holy shit, this is a rock show because it was bam, bam, bam.
Yeah,
Rodney.
Rapid fire like a machine gun.
The best Rodney would crush for like 8 minutes and then go, I know a lot of fucking jokes, baby. And they go, you know, that was so cool, man. But Kinnison too just took over. I saw him in the moment. It was amazing.
Yeah, I got to see Kinnison decline too. I got to see the decline because I saw him a couple of times live. And the last time I saw him live, it was in New Hampshire, and there was not that many people there. I drove to this theater with this girl that I was dating. I was probably 20 at the time. Again, it was before I did comedy. And he was just, it was already like boozing heavy.
Yeah.
And it wasn't as good.
Right.
He was, because he peaked in 86. I feel like the Kinnison from 86 is probably one of the greatest comedians that ever lived, if not the best. He was a monster. He was a monster.
Yeah.
But the guy was doing blow and drinking and hanging out with rock stars and just partying. And his brother wrote about it. You ever read his brother's book? Brother Sam?
Right.
His brother Bill. It's a great book.
Yeah.
It's a great book. If you're a fan of stand-up, I tell anybody, go buy that book because it's a great book. And Bill said that you could see the drop-off in Sam's material because he just stopped writing.
Right.
He wasn't hungry anymore.
Right.
He had made it. Instead, you know, because there's this hunger inside of him to make it as a comedian, and that's what led him to be outrageous.
Yeah.
Do all those jokes about like the starving kids in Africa and all these different jokes he did that were just so outrageous, and that preacher's voice and that fucking powerful delivery.
Yeah.
But then when he made it, man, he got real fat and just drinking every night.
Yeah, he was
started wearing the bandana,
slower,
bandana days, the rock star days. Sure. It just dropped off. It wasn't the same. It was like a caricature of Kinnison.
That's funny. It just happens. It happens that when you're drinking or doing whatever the fuck it was. I got Coke. Yeah, sure.
I think that's the one that really like.
Oh, that makes you not stay straight. You're definitely all over the place. You fucking you can't stay steady with a thought.
Yeah.
And but I remember I met him a couple times. Paulie sure was very tight with him.
Yeah.
And I knew Paul.
I mean, I'm not really the person you want to talk to on that issue.
A couple times, but I saw him at the Improv.
But I would tell you that gay people are always working towards equality. The gay movement, though, has been basically overshadowed by the trans movement. So it kind of went from like women's equality to gay equality to trans equality.
Yeah.
Are there trans people in India?
I'm going to walk right after I'm going to walk.
Are there trans people in India?
Yeah. They're called like, they're like weird witches.
There you go.
And they do weird stuff in their houses, like witches and shit. Because in Hindu religion, they're supposed to be like magical creatures, which they are pretty much. Yeah.
Dog, I want to show you this fucking thing work. Hold on 1 second. I have to go to Discord.
They're called Una. Have you heard that word?
Unix?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know that word.
That's what they're called, you know.
Oh, that's what they're called there?
Like,
I gotcha.
the game movement, but it's not politically approved in India because who knows what they're going to do. They could take down the entire system if they wanted to.
Right. All right.
So he just shut them down like, entirely from all sorts of politics in India. I mean, they're kind of like bitey, aren't they? They're like they're extremely like they're like possessed and annoyed cats 24/7.
Who, trans people?
Gay people in general.
Oh, I gotcha. Hey,
I don't know.
can you see my computer? Watch my computer screen. I'm sharing it. You should be able to see it, and you should be able to see that it's got a robot going. So you can watch that robot whenever you want.
Oh wow, yeah, that's pretty cool. Makes sense. You can have this on the side and people watch your.
Exactly.
Yeah, you need to get more viewers. You need to like, I don't know how you just have this live stream, but you don't have people like not just on Discord. Maybe people on some other streaming service where they can interact with you.
We're getting there, dog.
Yeah, cool. I was just watching this YouTube video about gay people and the whole woke thing, and they're like completely out of control with that one. But I don't know what it's like there, to be honest. I had a couple of gay friends, but I've never known that many gay people, especially people from USA who are gay. I don't know. Or yeah, seeing what stuff does.
What'd you say, pimp?
Alright, man, I think I'm gonna finally have the best.
All right, big dog.
Keeping me company tonight.
Absolutely, as always. You take care. We're always here for you if you need to talk. Here you go, pimp.
show us a proof of life, please? 10-hour socks. As he's saying that, so this was from a briefing that they held earlier today, where they said they had an update on efforts to get them home, and basically they started with, we don't really know anything right now. We're waiting for data that they think is going to come in next week, and then they're going to figure out what they're going to do. So just kind of go back a little bit. Let's go back to June 6th. There have been years of problems getting this Boeing spacecraft into space, even down to the last couple of days that they had issues with it. And then finally they launched, and NASA and Boeing celebrated, saying this was a big day. And finally Boeing was able to get a manned spacecraft up into the air. SpaceX had been doing it for years, and then everything was great. Now, not so much. When they went up, they had 4 helium leaks, 5 of 28 thrusters failed on the way up. And now it's gone to the International Space Station, and they don't know what to do. Is it, again, NASA's not going to say, is it safe or dangerous for them to go back in it? But I mean, that's really why it's still up there, and they're still there 2 months later when they thought they were going to stay for 8 days, and they don't know. They're running tests on it. What the situation is? Well, the helium is still leaking, right? Yeah, so they've been able to take care of some things. Others they got to figure out, would that be a safety issue getting them back in it? It may very well come back unmanned and empty and leave them up there with the crew on the International Space Station and just get that out of there so it's undocked. They addressed that today, so we've got time, and it's a fairly major discussion to decide about whether or not we're going to have crew on board Starliner for return. So Starliner may come back without any humans on it, and then that would mean that NASA would have to go to Elon Musk and say, hey, so SpaceX, what would you think about bringing home a couple of astronauts when your next trip comes home? And SpaceX can totally do that. The problem is SpaceX will not have a mission coming home that can bring humans until 2025, until February of next year. So they need 2 extra passengers on the regular space center, 2 fewer, and then bring empty spacesuits to bring them back. But they thought they were going to stay for 8 days. It has now been 2 months. NASA says, don't call them stranded. They're loving every moment of it. Now it could be in the next year before they are able to get them home. So they said they got to go over that data. They've had astronauts stay up there for a year before. That's not an issue. Yeah, they're not alone up there, right? Well, they're up there. There's a crew up there, but it's like a house guest where you're like, it's great to have you. We love you, but please go home. We don't want you anymore. But they said they don't know. They're going to go over the data. They said that we are getting new data, and it's interesting how as time goes on, we've got new folks that as they become aware of what's going on, they're offering input and expertise. So they've been running these tests on Starliner. Is it solid enough to bring them home? They don't know. By the way, Johnny's been up there. She has spent 322 days in space, which will over 167 days. So yeah, the messaging is they're doing scientific tests with the crew up there. They're living their lives. They're good. But at some point, they thought they were going to spend 8 days, and it's going to be maybe 8 months. I mean, you talk about everything from haircuts to underwear. How are they going to do that? Just because they're having a good time doesn't mean they aren't stranded. They are stranded. And their families want them back. And they do get supply missions out there unmanned that come up and bring food. So it's like they've got a delivery that probably bring them underwear and Uber Eats. Yeah, essentially, bring them all McDonald's. But that's not what they were planning. No, it doesn't sound like they have any idea. Is it even possible? They don't know. They got to look at that data, and maybe they'll be able to go home on Starliner, maybe not. Wow, it's a story, though. How they launched this thing. And I can't believe they were congratulating themselves and celebrating when they lifted off. Aren't they a little worried after all these years of trouble? Not only and Boeing, but all of the issues with the MAX and with Starliner, that they had a success. I talked to the NASA administrator at that time. He said, this is great. We're going to have 2 companies, SpaceX and Boeing, that can both shuttle humans up to the space station and get them back. And this is about a shuttle service going back and forth, about having the actual space shuttle. And that this was the future, and we were good to go. Well, it didn't work out so well, and now they don't know how they're going to get it back. Everybody in public life, I'm sure you've noticed this, is either doing cheerleading or propaganda. What? I've been warning you. I've been warning you. You guys all laugh at me. Yes. Right? We do. I know, but you guys are incorrect because I've said that we are due very soon for a large earthquake. That's true. Talk about that next after 3 o'clock. Senator Marie Alvarado Gill. Well, listen to this story. She was a Republican. No, she was a Democratic state senator. She switched sides. Now she's a Republican. And so the Democrats are retaliating against her. I think she's getting a seat on the front lawn in front of the Capitol. I'll tell you about it coming up because we're going to talk with Marie after 3 o'clock. Deborah Mark live, KFI 24-hour news. The World Health Organization is declaring mpox a global public health emergency. This comes following an outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo that has spread across West and Central Africa. The National Hurricane Center says the storm system Ernesto is now a Category 1 hurricane. Ernesto is packing maximum sustained winds of 75 miles an hour, almost half of Puerto Rico and more than 90% of the Virgin Islands without power. And Secretary of State Antony Blinken is approving an almost $20 billion weapons sale to Israel. The deal will include F-15 fighter jets, air-to-air missiles, tactical vehicles, and other explosives. We're going to head over to the 57 next. I'm lousy eyesight. In all your life, I had bad eyesight all my life until today I went to see Dr. Charles Baker at Saddleback Eye Center. Now he has the wave light LASIK exam. He'll measure your eyes 22,000 times. This is the most advanced, most accurate LASIK test ever. And then you examine the procedure, which is only 20 minutes. There's no pain, no discomfort. I went through that, and I was out of there. I can see better than 20/20, and you will too. It cures your nearsightedness, farsightedness, your astigmatism, any need for reading glasses. I'm giving you the free wave light LASIK exam if you call now, and you're one of the first 14 callers, and you schedule the exam. You got that? You call now, be the first 14, schedule the exam, you get it for free. From Saddleback, call 866-559-4444, 866-559-4444, 866-559-4444. Satellite weather from KFI, sunny again tomorrow. Highs reaching from the 70s to the triple digits. This report brought to you by Morgan & Morgan Injury Law Firm. We have a crash on the 57 in Pomona. He's on the 57 northbound right at 10. Got an accident. There are people blocking the left lane. And north Hollywood, 170 northbound right at Sherman Way. The Sherman Way on-ramp to the northbound 170 shut down due to a brush fire there. In Point on 5 northbound before you get to the 118. That accident still blocking the 2 left lanes. In Long Beach 710 northbound before Telamo Boulevard. Got that accident making its way to the right shoulder. With Southern California's only airborne traffic report, signed Jenny Arman. Guinness, our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One. Las Vegas, you're having a good time. Friday and Saturday, September 20th and 21st. Streaming live only on Hulu. Get tickets now at AXS.com. The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview. Growing up here and dealing with everything that's going on now, it's like, I'm surprised this town is standing. I know everybody, so it's hard to also to think that somebody here in my town would do such a thing. Bardstown, Kentucky is a small town in the heart of the Bluegrass State. The kind of town you can wander around in for a few hours and feel like you're back in time. But Bardstown, Kentucky also has secrets. 5 unsolved murders over 4 years. We're getting desperate. It's too silent. We were an innocent family that got caught up in a nightmare. I'm not forgiving nobody that killed my murder, my granddaughter, and my son. If I had to go to hell, I guess I'll go because I'm not forgiving them. Hundreds of police interviews and years of investigation. Rumors and theories, and still no one is behind bars. Are the Bardstown cases connected? Why is the killer still on the loose? People in Bardstown want answers. Bardstown, a new podcast from Vault Studios. Follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. Number one for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Inflation is below 3% for the first time since 2021, and that's according to the new Consumer Price Index report released Wednesday. New data from the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics shows food prices were relatively unchanged in July. Consumer prices went up 0.2% last month and were up about 2.9% from a year earlier. The Federal Reserve has aiming to lower inflation down to 2% before cutting interest rates. Markets rallied yesterday as data shows producers or factory prices cooled more than expected in July, Dow rising with 400 points, while the S&P 500 was up more than 1.5% and the Nasdaq nearly 2.5%. All three are now trading above their levels on August 2nd session, right before the global market sell-off last Monday. The Justice Department is reportedly considering a potential breakup of Google after a judge ruled that the company's search business is a monopoly and violates antitrust laws. Silvana now has that story.
Google had to find comment as DOJ says no decisions have been made. Right reports Google Android operating system and co-browser would be most likely to be separated.
The United Auto Workers Union is filing federal labor charges against former President Trump and billionaire Elon Musk. The move comes after Trump and Musk have a 2-hour conversation on X Monday night. During the interview, Trump praised Musk, who owns the electric car company Tesla, for firing workers who threatened to go on strike.
You're the greatest cutter. I mean, I look at what you do. You walk in and you want to go in. You go and I won't mention the name of the company, but they go and strike and you say, that's okay, you're all done.
The UAW noted that under federal law, workers cannot be fired for going on strike and threatening to do so. It's illegal. The union recently endorsed Kamala Harris for president. Consumer and Business News, Aaron Real, NBC News Radio.
There's no reason I ever want to live in Mississippi. Anything you talk to somebody like a Jack Daniels and a Kettle One, like two Kettle Ones, and I get some straws in there. You know, kind of like McDonald's, except 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Everywhere. On the iHeartRadio app, KFI is sending you and your friends in Las Vegas for the 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival presented by Capital One. September 20th and 21st at T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas, 2 nights, 1 stage. And you'll see live performances by Dua Lipa, Doja Cat, Gwen Stefani, Keith Urban, and more. Buy your tickets now at AXS.com. AXS.com again now before they sell out. And keep listening to KFI for your chance to win 2 tickets to both nights of the festival. A 2-night hotel stay at an MGM Resorts destination. And a $200 gas card to get you there and back. Show up for poolside only with MGM Rewards. Visit MGMRewards.com for details. Does that mean show off your poolside? If I show off your good side, not the cool side. Yeah, MGM has good pool. All right. So I don't understand both things. All right, so Deborah's lead story today. What would you let her do? Geez, you have a lot of guests in there.
I know. People like to say hello. You know, I'm usually lonely in here. It's kosher.
which means it's going to happen. Yes, it's going to happen. This is new. Well, I mean, these are real scientists with real analysis.
I know.
What are your anxiety checks?
I know. Shannon got a kick out of me comparing myself to Lucy Jones. I wasn't saying that I know more than her.
Carol, I don't know. Lucy Jones, she's a doctor, isn't she?
Well, yeah, she's a scientist.
Just all those years.
I am.
Did all that research?
Yes.
You're just as good as she is.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that when she basically has told us not to worry in the past, I still worry.
The Denver Earthquake Institute.
Okay.
Begin with this week. Oh, God. Yeah, they're gonna name a can't name something else.
I know. I'll be famous, but I might not be around to enjoy it.
Wow. They expect violent shaking capable of such intensity you can push buildings off foundations. Apartments with flimsy first floors, propping up carports will collapse. I mean, that's what happened in Northridge back in '94. Yeah. The whole floors of those apartment buildings pancaked.
Well, we're excited.
Pancake.
No, it was 7.5.
7.5, which is far more intense than the 6.7 they had. Yeah.
So now do you understand why I'm worried? I hope Conway is listening.
I'm kind of excited this is going to happen.
No, you can't be excited. I mean, seriously, the floors, shaking, nothing really major is happening. I can see you enjoy that.
I get excited over tornadoes, hurricanes, earthquakes, urban riots. Any kind of human or natural disaster, especially that nature produces.
You've never been personally affected.
No.
Well, there you
I
go.
just want to watch it. If I was in the Midwest, I'd be one of those guys chasing tornadoes.
Sure.
I would.
Well, maybe you can chase an earthquake one day.
Yeah.
If we ever get to that.
Yeah. We have coming up. Oh, yes, we're going to talk with the legislator, the state senator, who has switched sides. She's gone from being a Democrat to a Republican. State Senator Rabbi from Northern California, and now the Democratic Party is retaliating against her for abandoning their ship. Deborah Mark, live to KFI 24-hour newsroom. Stimulating talk for independent thought. And KFST HD2.
Los Angeles.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
New RV plan of Deborah Mark live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. LA has decided to create a new plan to deal with homeless RV camps.
City Council is hoping to have a comprehensive citywide strategy created. Councilwoman Tracy Park says action is needed because a recent Supreme Court decision could motivate other cities to push their homeless this way.
There is a floodgate about to open right here in the city of Los Angeles. We are 6 weeks post-grants pass, and we haven't adjusted a single policy.
City staff was directed to create a plan banning RVs for residential areas and your business districts, schools, and parks, and identify more appropriate locations in every council district. In downtown LA, Michael Rose, KFI News.
The news is brought to you by City James Accident Attorneys. The USGS says a bigger earthquake could hit LA soon. You just heard us talking about this.
Earthquake scientists say seeing a magnitude 4 could mean seeing more 5s, and once one quake hits, others usually follow. Seismologist Elizabeth Cochran says there's a 96% chance that a size 5 or higher will hit the greater LA area over a 30-year period. There's about a 50% chance of magnitude 7, so the earthquake hazard in the Los Angeles region is high.
The 4.4 that shook South Pasadena Monday hit on a portion of the La Puente Fault, which experts say is dangerous for Southern California. Earthquakes along that crust would max out at about a 7.5. Chris Adler, KFI News. A massive sinkhole has split a condo complex, La Habra in half, is finally about to be fixed. State Senator Josh Newman says 70 condo owners have had to live with a 100-foot-long, 40-foot-wide hole right in front of their front doors.
5 years ago, during torrential rains, a portion of the balcony between the units collapsed, and for a number of years, the homeowners were stuck.
Newman says he secured $8.5 million in state funding in 2022 to fix the problem, but it's been trapped in court because the city and HOA fought over who was responsible for the hole. He says crews will start repairs tomorrow. A 33-acre ranch in Silverado Canyon that serves homeless people is about to get an upgrade.
A $100,000 Cox Communications grant will help
16 hours of community service. The school is still deciding on its own discipline for students who took part in the protest in April, and Ukraine's forces have pushed ahead with their cross-border incursion into Russia for a second week.
Russian troops seek Patrick will take one prisoner as Kiev pounds the Russian border region of Kursk, which neighbors Belgorod, with missiles and drones completely control almost 80 settlements.
ABCCN panel says Ukraine claims it also included Russian airfields overnight, including one more than 380 miles inside Russia itself. Ukraine says it's taken more than 100 Russian soldiers prisoner. President Zelensky says they will be used to swap for Ukrainian prisoners of war. We're going to go to the 405 next.
All right, you can make your backyard look beautiful. Still a lot of time, a lot of summer left. And you can turn it into an amazing outdoor space. Call Melvin Pavers. Been in business for 40 years. They specialize in pavers for your pool deck, patios, entryways. Call Melvin. We go to the next 10 callers. Here's the summer special. This is what you get. Free demolition, no payments or interest for 12 months. We got that free demolition, no payments, no interest for 12 months. You call Victor at Melvin. He's the owner. He's a great guy. He's involved in every project. I've talked with him a number of times. So call this number, melvinpavers.com, melvinpavers.com. You ready? Call. Talk to Victor. 844-PAVER-11. 844-PAVER-11. 844-PAVER-11.
Southland weather for KFI, sunny and hot again tomorrow. Mid to upper 70s for the beaches, upper 70s and 80s Metro LA. Around 90 for Illinois, mid 90s, triple digits in valleys.
What do I need to
And
fix?
the high desert. Right now, 73 data point 88 Anaheim. And the KFI financial update brought to you by Rabbi Real Estate. The Dow closed up 243. S&P 500 up 21. NASDAQ up 5.
Revive Real Estate just released a new tool that lets you see what your home would be worth after renovations. It's free to use. Just go to KFIRevive.com. That's KFIRevive.com.
Quick crash on the 405 in Sherman Oaks.
This one's on the northbound side. It's coming up right on the 101. That's where the carpool and the right lanes are currently off limits as they get this wreck wrapped up. Big delays pushing back all the way from the 90 out of Culver City. And quickly, I'm just hearing about a brush fire in North Hollywood. It's affecting the Sherman Way on-ramp to the northbound side of the 170. And surface streets in that area are slammed. We've got Mike O'Brien checking out Anaheim Hills, KFI in the sky.
It's a tough one here on the 91. 91 westbound, it's going to slow. Imperial Highway to the 55, and definitely a bit tougher on that 91 eastbound. Goes up now at about where Candy Charlesdale's. From there over the Green River, a tough stretch. But it does loosen up quite a bit. It'll hit the brakes again around the 15 in Corona. And that's pretty choppy in the riverside from there. South 57, you got some normal slowing. And that's Imperial Highway down into the sections of the 91. Northbound's actually in really good shape today. North 57 really was a slow day here into LA County. There it bogs down at about Diamond Bar Boulevard. He stays fairly heavy up there, Grand and the First with the 60. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
For Southern California's only airport traffic reports, I'm Angel Martinez. iHeartSpotlight Radio is commercial free every weekend. Enjoy the greatest 70s and 80s through the soft rock all weekend, all commercial free. High tide, low tide, no tide. Yacht Rock Radio works anywhere. The free iHeart app, search Yacht Rock and start listening. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
All the good stuff. Yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture. New data shows that there are more women in the workplace than at any time in U.S. history. In addition to showing a strong overall unemployment rate of roughly 4%, over quite a half below the post-World War II average, over 75% of women between the ages of 25 and 54 are currently employed, surpassing the previous record set before the 2001 recession, roughly a point above pre-COVID levels. Economists believe that the rise of flexible work plans and the ability to work remotely has contributed to the rise, especially for college-educated mothers and young children. They also note that this increase is likely keeping household spending strong at a time when companies are jacking up prices to get their already record profit margins. All right, and that's what's popping on Camps on iHeartRadio.
What a fool believe. JC.
State Senator Rabbi is coming in with us in just seconds here. She's done something that rarely happens. She switched parties. She was a Democrat. She's representing District Number 4, which is way up in Northern California, largely a rural area. And she was elected as a Democrat just 2 years ago. And then this week she switched to being a Republican. The Democratic Party is now retaliating against her. We're going to talk about it now. Marie, I'm Ron again. Let's get her on. Welcome. How are you?
I am hanging in there, finally, and
what's your background with you state senator years ago?
well, born and raised in California. Myself is lifelong California, and I work in part of
I get you for office and switch less than 2 years. Talk about this journey you went on.
So I've been a Democrat most of my life.
What specific issues, categories have turned you on about Democrats? So because you switched parties and they're like, they get that bill. You were really dealing with people who are like clinically insane, aren't you? What's the retribution? Taking so we'll committing saying, they kicked you out of the Latino caucus. So you're not Latino anymore? Are you going to join another ethnic group now? I guess you're afraid. Join the police. We'll make you an honorary vote. This is worse than high school. Really, there's so much craziness. Why do you think voters keep electing all these people? Like, I mean, I have a guess, but what's yours?
Well, I think one thing is that voters not know the extent of the loss of mentality in Sacramento. Don't understand the extent of how operate. We're not with them, we're against them there. How do you start with?
When did it hit you that they were far left progressive extremists on day one? As soon as you got there, I mean, you must have known. I mean, obviously, you've tracked the news all these years. You must have known that they were pretty radical, wacko.
John, I was hopeful that we could go live here in California, and that by being private people, there's over 1 million people here in California, and I would have a seat to create that voice for speech. And now the that one percent of the state legislature are against the speech. So I voted record. I voted as independent thinker. I voted that my constituents that left. I found that I was aligning myself with the California plan that my Republican government had been.
Are they going to be able to give you any committee assignments so you have something to do there?
Well, minority leader shows that he's working very with me in the Republican. He agreed to support a motion to get the green sign for committee that these American people are watching. California voted me to represent them, and I can't do that. I don't serve on any committee.
Well, listen, wish you luck. Keep in touch with us, all right? Marie. And, you've got to go with your conscience. And I just hope there's a day that all these insane, crazy, extremist progressives pass from the scene. I really do, because it's terrible what they've done in California. It's just awful the damage they've done. There's just too many in power.
Well, this is an opportunity for the whole nation to watch California. If voters want us to be a U.S. America of California,
State Senator Maria Alvarado killed. Major news, she switched from being a Democrat to Republican, and so the Democrats have kicked her off all her committee assignments, and she was kicked out of the Latino caucus. So they stripped her ethnicity away. So I didn't make a deal. That's what the Democrats do. If you're not a Democrat, you cannot be in the Latino caucus. You are not Latina. When we come back, how much money do you think the city of Los Angeles is spending to install Olympic flags at City Hall? I don't care what you say, you're going to be wrong. It's coming up Deborah Martin live, KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Cisco Systems says it's planning to lay off around 7% of its workforce. The company based in San Jose isn't saying exactly how many jobs that will be, although given its total workforce, estimates put the number at around 6,000 employees. This is Cisco Systems' second round of job cuts this year. A gun registered to cop killer and former LAPD officer Christopher Dorner has turned up during an armed robbery case in Beverly Hills, and inflation is lower than 3% for the first time since 2021. We're going to go to the 210 next.
You have a car you want to sell? Maybe it's your daily regular car, or a pickup truck, or an SUV, or a minivan, or an exotic car. Go to GiveMeTheVin.com. GiveMeTheVin.com. They have two websites, one for your regular car, and then if you have a classic or collectible, go to GMTVCC.com. GMTVCC.com. And you can sell your classic car there. GiveMeTheVin.com. Enter your car's VIN number or license plate number, and they'll give you an offer in a minute. That's always well above any dealer quote. Guaranteed to beat a CarMax offer. If they don't, they'll send you a check for $100. GiveMeTheVin.com, America's best car buyer. GiveMeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your car.
Southland weather from KFI. Sunny again tomorrow. 70s in triple digits. This report brought to you by visitpasadenaisland.com. From the Southern California Toyota dealers traffic center, let's go places quick crash on the 210 in Pasadena.
Oh, Deborah, you meant Crashadena.
Oh, sorry, Angel.
This is on the eastbound side of the 210, coming up on Lincoln. Now, if a few cars got into it, it's the two right lanes that'll be off limits for at least the next 45 minutes, perhaps longer. We'll keep you posted right here on KFI. Big delays are stacking up now, getting away from Lincoln. We've got Mike O'Brien. KFI in the sky.
Yeah, just over Hollywood and the 101. 101 southbound, that's jammed up. Pretty much leaving Sunset Boulevard into downtown Los Angeles. Northbound 101, it's going to be a little slow through downtown. That close to the hitchhick, just out of Hollywood. And that's going to be on and off the brakes of the Universal City, I must admit. Pretty much a moderate drive there, not that bad. It's going to gap a little bit and then quite a bit tougher through the valley there. That's going to load up from North Hollywood over into Encino. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
With Southern California's only airborne traffic reports, I'm Angel Martinez.
iHeart's Yacht Rock Radio is commercial free every weekend. Enjoy the greatest 70s and 80s soft rock all weekend, all commercial free. High tide, low tide, no tide. Yacht Rock Radio works anywhere. Open the free iHeart app, search Yacht Rock, and start listening. iHeart Radio. Free never sounded so good.
Everyone loves The Office. Admit it. You wish you had a Duffy. Instead, you have this, The Office Deep Dive Podcast, hosted by Brian Baumgart, a.k.a. Kevin from The Office. Every week in this new hilarious podcast, Brian sits down with one of his old friends from The Office as they discuss their favorite moments on set and never-before-told stories. Your kids watching it? Never. No, come on. They never watched it. Listen to The Office Deep Dive on the iHeart Radio app or wherever you get your podcasts. iHeartRadio, did you know? Presented by iHeartRadio. You know, what you're listening to right now. Did you know that iHeartRadio not only lets you listen to all your favorite AM/FM stations locally and nationwide for free, but iHeartRadio also gives you access to over 350,000 podcasts. Yeah, including all the most popular hosts and shows worldwide. Best of all, you can listen to all your podcasts for free. Tap on the podcast tab and explore podcasts from over 20 different topics. Sports to comedy, history and crime, functionality to make listening great, and you don't need any other app. It's all on iHeartRadio. #1 for music, radio, and podcasting, all in one app. iHeartRadio. Here's this week's iHeartRadio countdown of the top TV streams.
Here's what you've made popular by getting your stream on. Starting us off for the second straight week is the new Apple TV Plus mystery Sunny, starring Rashida Jones. That's followed by another Apple TV Plus mystery drama, Lady in the Lake, starring Natalie Portman. In at number 8 this week, the Peacock Roman epic Those About to Die. The new period piece comedy with Cameron on Netflix falls back a few to 7, with House of the Dragon on HBO and Max holding on to the 6th spot. Up a few spots to 5 is the new DC Comics animated series Batman Caped Crusader on Amazon Prime Video, followed by The Bear on FX on Hulu, dropping out of the top 3. The top 3 starts once again with the new fantasy comedy Time Bandits on Apple TV Plus, starring Khalil Tuck and Lisa Kudrow. Shooting up to the number 2 position this week is A Good Girl's Guide to Murder on Netflix, starring Emma Myers, and holding steady for its 3rd week on top is Presumed Innocent, starring Jake Gyllenhaal on Apple TV Plus, your top streamed show.
And those are your top TV streams of the week on iHeartRadio. Pack your bags, grab a can of your favorite pie, and deep dish, and enjoy an entire week in the city that invented political corruption. All next week on the Gary and Shannon Show, it's Gary and Shannon's Excellent Democratic National Convention Adventure. Chicago, that's the town. Next week from the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. Every day, 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI AM 640. Come up, show KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Oh my God. Every time you hear some idiot in our Los Angeles government tell you we don't have the money, remember this moment. 2028 Olympics. All right, I'm already sick of hearing about it, right? Everybody's doing the cheer. Everybody's making wild claims like, 28 by 28, we're going to have 28 road transit projects built in the next 4 years. That's not going to happen. Oh, it's going to be a car-free Olympics. By the way, they're backing off that idea of a car-free Olympics. In last, what was it, Sunday? The Paris Olympics ended, and immediately first press got car-free. No, the correct term now is transit first. Transit first Olympics. Anyway, Los Angeles is bought a number of Olympic flags so that they could position them all over City Hall, right? There's Olympic flags displayed all over the City Hall building. Do you know how much these flags cost? $500,000. $500,000. The city controller posted a tweet that said, the city of LA is suffering from a budget crisis. Yeah. So what better way to spend $500,000 from the general fund's capital improvement fund? Not on actual capital infrastructure improvements, which we direly need, but on installing Olympic flags in City Hall. Now, how much is a flag? I've never bought a flag. It can't be that much. Look it up. Go on Amazon. Get a big flag. The official Olympic flag, there
you're not supposed to complain about, right? It's one of those sacred things. No, we're going to be complaining. This is insane. This is our tax money.
I hate the Russian World even more, but don't forget about the World Cup in 2026. That's coming first.
Yeah, they're supposed to have some of this trains and stuff ready for the World Cup. Yeah, actually, the World Cup's going to be a good rehearsal for the health of the
What about air tax?
I saw the air taxi got approved.
Yes, and that's supposed to be up and running for the Olympics.
How do you fly one of those now?
I can't imagine.
Fired on ground.
As we come back, all right. Well, Todd Spitzer is an Olympic skeptic. He's the Orange County District Attorney, and he wrote a piece today in the Orange County Register saying that LA is not ready for prime time for this Olympics, and he zeroed in on all the crime on the metro system, because all the headlines were about a transit first Olympics, a car-free Olympics. That means people are supposed to take all these trains and buses. Well, that's where the stabbings are. Todd Spitzer about that coming up. Deborah Mark, live the KFI 24-hour news.
The LAPD says it expects 1,000 people to attend a community meeting in Encino next week over several reports of burglaries. Deputy Chief Alan Hamilton told the City Council's Public Safety Committee yesterday that crimes may be coordinated.
We are investigating all of that information at this time, and we suspect there's a possibility that those individuals are involved in other crimes that are operating in the Operations Valley Bureau and other parts of the Los Angeles region.
Police in one part of Encino near Libet Park and the 101 freeway see the biggest rise in home burglaries. Police encourage neighbors to lock doors and windows, turn on outdoor lights, and pay attention to rear entrances. The news is brought to you by Thorson Motor Center. The owner of the Milwaukee Brewers has been accused of stealing sand from a public beach in Malibu for his private property. His next door neighbor sued the owner, saying a construction team is operating excavators in tidal zones, leaking oils, and exposing local marine life to potentially hazardous byproducts. Broad Beach, where the sand was taken from, has suffered sand depletion due to high tides and storms. A working horse ranch for homeless people in Orange County is expanding. OC Rescue Mission President Brian Prates says the 33-acre Double R Ranch got a $100,000 grant to build a 10-center
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Showing by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Okay, we're up now. So what were you guys talking shop about? What did you ask? What was the question?
Okay, Jamie's gonna fucking run a train on me.
I felt that there was some controversy.
There was some tension. There was a
little tension.
When we had a lovely dinner after your show, we went at it a little bit, and we had a little disagreement about compression technologies, preamps, cloud lifters. You know,
what is your position?
Well, my position is okay.
Hold on.
Coming from a different place, though, also.
So okay.
Yeah, very different. Let's just say financially, we're coming from a very different place. But I try to use the Shure SM7B. We actually got for my podcast, Tussisööt, shout out. Here we are. It's Estonian. You're not gonna. Well, AI. Maybe.
What did you just shout out?
Tussisööt. It means direct translation is pussy munchers. It's my podcast.
Oh.
Yeah.
So is it in Estonian?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. And do you think Spotify will translate it to English? Maybe you'll be the first that goes the opposite way.
Bro, if AI translates this podcast, I'm fucked, you know?
Oh.
Yeah.
Take it down. See, this is the thing. They're going to do that.
I know.
Spotify's going to do that.
But they don't get my charisma and timing down, though.
No. Also, sense of humor, sarcasm. And when you translate things to English, you sound like a Nazi.
I will be a Nazi.
That's the problem with satire and humor, and what is, for lack of a better term, it's called talking shit. Okay, and this is what we do on podcasts. This is what we do in the green room. This is what me and my friends love to do all the time. Right? We do that all the time. We say things we don't mean because it's funny. We say things that are inappropriate because it's funny, and it is 100% done with fun. And the problem is today, people like to take things and pretend you're saying something, but that's not what you're saying.
Yeah, there's a funny comedian in Canada. He's an American who moved to Vancouver. He's Dino Archie. He used to say off the record talk.
Right. It's shit talk. We're not saying things that we mean. We're saying things that are fun to say. But what I was going to get to before we did is that the thing that Jamie told me about MSN. Well, Tulsi Gabbard was the first person to tell me about it. So I was talking about how great Tulsi Gabbard is, about if you really wanted a great Democratic candidate that was a woman of color, congresswoman for 8 years, served overseas in a medical unit twice. It's where she got that gray streak in her hair. She's like an exemplary human being.
She likes my Kill Tony bits on Instagram. So.
And they tried to say that I was talking about Kamala Harris. So they edited it out of context.
Dude, I've seen your edited videos with ads because...
Yeah, there's a lot of AI ads that aren't really me.
Because Estonia is in Eastern Europe and the Russian bot system in that country.
It's crazy, right?
Bro, it's crazy. I've seen fake podcasts where there's a guy on your podcast, which never has happened.
Right.
And the guy has a Shure SM7B. Not this mic stand, let's be honest. It's some shittier version. And the backdrop is similar, but you can tell it's not that podcast.
Right. But you can do amazing things now with AI. You could do it with video editing for sure. Like you could just have a guy splice in him being in this chair, me being in that chair. And if you did it right and you spent your time on it, you could make it very convincing. And that's just the beginning, man. There's a podcast with me and Steve Jobs. I never met Steve Jobs. There's I think it's 40 minutes long. How long is the podcast with me and Steve Jobs? But it's a completely AI generated podcast. It's just audio. But from what I've heard, you can kind of tell. But it's getting close. It's getting to the point where you're not going to be able to tell. When you hear enough computer-generated sentences, you're going to catch little glitches in the matrix. It's going to sound a little off.
But you can only catch those glitches in the matrix because you're a person who's also around technology, internet, so you kind of see the scam going on.
It's not a super visible scam. It's like I see it scam. Yeah. So how long is it, Jim? 20 minutes. Okay. So it's just me. Let me hear some of it. Personality. They seem to have a soul in a way. And some people almost get religious about this stuff because it's so powerful and it means so much. Is that good?
If a company gets to the point where it's successfully doing a few things, you don't have to try and do everything. We're in the process now of trying to cut the things we're doing so that we can concentrate on the few that are really high on our priority list. Because if you try to do too many things, none of them get done well.
Well, that transition.
Focus on a few and make sure those
the transition's clunky, but even more importantly, the sound is very different between where the environment that I'm talking in, the environment he's talking.
For sure.
So either he's not in the room, which I don't do. I don't do Zoom calls. Those suck.
Yeah.
Or that's fake.
Yeah.
It's only two options.
If an audio engineer just tweaked it for 2 minutes, they could make it sound so much better.
Oh yeah. You could you could 100% make it sound like you could 100% make it sound like we're in the same room, but they didn't. Yeah. But this is also like how many months old? I think that's
like 2 years ago.
Oh, crazy! So what they have now is way better. It's way better. It's getting to the point where we're not going to know. And
for sure,
we're not going to know what things are real, what you can generate. I'm sure you've seen these, the new Unreal Engine, the most complicated video game engine. What is it called? Engine 5? Is that what it's called? It's like, this is spooky.
Yeah, for sure.
It's so good. It's spooky. It looks like a damn movie, like a real movie.
Like in Estonia, the movie industry is moving really well, and the government was financing for a while the building of like a movie factory or like a whole like a production studio. So which could bring more revenue to the country. Great idea,
right?
But it's been paused now, and people are all like, why isn't it making? But I know exactly why it's paused, because they're waiting to see how this AI thing plays out.
Yeah.
Because let's be honest, green screens and shit, that might be like fax machines, bro.
Yeah, it might be like Morse code.
Yeah, exactly. And it happens like this.
Well, you saw that Tyler Perry shut down the plans to build this enormous studio. He's going to build an $800 million production studio. And he saw Sora.
Tyler Perry.
He's the guy that does all those Maeda movies. He's got a bunch of TV series.
I thought he's the Extreme Makeover guy. Move that bus. Remember that guy? Dude, that was my shit.
No, he's he plays a lady in a bunch of famous movies.
Yeah, he's that.
Maeda.
Yeah.
So anyway, Medea. That's right. Sorry. The point is, obviously super successful dude, and has this enormous. This is the Unreal 5 engine. He has this enormous production company that he's about to build, and he goes. He sees Sora, and he's like, "What? You guys can do this now?"
You got to see how that plays out.
Dude, it's going to play out real strange.
Yeah.
Because what you see already, so this is the video game. This is hard. This looks pretty good. This is not as convincing as some of the other footage that I saw. The nighttime footage. There's something about daytime footage that looks a little clunky or a little better.
Well, there's more reflections.
Yeah.
I went to Red Band's
This
place
is pretty wild.
and tried the AI for the first time in my life.
Oh, nuts.
He was saying like he has a second life and they are happy with his girlfriend there and they're like living in a whole nother world there.
Well, Red Band's slightly insane.
I know, but
that's
the way he was describing to me, I imagined it's like the Neo where I put the thing in the back and I'm happy now. But it was literally PlayStation 2 graphics.
Whenever I want to nerd out about electronics, it's always Red Band. We always talk. We always talk about the newest phones or the newest this or this does that does this.
Yeah.
Like he's just a techno nerd.
Yeah.
He loves that shit.
And he's already giving up on this life because he knows VR is here. Dude.
That's such a Red Band move.
Every time I tell him to eat something healthy.
But you know what? AI's taking over. I'm just going to get my brain teleported.
Exactly.
That's the ultimate leap, right? Imagine if they get to a point where they say, we can download your brain into a computer, but you will cease to exist right here, right now. And you just have to assume that it's whatever consciousness is in your head is your life. And it's not just a faction of that consciousness being in a very particular state and time, that consciousness being attached to this particular biological body in this particular place. Like, what makes you you? And if you take that shit out and stick it in a machine, what kind of horrific existence is that? What's screaming into the abyss, unattached from a body, but trapped in a newly created computer dimension because you didn't get to go to heaven because you got trapped in a metal box. And maybe that's how the aliens contain souls. Maybe that's how they get them.
Matrix was basically that whole.
That's the thing. Get you to think that you can download your soul into a computer. Like, well, I'm going to live forever. Going to download my soul into a computer. And what all you're doing is you're so smart that you're stupid enough to think that technology is capable of recreating you as a whole, not just your consciousness, but what if your fingernails have memories, motherfucker? What if your whole, what if it all is a part of a system and disconnected from that system, your soul is just like, just separated from love forever.
That was what I really liked in the Matrix franchise. Remember when they got out of the Matrix, they went to Zion? There was that scene where they were fucking, and then there was that scene where they were dancing, and the whole thing, who's the fucking, Morpheus was explaining that, you're not feeling the things with your physical body in this Matrix world, you know. You're going through, it's just the synapses are firing in the machine. And I remember, because I was like a teenager when I saw that movie, and I remember that scene when they were fucking, and I was like, oh shit. See, that's the thing, if you download your brain into a system, and then they came back. The world was shitty. Remember how shitty Zion looked? Like, place got terrible. No beaches.
Like us in 50 years.
And then they were eating, remember that food? Everything the body needs. Remember that cold?
Yeah.
But I remember when they did that dancing scene, I remember that, like inspiring a thought where I'm like, maybe even if there is a secondary fucking AI world that comes,
there'll be rebellion.
See, that's what I'm saying.
No question whatsoever.
That's why I love when people go, is AI going to destroy stand-up comedy? I always love to say that stand-up, luckily, is the art form that can comment on its own demise, kind of, you know?
Yeah.
Like, even if AI creates the perfect act, the perfect ha-ha-ha laughs per minute, you're going to be able to comment on how fucked that is, you know?
Yeah,
so
100%. And then on top of that, what we're really doing is we're performing for live audiences. And so how's AI going to do that?
Yeah, absolutely.
There's a thing that happens when you see a singer on stage. Someone's got an incredible voice and you see him sing, and that voice just echoes, or someone like Gary Clark Jr. is playing guitar, where you're in the room while they're hitting those keys. You're like, God damn.
And then there's the story. It's not even only the technique and the incredible voice. It's also
it's a human experience.
The history of his experience.
Yeah.
I remember when I was like 19, I worked at a jazz bar. Didn't know shit about jazz. I don't know shit about music. I don't know how to play. Do you know how to play anything?
No, I don't know how to play anything.
Literally, I don't know how to draw or play, and like my hands just don't work like that. I tried guitar, it just doesn't happen. Dudes are just, and they're like, feel the nothing, this connection, nothing's happening.
Interesting.
But I remember working at that bar. There was like, there was a famous Estonian guy who was performing like an unplugged. He was like a rock star. And he was performing an unplugged version on the weekends, you know. And technically, he sounded amazing. He was an amazing guitar player. But he was a young guy, maybe only 5 years older than me. Technically perfect from the traditional training, the school. He had all the things. And for me, that sounds amazing, right? But then I remember we started having, because it was turning, we had blues nights on Tuesdays. And the owner would fly out from America, like New Orleans, these 65-year-old black dudes that live a rough life. You can see from their face, from the way they move, it's been a rough life. And the way they would sing, maybe technically, it wouldn't sound as clean, but what you would feel, because I was bartending, and I would look at the audiences, and I would see them also, you feel it.
Right.
You can't explain. Dude, I don't know. Of course, later, when I got to befriend some musicians there, they would explain. They would be like, no. That guy, the other guy was doing the basic ABC, DDD. Mm-hmm. He's doing a whole different shit right now.
Right. So it's something that only the people that really know how to play recognize.
Like stand-up.
Right.
But I feel it.
I think that's the case with everything, man. I really do. I think that's the case with everything.
Everything.
Yeah.
Especially art.
I think everything it's a true form of expression. You know, even like chess. I think games people play. I think it exists in everything. You know,
because I even remember when there was peer-to-peer before torrents.
Mm-hmm.
Peer-to-peer.
Sure.
What did you guys have? Kazaa, iMesh.
What do we have? What was that one?
We had them all.
Kazaa,
what was the
iMesh,
one that everybody used?
LimeWire.
What was the one that everybody used?
We started off with Napster, and then we went into Kazaa, LimeWire, and Morpheus.
Yeah, I remember the Napster days.
Metallica sued Napster, you know?
Lars Ulrich was very upset.
Yeah.
And so was I had Paul Stanley from Kiss on the podcast. Wow. He's just flat out saying those people are stealing. They're stealing money. And, you know, my position, I was like, okay, a bomb just went off. And you could either recognize you have a hole in the ship, or you can go full steam ahead with the original plan, and this motherfucker's going to sink.
It's like that cartoon when Tom and Jerry, when he's trying to, the ship is sinking.
The moment music becomes a digital piece of information that can be uploaded to a hard drive, the moment that happens, it's over.
Mm-hmm.
So if you don't realize that the war has been lost and devise some sort of monetization of streaming platform, make it simpler, quicker, faster than anybody else's, and then get it up there quick, because like they should have done that the moment Napster came out.
Mm-hmm.
They should have hired like the best coders and said, okay, there is no way you're stopping this. Like we did, the dam broke. Water's coming through, and record sales are gone.
Billboards.
Record sales just went away
so quickly.
Guys were making millions and millions of dollars from record sales, and then they'd go on tour.
But even live touring was on a downslope because you didn't need to do that much. Record sales was the bag.
Right.
That's why Madonna went back on tour. I mean, yes. I don't know this, but that's why
she probably also wanted to say what's up.
For sure.
Let bitches know.
For sure.
She's still around.
For sure.
You know?
But there's a lot of bands that went back on tour for that very reason.
Uh-huh. Yeah, for sure. Definitely. Yeah. Their revenue dried up.
Mm-hmm.
Which is crazy that one of the biggest entertainment businesses in the world lost all of its sales revenue from recordings. I mean, I don't know. It didn't lose all of it. I'm sure some people still buy some of them. But like the drop off must have been crazy.
Because it was all like, you guys had not cassettes. What did you guys have? 8-track.
We had 8-tracks first, and then we had cassettes, and then we had compact discs.
Yeah, we only got cassettes. Then it was CDs. So the format was always changing. And then it was the Blu-ray and the Microsoft, whatever format they had, battle. So there's always that battle of data. Then for a while, like USBs were tried, when they would sell small USBs. Yeah. But then just the internet was like physical.
Yeah.
It was over.
Isn't that crazy? And not only that, it's way better. Imagine if YouTube was just a bunch of discs that you had to get.
Dude,
how stupid that would be.
But then again,
that's a good example of how much things have changed. Is the fact that YouTube exists and that YouTube is not a stack of discs that you have to go to a library or a bookstore to get. Yeah, YouTube just exists instantaneously.
But then again, there was that magic of, I feel lucky at least to have that childhood where I remember that my attention was actually not raped by technology that much, but I had to actually look forward to consuming something and work physical exertion to get it. Go to the DVD thing. You would read the back. You would look at the. It would put it. It's. There's a more maybe commitment to consumption.
I think it's going to be very interesting when we look back on human beings, and I think we're in the middle of it right now, so we probably don't really objectively understand how much of an impact it's had on us, because it sort of trickled in slowly with just regular cell phones. And then, like, remember those sidekicks? People had the sidekicks that you could send texts on. It would go sideways. Remember? We were like, wow, that's crazy. That was like next level. And then Blackberries, if you were fucking serious, if you're really getting some shit done and answering some emails, you had a Blackberry. And then when the iPhone came out, the whole game just fucking flipped on its head. And now all of a sudden, everyone's connected to everyone everywhere, and everyone's anxious and freaking out. And I think that we grew up before that, and I'm older than you by far, so I grew up way before. How old are you now?
32.
Yeah, so I'm 57. No, almost 57.
And you're also in like,
days.
Yeah, those very important years.
That's the big transition years, because it was a series of factors that happened in my lifetime. Number one, answering machines. Like, what the fuck? You could call someone and leave a message, and you would come home and your answering machine light would be like a little dog. Like if the red light was going on, like, oh, someone loves me, someone loves me. And you go listen to your messages. Wow. And then it got to a point where you could call your own phone and get your answering machine to play you your messages. That was next level shit. Okay? Crazy technology. We couldn't believe it. You get to see caller ID, who's calling you. And then you get to call them back, *69, what's up? And then VHS tapes come along. Maybe not even, and then. It was kind of along the same soup, because it all happened while I was in high school. So while I was in high school, there's probably answering machines before I was in high school, but I was aware of them in high school, then caller ID, and then VHS tapes. All that happened. So now all of a sudden, you could just get stuff and play it anytime you wanted to. So it changed like watching movies. You could pause it if you had to take a leak. The whole thing changed. People started watching movies at home. Blockbuster became a giant thing. Nobody would have imagined Blockbuster's going to go bye-bye. Nobody. It was the thing. You go to Blockbuster on Friday night. You see what's the fucking latest movies. Oh, great. There's one left.
Yeah, we had like Video Planet. It was like the top 5 most making money fucking companies in the country.
They were on an ice cube. They were on an ice cube and a hot
piece of tea. That's what I'm always wondering is, what is the industry right now that doesn't even know?
I think there's a lot of them.
Well,
I think there's a lot of them. I don't think it's I think AI is going to fuck up this system that we have going for us. Yeah. I think that's part of the reason why there's a lot of scrambling and clamoring for power right now. Because I think people have a real understanding at the highest level that we only have so much more time before this AI thing becomes one of the most enormous aspects of society. And the power consumption that it's going to need is astronomical. It's crazy. They're literally building nuclear power plants for these fucking things. And they're going full throttle. And we're headed towards whatever this is, and no one knows. And I think that's one of the reasons why governments are trying to crack down on social media and trying to control it and stop people from saying things. And in the UK, they're arresting people for saying certain things. They're trying to stop this thing from overwhelming them. And you can't. It's going to overwhelm all of us. It's not just going to overwhelm government. It's going to overwhelm civilization. And it's going to happen in a bunch of stages, just like it happened with us, where we got caller ID, we got answering machines, we got VHS tapes, then we got computers, and we got online, and then we got 14.4, then we got 56K, and then you start seeing pictures show up. Like they download them nice and slow, and then people got cable. Oh my God, you get cable internet. So people had cable internet where you could just like
remember how many pixels porn used to have? Like how low?
It was blurry as fuck.
I remember I had a point when I was like mom goes to the store, and you know how you ask which store, so you know how much time you got in the bank.
Right.
And I remember like jacking off, and just halfway through the video, it's two dudes. I just didn't. The pixels. It was just such shitty quality.
That's uncomfortable.
It was just very well.
Didn't you know when they were both sucking each other's dicks? Something was
yeah,
up?
when there was.
Where is the girl?
Yeah, when is she coming in? But it was like in a sauna in the dark, and I saw the dudes like a hog hanging. But he had a nice butt, and it all looked.
Did you ever get flashed in the sauna by a dude?
Flat, we only go naked, you know that, right?
Oh, in your country?
Of course. And if you have pants on, that's creepy and that's weird. If you come with pants, we would have an issue.
Really?
Because it's weird. What are you hiding? What's the thing?
My
you have
dick.
a boner? Exactly.
Oh.
What's going on?
Dude, just staring at my dick. I'd rather just
we
go
all
my
stare at
underwear.
each other's dicks. I've seen.
Good luck with that.
Like in the green room. In the green room, comedians were talking about how many dicks they've seen in their lifetime. And I remember they were saying like numbers. Bro, I've seen 10. Yeah. I've seen 16 to 22,000 dicks.
Do you think that's healthy?
Yeah. Yeah, it's normal, you know.
Normal shit.
Normal shit.
Just looking at dicks.
And then sometimes I remember in high school we all showered together. There was always one weird kid that would not shower with us, and you make fun of him, show me, you know, what's going on? Why didn't you show us your dick? You know.
That's fun.
And then sometimes the shower would be a bit warm, and you would get a little bit of a vein going there. You know, you get a little
Not
bit
good.
of 25%, dude.
Not good. And then you're lathering it down.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm trying to just fucking mentally just make it go away.
Yeah. Naked dudes in saunas is an odd thing.
I only feel comfortable when it's naked.
There was a I used to be a member of 24 Hour Fitness in Woodland Hills, California, and the guy who was the manager there was this cool guy. I used to talk to him all the time, my friend Eddie, and I used to live there. And he was the former manager of the West Hollywood one. So he said, he goes, bro, the West Hollywood 24 Hour Fitness, he goes, it was basically like a gay hookup spot. That's all it was. Like these guys would just go ham, just get after each other.
Oh yeah.
And like you'd have to say, hey, don't do that. But it's like you've got guys who want to fuck guys hanging out, all working out together and getting sweaty with like guy mentality. Yeah. You know, like, come on, let's do it here. Like, yeah, and they're doing it there. And there's all guys that are gay there. So they're like, what are you going to do? And he was like, dude, it was crazy. He goes, I used to have to stop people from fucking in the sauna.
The smell in the showers.
I'm sure they don't do that anymore, folks.
Yeah.
I'm sure that's all been cleaned up. But back then, he was telling me it was
I can imagine
bananas.
that 24 the fitness still existing, and then this podcast coming out, and there's just 800 gay dudes waiting to fuck. They're like, Joe Rogan, can you stop saying this is the suck and fuck spot?
Make sure make sure it's the right gym. I don't want to slander anyone, but there is a 24 Hour Fitness, right? Because I know there's another one. There's another gym like that, and I used to actually work out at a gym that was in a gay neighborhood. I used to have a bit about it. I used to work out at Gold's Gym on Cole, and it was in full-on West Hollywood, like super gay gym. But it was really close to the studio where we film news radio. So I just got a membership there. So I'd get off work and I'd go lift. And I'd just go lift with these like hungry gay dudes. These dudes were hungry, man.
Yeah. They like look at you and
they're friendly. Nobody fucked with me. Nobody like no unwanted attention or anything like that. But I didn't take a lot of showers there.
I remember there was an old guy at the gym.
It was right on Mark Boulevard.
Yeah,
it's closed now.
Good. Okay, good. It's closed. Okay, so Gold's is the Gold's on Cole's the one I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's the one that's not West Hollywood. It's like East Hollywood.
Yeah. Whatever it was gay.
Yeah.
But like men, you know, like big, hairy, muscular gay dudes looking for more of that. So it's like, yikes.
Men fucking men.
Yeah, it's like a wounded gazelle
through
a pack of hyenas.
Yeah,
Excuse me, pardon me. Just want to get to the river.
I remember there was an older guy in my gym, and that was the first time I also experienced where it's like, it's an old guy, you know. I'm not threatened.
Right.
I'm not threatened. But the look he had in his eyes just made me feel vulnerable for, it's weird.
Because he wanted to penetrate you.
Because men have a certain, and I remember then I started thinking, and this was when I was like younger, and that was the first time I started thinking, oh shit, that's how women feel, plus the physical.
Oh yeah.
Like, that's like Brock Lesnar looking at you like, that's like a,
Dude, I have had gay guys hit on me that I could kill, and it made me uncomfortable.
That guy.
Like, it just gets to this, like, hey, I'm not gay, so what are you doing? Like,
Exactly.
You're just trying to make me uncomfortable.
Exactly.
And you get nervous.
And this old guy would give me looks, and I would just feel, and it was the first time in my life, I'm just like, dude, I'm jacked, I'm doing fucking MMA, but I'm feeling vulnerable. And then one point in the shower, this was like, when showers have the booths, the separation booths? Yeah. And it was me and him. So I go in the sauna. The gym is empty. I go in the sauna, I'm alone. And Dick's up. It's Dick Nation, It's Estonia. So I'm in the sauna. I hear the shower door open, and in my head, I know, in your head, you're like, there's other people at this gym, but let me bet. Because I saw him looking at me. I go, let me bet. And you know it. He comes in, he sees one towel up, so there's somebody in the sauna.
Right.
He comes to the sauna. I wait for him to go to the showers first, because I know if I go, the next booth over, this guy's joining. So he goes into the corner. I pick the opposite corner. And then at one point, I'm showering, and it's that human thing. It's that human thing where you feel something is or something, tension. And I look through the fucking, all the separation booths. They had a small gap that you can see through all of them.
And he's got shampoo,
and
he's going knuckles.
Other end, I just see his one eye like this, and his dick in his hand. He's not jacking off.
He's just holding on to it.
But something's going on.
He's getting ready. He's warming up. He's showing you that he's got a dick.
But then, and he had this look.
Serious.
Yeah.
Angry.
And I'm leaving the gym. And I'm passing, and I know the administrator girls working at the gym. I pass them, and in my head, I'm thinking, I just got like sexually assaulted, actually.
No,
right?
That's not assault.
So,
don't be a baby.
Yeah, exactly. See.
No, he made you feel creepy.
Made me feel creepy.
Yeah.
So I feel, I can't keep this in. I turn around, I go to the administrator, I go, hey, and we're laughing about it. I go, this fucking old guy. And then we wait. And he takes like 40 to 50 minutes to come out of that shower. See, what I think is he's shameful. Because, and he comes out, his face is red, he has a hoodie on, and he's just ran out of the gym, never came back. I think that's that post-nut,
Well, he probably is embarrassed that he did it again.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably one of those things. He's probably been kicked out of gyms before. Like, he's got an exit strategy.
Yeah.
That's what he does. He's a shower jerker.
Yeah.
Those exist. That's why I don't like walking around naked. Okay? Like, if you were a woman and you have your beautiful vagina and they're co-ed showers, would you really be comfortable washing your butthole and your vagina in front of a bunch of men? No, of course not.
We
So,
are.
Gay guys are real.
Mm-hmm.
And if your little booty hole and your little dick is out flopping around in front of them, to me, as a person who doesn't want any of that, I would imagine that I would not enjoy watching someone stare at my Johnson, who wants a piece of
yeah.
No, you know what I'm saying? Like, okay, that's we don't need to think about that.
But I think we have just
men think that way. That's why you can't have men in a room with naked girls.
We did that. That's though. In our culture, when I was a little kid, I saw grown pussy all the time.
This is why your country's so fucked up. You guys, you barely survived Viking wars, and then what's left over, you're just a bunch of fucking maniacal crazy people showing each other's pussies and dicks to each other. I feel like something should be sacred. That's what I'm saying. Like, no problem with being around gay guys, but I don't think I should be showing them my cock. I don't think that's the right move. I also don't think ladies, as comfortable as you are naked, should be in a room full of men and just show your bare pussy. That seems problematic. It seems like it's going to cause issues for you. Like, I wouldn't do that if I was you. You know, if you want to wear a bikini, great, everything's covered. Which is like, how funny is that? The bikini thing is hilarious. You know, that there's this little tiny little piece of cloth, little tiny little
on Instagram, they have that
little Dorito.
And you see, all I don't see is the actual episode. But
by the way, I like it. I'm not saying you shouldn't do it. Please don't stop wearing them. I think they're great. I like G-strings. I like girls with beautiful bodies expressing themselves, wearing whatever they want to wear. I'm just saying, it's so different than shorts. Like, if a dude wears Speedos, he's a freak, right? A dude in Speedos, unless you're in your fucking country.
Exactly.
But a dude in America in Speedos is a weirdo. Some dude in Speedos, that guy's a weirdo. If you don't have goggles on, if you didn't come from a long-ass swim, you fucking weirdo. Why are you wearing Speedos? Everybody wears shorts. But ladies, that's Bert Kreischer.
That's Estonia. Every stepdad, every man I've ever seen growing up, I've seen their dick.
That's inflammation in its human form.
That is true. That is an inflamed body.
That's an inflamed body. I wouldn't recommend that. But that's what makes the G-string funnier, right? The Speedos, that's what makes all of it funnier. But it's funny, the difference between, like, okay, women's formal attire, right? So not even formal, but like, say, a woman who's a presenter on television, right? Skirt, no problem. Bare toes, open toed shoes, no problem at all. Have one of them ones that dangles off your foot a little bit, not all the way on. No one cares. Vagina curtain that covers about 12 inches from your waist down, that's fine. Boobs
all out,
pressed out together and pushed up and forward.
I love how that's
no sleeves. No sleeves. Bare arms, as much skin as you could possibly get without being naked, and to be dressed on television.
And that's formal.
Lipstick.
Yeah. They're always hot.
Painted nails, painted toenails, everything smooth and polished and shaved. That's fine. That's the news.
You gonna be nice?
This is totally fine.
Hey, you're muted.
And that's formal, you know.
Imagine if men in gym shorts and tank tops were giving the news. How fucking stupid it would look. Imagine if, like, all these people that you see on the news. Oh, like, imagine Don Lemon in his boxer shorts with a tank top on, giving the news.
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of what, like, a dress is.
For sure.
A dress with a skirt for those Fox News ladies. How is that different than me in, like, these shorts that I'm wearing right now and a tank top? How is it different?
Okay. Where'd you lose it?
I don't know, but I put it on my couch, and then I went upstairs, and I came downstairs, and I can't find it anymore.
All right, are you not messing with me?
So what?
You're not fucking with me?
What do you mean?
You're not, like, playing a joke on me.
I swear to God.
Okay, so I'll help you find it. All right, has anyone been in your house?
Nope.
Okay, so then it's somewhere between where you've been. So the first thing that you want to do is retrace your steps. So go check your couch cushions. Go check your couch cushions.
I did.
All right, well, show me. Everything that you're going to do, you're going to show me if you're comfortable with it. But then you know that more than one person looked at it too.
What do you mean?
Just go to wherever you've been and retrace your steps while you're on the phone. I'll help you find it. All right, so you didn't go outside, right?
No.
Okay, and no one's been in your house?
No, bro.
Okay, did you go to the bathroom with it?
No, I took it with me.
You took it with you to the bathroom?
No, I took it with me. Like, it's not in the bathroom. I took it with me.
Okay, where did you take it with yourself?
I went to the fucking couch right there for the room to the restroom. Right there.
Okay.
And I think I left it somewhere over there, right? And I seen it. My whole eyes. And I came upstairs to get something. I came downstairs, nigga, it's gone.
Are all your doors locked?
Yes, nigga.
Okay.
Let me get that shit.
Okay.
Yeah, well.
You're good. So check your couch cushions again. Stick your hand in your couch in every single couch cushion. Move all your couch cushions off the couch. And be careful, because is it loaded?
Yeah.
Well, then be really careful. So pull the couch cushions off.
I checked couch cushions. There's not anything.
You didn't pull the couch cushions off.
Okay, Paul probably now about it.
You okay?
Are you there?
Yes, I am.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. All right. So, did you remove your couch cushions? Okay, put the phone down. Just yeah, I can see it perfect. Great. Be careful. Check under the couch too. Okay.
Gotta use my water.
You're good.
Yeah, it's not my fucking thing.
Okay. So you had it how long ago?
Oh no, like 40 minutes ago.
Okay, so it hasn't been long. All right. So where were you before you were at the couch? Look on top of everything right now, like you might have just put it down.
Yeah, that's where I placed it.
Okay, where did you place it? Okay. So move everything from where you thought you placed it. Remove everything from where you thought you placed it. Well, maybe it went under something. Okay. Where else did you go in your house? Where else did you go in your house?
I went upstairs, bro, but like I left the gun down here.
Are you sure?
I swear to God, bro.
All right, well, go upstairs and just check.
I did, nigga, like 5 times.
All right, well, you didn't with me, so go check again.
I'm getting scared, nigga.
Oh, dude, I'm not the one who hid your gun, man. I want to help you. So the way that I'm going to help you.
What is all I did take it, nigga?
Who took it?
What is you think somebody took it or not? I just lost that market.
Was anyone in your house?
No, nigga, it's just me and my dogs, nigga.
Okay, so you have dogs. Could your dog have taken it?
No, nigga, I would have seen her, nigga. She was standing still.
Okay. So go back upstairs and retrace your steps.
I don't remember that. The only place it could have been is the garage and over there.
Okay.
I took it out of my pocket.
Okay, check your garage. Check your garage.
All right, what do you want me to check?
Wherever you went in your garage. Any luck?
No, thanks, shit.
Okay. So it's not in your garage. All right. Where else could it be?
Hey, I don't know, bro.
Okay, so you said you went in your garage. It's not in your garage. Did you go in a car?
In the car?
Did you go in the car?
What do you think?
Did you go in a car?
No.
Okay, did you open up the car?
No.
Okay, so it's definitely not in your garage. You sure?
Yeah.
You're 100% sure?
Yes.
Okay, so close the door to the garage. Where else were you? No, you said you went upstairs. So go look upstairs now.
Oh, no.
I know you don't, and we're going to find it for you.
Oh, no.
Well, I mean, then just, are you responsible enough for a firearm if you lose it so quickly?
I had it for months, bro.
Okay, that's not that long.
That's what I'm saying. We're still at the lock.
Yeah, you shouldn't be walking around with a loaded gun. Who do you think you are, Scarface? Dude, nobody's just going to bust in your house like SWAT style. And even if they do, they're much more apt to kill you with their guns than you are, having only been a gun owner for a few months. All right. So it's now your time to check upstairs. Because you might have taken it upstairs. Dog, do you want to find your gun?
Yeah.
Okay, well then go upstairs.
But I don't know,
Doug, just shut the fuck up and do what I said. Go upstairs, give it a quick run through, and just make sure you didn't put it down. And then you can tell me your whole story.
Listen,
Dog. Until you go upstairs, I'm going to keep interrupting you. Just go upstairs. You don't have to take the camera. You can leave the camera down. Just check. Just go around. Dog, I'm not playing this game. Go fucking upstairs and look for your gun. Who could get in your house?
Nobody.
Okay, well then nobody's in your house. Dog, just go check upstairs. What did you do upstairs? Okay, so you went upstairs to get that. Did you go anywhere else? Okay, so you're upstairs. Look around. It's not upstairs?
Okay, I'm gonna go upstairs.
Okay. So you're 100% sure it's not upstairs. You're 100% sure it's not in the garage, right? Where else could it be?
The normal place that I put it in the garage is the thing. I put it in places that I know I can get it. Okay? So there's no way to do that.
Where do you normally put it?
I normally put it like in here. I have it in my pocket and I placed it on that couch and it's fucking gone. Wow.
I'm here. I mean, you've got a couple things you can do. You can just say, fuck it, I'll wait until I find it. You could really start looking for it, really like tearing your house apart. If I were you, okay, did you go anywhere aside? Did you go in the kitchen?
Yeah, I searched the kitchen with you.
Okay, did you go in the refrigerator?
Yeah, I opened it up and it's not in there.
I mean, who puts a gun in a refrigerator? But I don't know. Who loses a gun within 40 minutes? Okay, so you're sure it's not in the refrigerator?
No.
I know, that's such a weird thing. Okay, it's not in the freezer?
No, that's right.
Why would you check if the gun was in the freezer?
Because I don't fucking know, bro. Maybe I fucking put it in the freezer, bro.
I know, but like, is that something that you would normally do?
Fuck no.
Yeah, that's wild shit. Okay. It's not in the living room?
Nope.
Check the bathroom.
The bathroom?
Yeah, just check it. You've checked everywhere else. Just check the bathroom. You might have put it on the counter. It might be in the countertop or something. Check behind the door. Check where you would go to the bathroom and like just make sure it doesn't fall out of your pocket. Okay. Did you put it by the your front door?
No.
Okay, we'll go check.
We're uncooked, so there's a missing loaded gun in the fucking house.
All right, well, that's no big deal.
You said what?
That's no big deal.
Loaded. Tell my mom, bro. Oh yeah, I just casually lost a fucking gun.
No, you don't call your mom. You're not 8. You fucking man up and you search your fucking place for it. So what do you do? Go back to that fucking table where you said you thought you put it and take everything off that table.
Alright, bro, let me put this shit.
That's fine, put me down.
Oh, this is the plate. Can you see me good?
Yeah, I can. I can see you. I'm watching. There's a lot of shit on that table. Look in the hamper, too. Is that a hamper? A hamper, like with laundry? Okay, well, search. Stick your hand in the hamper. Search through everything in the hamper. And be careful. And make sure you take everything off that table so that it's 100% clean and you've checked everything, and then you can put everything back. No go. Yeah, I saw it. You did not have it there? Okay. Next thing you can do is look in the perimeter of your living room. You might have just put it down somewhere. So check around, like your TV. Go to your TV and check there. Oh, dude, and then check by your computer. I bet. Are you sure you didn't put it down by your computer? Okay, so some of my devices show your screen, some don't. So I can't always see what you're seeing. Okay, so it's not. Some of my devices are showing your camera, some are not. So I don't know where that is. I'm gonna come back. Okay, now I can see it. At least on this device. Okay. So it's not by your TV. Check on your mantle. Check on your mantle. A mantle is a place above the fireplace. A mantle is a place above the fireplace. Oh, okay. Whatever's below your TV. What's below your TV? Okay. All right. So you're sure nobody came into your house and took the guns?
Nigga, listen. Everything was closed up. Okay, look, I was upstairs for a quick second.
Right, just for a second. I know. Okay. But is your door locked?
Nigga, no shit, nigga. That's why I haven't looked. Listen, everything is locked. Everything.
Yeah, I understand. You're paranoid as fuck. I get it. Okay. And it is not on your couch. Is it on your couch? Like, behind your couch?
No, I checked.
Okay. And it wasn't under your couch?
No, it was under my couch. I checked both couches.
Did you have a hoodie on or anything? Did you have any clothing? Did you have like a hoodie on? Any clothing?
No, I really placed it down.
Placed it down where?
On that couch that's for everything. I flipped the whole fucking couch over.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I placed it on the great thing.
Has your dog ever taken your gun before? Yeah, but it hasn't. You haven't had that long. Can your dog pick up a gun? Can your dog pick up a gun?
No, I was like.
No. Could your dog is your dog's mouth big enough to pick up a gun?
Yeah.
Are you sure your dog didn't take it and put it somewhere?
Well, you think she ate it?
No, I don't think she ate it. I think she could have put her mouth on it and buried it somewhere, like a dog does.
Buried it in a fucking house?
Not in the ground, but like in some laundry on the floor or underneath a chair.
No, I guess she could because would still give a shit, man.
Not necessarily. Not if she could have put her mouth on it. I'm not saying she did this, but put her mouth on it and taken it somewhere else in the house. And then you came downstairs and you didn't know. I'm not saying that's what happened. How big is your dog?
She's got it. They're doing a retriever.
A golden retriever could do it. I'm not saying that's a common thing, but okay. Go back to your kitchen. Check your kitchen again. And check the floor everywhere. Because your dog could have moved it. Your dog could have moved it if it was on the floor. Or your dog could have kicked it on the floor. So you checking the floor? Did you go in a closet? Did you go in a closet?
Yes.
All right. Did you put it down in the closet?
Nope.
All right. So your dog could have moved it.
Could have ate it.
No. Well, that's true. Your dog could have eaten it. Dog, do you think your dog could have eaten it? Do you think your dog could have eaten it? Yo. Can you hear me? Yo, dog. I can't even hear me. Yo. Yo, dog, can you hear me? Yo, dog, can you hear me? Did you not have a gun? Dog, so you don't have a gun? Dog, I'm not here to fuck around. You came very close to getting banned. Like, very, very close. If I'm like, oh my god, we just fucking did this for 30 minutes and this motherfucker doesn't have a gun. Do you have a gun? No, but I mean, you had a gun 40 minutes ago or whatever? All right, well, at this point, you either tear your shit apart and see if you can find it, or you just keep living your life and it'll show up when it shows up. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Because that sounds like a dog. Hold on. Okay, can you hear me? Dog, you think your dog actually ate your gun? You really mean that? Is your dog acting normally? You really think your dog ate your gun? Is that even possible? How big is your gun? Are you sure your dog is sleeping and not dead? Okay, good. She's a beautiful dog. You're welcome. Okay, well, just wait until your dog wakes up. And your dog's going to wake up and, either pass it or she's going to be in like some pain and she's going to make you aware of it.
I feel like it was fun, bro. I swear to God, I went on the couch and I came out with this. It's like now in my brain, I'm having misplacement from where I put it. Like I'm having a whole fucking delusional, I don't know what you call it. Like, what is that when you have deja vu? I'm having complete deja vu. Like, there's all memories falling into each other in my brain. Like very different process. What is happening?
All right, dog. Just, do you really think your dog could eat a handgun? Wait, I can see your. Do you think your dog ate the chicken?
No, she did eat the chicken, but I have nothing to do with the gun. When she ate the chicken, I have the gun.
I'm gonna look this up. Can a golden retriever eat a hamburger? Does she chew on a lot of stuff? Does she chew on stuff?
No.
Yeah.
Different show every night at the world's most famous arena. Sing song. I beg you, beg.
I will apologize. My mom told me I'm gonna tell her to help me find it. If I can't find it, I'm gonna have to report it going to police.
Dude, I wouldn't do that yet. You're gonna lose that handgun, man. If you just within an hour of not being able to find it, report it stolen, you're gonna not get a gun back. So what you do? I mean, if I were you, I wouldn't call my mom because she's gonna be pissed off at you. I would literally wait until my dog wakes up. If you really thought your dog could have eaten it, I don't know how big's the gun.
No one think I was just fucking trolling. I don't think she would have ate it. I was just making up ideas.
Well, then just search through all your shit, man. But I wouldn't call my mom and report the gun missing because the police are then going to come. They're going to want to know everything about who is in your place, what about a stolen gun, and you're not going to be able to get another gun. Well, there's a potential that when they do a background check, when you request a second gun, that because you quote unquote lost the first one, you're not going to get approved for the second one. Especially because it's your first gun and you just got it. So, dude, okay, that's still not more than 20 years. It's not like you have a huge, long list of a history. It's like you just had this gun and you play around like a gangbanger and you fucking lost it. Now, I wouldn't fucking call my mom either. I would just calm down.
I don't play like a gangbanger, okay?
Dude, you're exactly a gangbanger. You carry around a loaded gun and you lose it within 2,000 square feet in 40 minutes. That's a gangbanger, okay? Someone who is a disciplined person with a weapon has that gun available to them, but at least in a secured fashion and always knows where it is. Ask any disciplined firearm owner, and the first thing that they need to always make sure is they know the location of their firearm. You failed step one. So go ahead and call mommy, and mom's going to come over and help you look for it, and maybe you can find it, maybe you can't. I would say this, at least give it 24 hours of you searching your house before you call your mother, and then give it another 24 hours before you report this thing as absolutely stolen, because you don't know it's stolen. In fact, chances are that it's like the most impossible gun to steal ever. It's behind a bunch of locked doors. So, like, the odds of that gun being stolen are so low that you're basically going to the police saying, hey, guys, I'm just really bad. I'm just really bad, a really bad gun owner, and I don't know how to manage things. And I now have to report a gun stolen, even though I know it's not stolen. Like, that's basically what you're going to have to tell them. So before you do any of that, just check all of the shit in your house. Check your garage again. Like, here's what I would do if I were you. Every hour, I would check all the shit that I just checked, and even more so. So take a little break now. Watch TV, play some video games, stream a little bit, and then go back to fucking looking for the thing. And it'll eventually show up.
I'm such a loser, bro. Okay, listen, nigga. I know what the fuck I'm doing. Look, I placed the gun on the fucking couch.
Can I ask you a question? I wouldn't normally ask you this question, but are you... What is your race?
Huh?
What is your race?
You know what?
Why do you use the N-word so much?
Because I can.
But why?
Because I'm allowed to say it.
Yeah, but it just diminishes it. You use it so much. It's like every other word that you use, that it loses any meaning. That's okay. Okay, so you were saying, if you want to call me something, you can call me Rabbi. If you want to call me the N-word sometimes, you can. That's up to you. But quit using the same word because it just loses its meaning. Okay, so you were saying, Tim Tom, you searched the kitchen, I know, you searched the chair, you searched the garage, you went upstairs. Is there anywhere else it could be?
Oh, I went upstairs. I checked everything. You feel me?
Yeah.
Like the only place it could be, it's somewhere downstairs. There's no way it's stolen between the cushions because I checked.
I know you did.
I put my hand down there.
I know you did.
I never did. I checked everything over there. I flipped the fucking couches. Like you see.
I'm just wondering. Go ahead.
Maybe a magic fairy with a yo. I don't know, find you earlier happening.
No, dog. Is it underneath your dog?
Princess, come here. Princess. Princess.
Is she okay? Is she okay? Oh, what a sweetheart. Okay, she's acting normally?
Yeah, not feeling any guns in her stomach.
I know. All right. She's acting totally normally, right? All right, and there's no gun underneath her? All right. She's a beautiful dog. So you did think she ate a chicken with all the bones and everything?
Yeah, maybe that seems like a dog thing to do.
That's a total dog thing to do. Eating a gun is not. But, you know, stranger things have happened, I'm sure. Okay. What did you do in the garage, if I can ask?
I was working out and I had my gun in there. And I said,
Dog. It's in that garage. Go check by all your weights. Go check by all your weights.
It's not, because I took it from the garage and I went inside the house when I was going to work out.
You remember taking your gun?
Yeah.
No, you don't. You paused too long. Just go check by your weights. Just check by your weights. You checked everywhere else. You even checked Princess's stomach. Go check your weights. Once you find your gun, then the rest of your life is open to you. You don't have to call your mom. You don't have to call the cops. You got your gun, and your life will be back to normal. Go check by the weights. What a sweetie. What a beautiful dog. I'm a sucker for dogs, so I could watch your dog all day. But go get your ass up and go check in the garage by your weights. She'd be choking. No dog eats a fucking gun. Like pit bulls don't eat guns. And a pit bull is bigger than that dog. All right, so go check by your weight. All right, here we go. We're gonna check out these things. I know, I'm just saying your name. All right. So check by all your weights. Not by any of the weights. Okay. Could it have been anywhere else in the garage?
Nope.
Okay. So it's literally like somebody came in your house and just took it like a ghost. It's literally like a ghost fucking came in and took it.
You just say, oh,
You're right. And you have a dog. We didn't even think of that.
Even that people that lived in my house and my mom for a long time, or before my stepdad used to live with me for a long time, right?
Uh-huh.
She would still bark, saying go up and run around.
When somebody came in home.
Yeah, she still does that.
Okay, so then on top of you having everything locked, your dog didn't give off any disturbance of it. How long did you go upstairs?
Literally a second. I went up here, okay, let me count for you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Literally 10 seconds.
Do you have a kitchen island?
What?
Do you have a kitchen island?
Where's that?
Or like a countertop?
I don't know what that is.
You have countertop where your toaster is and all your other shit. All right, well, it's not the end of the world. Just continue to live your life the way you normally live your life, and it will show up. Just don't let anyone in your house. Once you let other people in your house, then you never know. But so long as you keep it secured, then literally it has to be in your house, and you'll find it.
Yeah, you really work out, with me. I told him I didn't let him off of PS5 controller.
Okay, so your friend did not come over?
No, he wanted to come over. He wanted to. But then I told him no, my PS5 controller I lost it.
I understand. And does he have any access to your home?
Fuck no, nigga. Listen, I wouldn't knew, bro. I wouldn't knew. He didn't come yet.
Right, I gotcha. Okay. Well, then don't invite him over until you find your gun. You can either do one of two things. You can sit and do nothing, or you can just keep looking. And keep looking and keep looking and keep looking. but you're going to get sick of that. So go do something else. Go get a snack. Go eat something. Go watch a television show, and then go back and look for it. Pardon me? I understand. So you can get your power back by searching everywhere in your house. Like you're sitting on a couch right now. Could it be underneath the pillows on that couch? And you took the pillows off the couch, didn't you? You took the pillows off the couch? No. Did you take the cushions off? So you took the cushions off the couch? I got you. Okay. And how about the cushions you have on the couch right now, or the pillows? It couldn't be behind any of those? Exactly. I believe you have a gun. I don't know where you put it, man. So you can do one of two things. You can search for it and get your power back. Okay, great. Or you can not search for it and not. I don't know what to tell you, but I've done what I can to help you, my friend. I'm glad you're being nice to me. I appreciate that. And I'm going to go back to doing what I was doing, which is trying to stream my computer screen in here. All right.
With a small shop on Sunset Boulevard in 1975, his bite-sized cookies were hit and became a national sensation. He then sold his company in 1988 and launched other pastry and cookie ventures in the
complications from dementia. He is survived by his wife and 4 children.
Maybe his name is Amos. I don't know. Maybe he changed it for the cookie. That's possible. Is that Robert Cabal's? I don't know what's his balls. I like that name.
No, it is not.
Oh, it's not? No, sure. But I don't. All right. But I got a famous Amos story for you. So, back in 1975, you may have heard of the Carbonet. Right? I handled on the Carbonet show. And the guest for that week, it was a guest, actor, singer, athlete, whatever it was. It was Helen Reddy. And I remember this. I am woman, hear me roar. Helen Reddy. And my dad came home from rehearsing that day, and he brought these cookies home. And he said, yeah, the guy named Wally Amos brought these cookies in, and they're unbelievable. And we ate them, and the entire bag would go on in like 8 seconds. And there was something about those cookies that was spectacular. And my dad said, yeah, he was with William Morris for a while. I think as an assistant to an agent or an agent. And he's looking for $20,000 for 25% of his company. And my dad didn't pull the trigger. But Helen Reddy did. Oh, yeah. And he set up shop. I think his very first shop was on Sunset Boulevard. And then his second store, I believe, was in Tarzana off Yolanda Street. And I know that because I went to Portola Junior High. We used to walk after school to Famous Amos. We had to run to get there. Because you walk the line would be 75 kids by the time you got there. And they were a little expensive, but they were very, very good. And it took off for that guy. That guy made millions and millions and millions. Eventually sold to a big company, and they changed the recipe, and it was that brilliant. But when he made the cookies in the bakery on Sunset, I remember stopping by there many, many times to get those cookies. Nothing in the world like fresh, hot, mini, famous Amos cookies.
It's nice to know that your dad was as good a gambler as you are.
My dad could have set up this family for generations. What was that deal? Thanks. I don't see it. Really? I don't see it. What do you see? The 4 horse in the 3rd race in Saturday. Delivered. But that's a great guy, man. That guy had a great life. That Wally Amos, and his famous Amos cookies. That's a cool dude, man.
You know, we used to stop by that famous Amos in Hollywood.
I'm sorry, Angel. I don't want to be a ballbuster. Amos.
Oh, thank you. We used to stop by the famous Amos store in Hollywood, and he would be there.
He was always there. You're right.
Yeah. We'd stop in and get those butterscotch chip cookies. They were so good.
Man. And you got there on closing time. He'd just say, here, take an extra bag, for yourself. Oh, nice. And he was open late, too. So if you're buzzed and, in Hollywood, you always go to Famous Amos at midnight and buy a bag of Famous Amos.
Prior to him in the store and all that, words there, cookie stores, it's everywhere now.
Yeah, everyone's
so many cookies,
out of steel.
Yeah. And were cookie stores popular prior to him?
I had never seen one before him. Never ever knew one. I'm sure they had one in the mall. Remember the mall cookies that they smelled good?
It looked like the size of records.
Mrs. Fields cookies.
And they always smell great, but then you taste it like, it's just missing something here. Well, famous Amos didn't miss. He was the best. He was the best, man. Just those cookies, the smell of them. They were small, the chocolate chips were huge, they were warm, and they were great. And he sold really cold milk, too. Oh, what a time. What a time to be alive.
I remember him on Taxi. There was an episode where, there was an episode where Blanca was trying to make cookies, and it turns out I think they secret ingredient. They found out later on that it was pot. And Famous Amos swallowed Wally Amos, dropped down from the ceiling. There's like some little spirit and told him, you don't know what you're doing.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, that's what I remember.
So he played himself?
Yes.
Oh, absolutely. He also had a guest spot on The Office in the last season. Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, playing himself again. Really? He was like the provider of the cookies and snacks. He was the best.
So not that far in the show, right?
Yeah, no, you know what? why you never saw Mike Brady. Mike Brady left the Brady Bunch. Done. Absolutely done. And I moved in after Michael Scott split. I walked out the door with him. I felt sad. I left him. Never really watched the end of that series. Did you watch the end of it, Stephanie? Oh, yeah. Yeah, really good. I mean, like you said, it's a little bit, it struggles a little bit, but the finale was really good. They did a good job with that. Anyways, I saw a little bit of the finale. That was it. Yeah, just a little bit of that. All right, famous Amos. No longer with us, man. What a guy. All right, live on KFI Game 6.
KUST HD2 Los Angeles, Orange County, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Not a deal? Guess what? I'm Michael Cruz live from the KFI 24-hour news from LA, bringing new ways to address homeless RV camps. City Councilwoman Tracy Park says the situation is urgent and action is needed now.
Our city streets were never designed for long-term street camping. Our city is not an RV park, and we can't and shouldn't put up with widespread impacts these RV encampments cause.
City Council approved a motion to have city staff draw up a policy that will keep RV camps out of neighborhoods and away from schools, parks, libraries, and business districts. A federal judge in LA is criticizing UCLA for what the judge says was the university's hands-off policy during the Palestinian protest this past spring. The judge yesterday said the university's handling of the demonstrations was unimaginable and abhorrent, and he's issued a temporary injunction ordering UCLA not to allow discrimination against Jewish students. Administrators set up camps and people that blocked those Jewish students from parts of campus. UCLA is expected to appeal the ruling. Condo owners in La Habra are finally getting a massive sinkhole repaired after 5 years of caution tape and fencing blocking their front doors.
A 100-foot-long, 40-foot-wide hole is a storm drain that meanders under the property. State Senator Josh Newman says then someone built a drain belt on top. Not knowing the engineering built it out. They level, removed the dirt, planted trees, and soon during this rainstorm, big roots in the soil down below and collapsed the storm channel. Newman secured $8.5 million in state funding for repairs, but it's been stuck in litigation since 2022 as the city, county, and HOA fought over who is responsible. But he says construction will finally start tomorrow in La Habra. We're Ben Carson, KFI News.
Lawyers for Hunter Biden have denied any wrongdoing by the president suddenly and fast the U.S. embassy in Italy for help to land a business deal. Joe Biden was vice president at the time.
According to the New York Times, records indicate Hunter wrote a letter to the U.S. ambassador to Italy in 2016 seeking help launching a business venture for Burisma, the Ukrainian gas company where he was a board member.
ABC's Ed Wynn says Biden's lawyers wrote the letter to the ambassador a wrong request. He insists no meeting occurred and no project materialized. Japan's prime minister has announced he will not run for leadership again in the September elections. ABC's Tom Ritter says Fumio Kishida is pushing a change in the top of the Liberal Democratic Party.
He was elected leader in 2021, and his 3-year term expires next month. Dropping out of the race, whoever wins the party vote will succeed him as prime minister because the LDP controls both houses of parliament.
Prime Minister says it faces a chance for the party to show it's changing for the better. He's pledged to support whoever becomes the new leader.
Delicious, just like a pretzel.
And the anti-ads pretzel says debuted a perfume inspired by its signature aroma. The company started selling the fragrance Mead. Okay. At a pop-up in New York City this week, many customers say they're on board.
It really does smell like when you're walking through a mall and you pass the anti-ads.
This is exactly what you want to smell like, right? And Ian says he can turn the scent into an air freshener or a candle. Mead, the pretzel, is available in 1 ounce and 3.4 ounce bottles. Satellite weather from KFI will say clear skies through the night. Lows below 60 degrees. Staying sunny, staying hot tomorrow. Mid-70s at the beaches. Highs mid-80s. Metro LA, Orange County. Up 100. Close 105. Way out the Inland Empire. Around 90 in the valleys. Close 100 in the Antelope Valley. Teeny bit hotter Friday. 3 or 2 minutes. A couple degrees cooler for the weekend. Right now in Irvine, 82.
Fuck.
Burbank, 89. Torrance, 78 degrees. The KFI Financial Report brought to you by Revive Real Estate. The Dow was up 243 today. NASDAQ was up 5. And S&P was up 21.
Revive Real Estate just released a new tool that lets you see what your home would be worth after renovations. It's free to use. Just go to KFIRevive.com. That's KFIRevive.com.
Angels got some traffic.
Burbank with a slow drive on the northbound side of the 5, getting away from Buena Vista.
This thing is just fucking so slow.
Scariest chaos I've ever seen in my life. In the Apex.
Yeah. Dude, being there live was incredible.
Oh, you were there live?
Oh, yeah. So there was like 100 people in that place.
When he followed up with the hammer fist to the neck area and that thud.
Bro, that left hook was, and it was like when Stipe was trying to like capitalize on a shot he landed.
It's one of those victories where me and the boys were on the couch, and it's not a woo, it's a just a
it's a
yikes.
Because also you know how much damage Stipe has taken in his career.
Jesus Christ. And Stipe hurts him.
There it is. He hit him with that left hook and really hurt him there.
Yeah. But Stipe also hurts him. Stipe also hurts him. Look at this. Bing.
Right there.
And now Stipe goes,
And he thought he had it, so he moved in.
The neck.
He thought he had him when he landed that right hand.
Christ, my Lord.
So apparently he's gained a bunch of muscle. Stipe has. He's been lifting a lot. And, he hasn't fought in 2 years.
Thank God I'm doing comedy.
Yeah, thank God. But for me, when I look at an older fighter like Stipe, who's a legend, I say that's kind of what I want. I want a guy to take a long time off in between a bad KO. And then, no one's more disciplined than that guy. He's a very disciplined, dedicated fighter. That's why he was the most successful UFC heavyweight champion ever. He's also 40-something years old, right?
42, I think. Even.
Okay, so if you just look realistically at natural athletes, when they get to that age, you have concerns. Like, how much of their performance do they have left? And it varies, but it does last longer as a heavyweight.
Absolutely.
Heavyweights, they can
because the nervous system doesn't need to be as rapid fire as in a younger
bantamweight. Yeah. Like 42-year-old bantamweight's kind of done. But George Foreman won the heavyweight title at 45.
Absolutely.
So
I
just feel like, but Bernard was a freak. I just feel like as a fan and as a person who respects the sport, you got to give Stipe a shot.
Okay, yeah.
Especially when he was supposed to fight John, and then John tore his shoulder.
See, with me, it's just like if it's a classic thing of, it's the mean quote that Don King used to have, that when they asked him why he was like ripping off Mike Tyson, he was like, you got to keep the lion hungry,
Oh God. Imagine that's your justification for stealing money.
I know. But Mike Tyson fought 6 times that year. So
that's true. Right. That's true. But that is for some of those guys. That's what
not
they need.
Some. It's as soon as, because I was a big Conor guy, SPG, the lineage. We had a connection, And as soon as Conor started getting rich, I was in. As soon as John Jones got rich, all of them, I'm at home. Let me guess, never gonna see you.
I don't think that's what happened with John. With John, there was a bunch of other factors.
True. Absolutely, and that's why that Stipe fight is also exhilarating. Of like the traditional family guy in the gym, and then the other guy was back,
the greatest psycho that's ever.
And I love it, dude. When he went to Vegas to get his Hall of Fame induction, it just disappeared into the night.
I like the Aspinall.
How many milligrams are those?
3s.
Can I have one?
Yeah, this is Athletic Nicotine. It's another company.
Yeah, somebody gave me an 8 milligram yesterday.
Oh, that's too much.
I was having a panic attack.
That's too ridiculous. That's too ridiculous.
Like a panic attack at 2 a.m.
I like it. I've cut down my consumption quite a bit. I like that fight. I think John Jones and Tom Aspinall is an interesting fight because Tom is a big, fast heavyweight. He's a fucking powerhouse, man, and he's big. He's big as shit. And
big as shit.
If you look at fights where John has had difficulty, some of them have been like really elite strikers. Like he had some difficulty with Lyoto Machida before he got hold of Lyoto.
First round, Machida.
He had some difficulty with Dominic Reyes.
Absolutely.
Dominic Reyes, some people even thought he lost that fight.
Absolutely. Even Thiago Silva, not Silva,
Santos.
Santos.
That's the guy who kicked both his knees out.
Yeah.
But that was a split decision.
Yeah, and even there, Thiago was, even though Thiago was hectic and temperamental in his exchanges, not like a refined striker.
Well, he's just super dangerous, though.
It created problems for John still.
Yeah. That fucking sledgehammer that dude has tattooed on his chest, that's for real. Like, that's how hard he hits. But dude had a sledgehammer tattooed on his tits. It's amazing. But that dude was scary.
But also with Aspinall and Jones, every time people say, dude, watching him and Cyril Gane, and all respect to Cyril Gane, but he never felt anything. It was a made-up guillotine, even just on the cage. He just was like, check this shit out.
But as long as he gets a hold of your neck and he's doubling you up in that position where you can press his chest on your head, that's with a guy like John with his kind of squeeze, that's horrific. A guy like Cyril Gane that's only been grappling for like 5 years, you're gonna get strangled.
It's just that even with John Jones, you know, the heavyweight division has always been a shallow division due to the reason of people being just that size of humans. There's a very small percentage,
including heavyweight boxing.
100%.
Did you see that guy Bacoli knock out Jared Anderson?
Yeah.
Holy shit, that Bacoli guy's terrible.
Holy shit.
Holy shit. I'd heard about him from sparring sessions.
That's the first fight I saw, yeah.
Yeah, me too. I watched a highlight reel of him on YouTube, but I'm not the biggest, like, I don't know all the fighters that are fighting. Yeah. I know a bunch, but I know like maybe 30% of boxing, whereas compared to what I know about MMA. So I had heard about this guy from an article saying that he, like, no one wants to spar him. And I was like, how come? And then I watched him fight. I'm like, oh, well, that's why. Jesus Christ, he's 285 pounds. He's 6'6", 285 pounds, and takes a fucking tremendous shot. And a lot of people thought this kid, Jared Anderson, he's only 24, and he's still very talented. But look at this fucking...
Jesus Christ. And
bro, that was round one. Okay, he dropped him in round one, but then he hit him with this sneaky-ass uppercut late in the fight.
Shorts on with pockets.
Watch this uppercut. Look at this uppercut, dude. I mean, my God. This guy's, like, casually, like, beating the shit out of him. This guy's
he's so big.
And I heard, like, people are terrified to spar with this cat. Like, they don't want to fucking spar with this dude. You bring this guy in to spar you, and he's just beating the fuck out of you, and he could take an insane shot.
He took, like, a 3-piece there,
Like it was nothing. Like it was nothing. He just moves his head a little bit. A little bit when he's getting hit. He rolls it a little bit. But the really good boxers, the guys who spar, look at that uppercut, that sneaky left uppercut. He keeps hitting him with. Look at that one he hits him with.
Also, it wasn't exactly in and out of distance, you know what I'm saying?
Just right in front of you.
And he was parallel legs, so he could hit with both arms.
He's much bigger, right? He's 40 pounds bigger than this dude. And he's fucking dangerous as shit, man.
Jesus.
Look at that right hand, man. How beautiful is it, too? But it's like skillful. It's skillful, fluid punching, but from a tank. He's that Panzer.
Skillful. Yeah, exactly.
And he's crazy knockout power, and he's a vicious body puncher too, man.
Christ.
I watched some of his highlights of some of his other fights, and I went down a rabbit hole. Vicious body puncher too.
Mm-hmm.
He's terrifying. Just walks towards you, just beats your ass. You can't hurt him.
Crazy. It's like remember Francis Ngannou and who's that South African amazing? No, he's not South African.
Are you thinking about Jairzinho Rosenstrike?
Rosenstrike.
Yeah. Remember that? He just stormed.
No, it was literally not even a proper punch. It was Francis just walked towards him like this.
Yeah, just winging nuclear bombs. And one of them caught him. Boom, out cold. And another one on the way down. Boom. Yeah. Well, that's the kind of power that Francis has.
It's just crazy.
It's crazy.
That's why I always love combat sports so much. Is that there's a lot of sports like tennis where a lot of money plays a big role in the sport. You know, it's a rich sport. A lot of money, a lot of business, a lot of politics enters into the sport. Soccer is like that. Basketball is like lots of politics. But like combat sports is like a dude from like a sand mine,
right?
Just somewhere in the world.
Yep.
Just starts KOing people, and within 5. I mean, Conor McGregor, a guy who's a fucking a pipe, not an engineer, but he was some blue collar job.
There's also people that if they do something first and then get into fighting, like there's a lot of guys that are like power lifters, or
NFL
CrossFit
players.
guys, NFL players. I think a big one that's going to be that we'll see is people gymnastics, because especially guys who do the rings and things like that. Think about how much more arm dexterity and strength those guys have. Imagine that guy getting your neck. You know, imagine a guy like that who's a black belt in jiu-jitsu with that kind of crazy strength. Be able to hold yourself up in the air like that.
I did maybe 3-4 years of gymnastics before I started.
Did it help you?
Oh, absolutely. That's when I started wrestling, because wrestlers, Greco-Roman wrestlers, do gymnastics. They all do flips and shit.
Right.
So that's when I started watching them practice, and I was doing gymnastics. And I remember when I started jiu-jitsu, I remember just even my get-ups from positions and my where I'm strong, the positions where I could be strong were much more different than a guy who's like in the gym all the time bench pressing.
Right.
Yeah.
For sure, you have much better control of your body.
Yeah.
One of the things we found out at 10th Planet was with Richie and Gio Martinez was break dancers.
Oh, absolutely. That's gymnastics.
Totally.
That's gymnastics.
Totally. When those guys started training, where everybody was like, whoa. And so Eddie like started learning breakdancing moves. He's like, Eddie's the best. He'll like, go, what do we got to do? What do we got to do? Let's show me how to breakdance. Because like those guys can do all that crazy shit where they can spin around on one hand. Like, so they can do like a lotus in the air. They can do a handstand. Then they put their legs in the lotus position and they can stand on one hand and hop around on one hand.
Yeah.
Bananas. So that kind of control of your body and that kind of strength, like directly train. Those guys really got very well. They also trained really hard, but they got very good at jiu-jitsu very quick.
Yeah, my party trick used to be a backflip at a nightclub.
No slippery shoes for you, bro.
Just whip it out.
You can't have them slippery.
Oh yeah,
those ones that when I see men wear those shoes, I'm like, do you hate traction,
dude? With my when I buy jeans, when I go to stores, the clerks will always think I'm insane because I'll practice checking for a bit. Just check a kick.
You know what you need? You need a pair of Origin jeans.
Oh, these are like stretchy ones?
The most light, stretchy.
Combat ready.
They are basically pajamas. They're basically pajamas. They feel like sweatpants.
But does it look pretty though?
Yeah, let me show you. Go to the Origin website. All American made, everything, threads, everything. Manufactured in America, everything 100%. Buttons, everything. All made in America. This is Jocko Willink's company.
I have that with shirts sometimes too when I feel just a nice shirt, but it's tight. I go, what if I need to pull guard?
They look like regular pants. They look like if you need to pull guard in these, dude, you could fucking train in these. I could literally kick the bag in these, and I'm not bullshitting. I'm not bullshitting. You can throw head kicks in these. They're like pajamas, but they look like jeans.
$129. That's $110 outside of my budget.
Yeah, I'll get you a pair. Just text me what your size is, and I'll get you a pair. They're the shit. But there's a bunch of different companies that sell stuff like that. I really like Barbell Jeans. They do that. They sell those.
I've heard of those.
RevTown are my favorite. RevTown is like the best cut. Those are the ones I wore in the special. Those are RevTown jeans when I did the special. They're super stretchy. They're like, you stretch out in them. But by far the most comfortable are the Origin ones. The Origins, they nailed it because it's the most loose. Like the other ones are like really free moving, but they're pants.
Chuck Norris action jeans. $20, that's my budget.
When I talked about that in my special, people were like, what? Chuck Norris action jeans? Like, they were a real thing.
Bind your legs.
They had a gusset in the crotch.
The slippery shoes.
Yeah, he's got the slippery shoes. Chuck didn't give a fuck about traction. Chuck wasn't worried about you. He's trying to pivot on you, son.
I used to work as a bouncer in a club where there was an outfit for the security too. And dress shoes, dress pants, red, suspenders, and like a fully what's the tuxedo shirt? Like a collar shirt, stiff.
Not
and
good.
I remember the whole time being like, I'm gonna rip these pants as soon as I even do anything.
Not only that, but someone with a collar on. If you have a collar, if you have like a shirt with a collar, that is a weapon against you that's on your neck. Like, why do you have that? That seems so crazy. If you're in a position where you think you might have to defend yourself, you should be wearing something that tears away from your body fairly easily around the upper body, and the lower body, it better give you some movement.
Yeah.
You can't have any and you better have some goddamn traction on the bottom of your soles. You can't have some slippery ass.
Yeah, and the floor is a nightclub floor.
Yes.
Those are all fucking
all
slippery
polished, slippery, and beer and shit spilled everywhere.
Every fight I would see would literally be the first guy throwing the punch.
Yep.
And they're all on the ground.
And then people are kicking you in the head with boots on. Yeah, fuck that.
Fuck that.
Fuck that. Yeah, fuck getting in fights. You know, that's the other thing. People always say, if I could fight, I'd fucking be fucking everybody. I'm like, no, you wouldn't. You'd be dead.
I punched one person in my lifetime working there. Just one person. Most of the time, I would grab them, try to get them in a hold. They would calm down. And one time, it was so this was this big fucking guy, and he opened with a front kick.
Oh, no.
A hip over. Fat dude, like 40 years old, but
he threw a legit front kick.
Yeah, damn, and immediately I knew I'm not gonna just grab him.
That's a crazy thing to open with.
Yeah, I get a hold of that and I throw an overhand. Immediately break my thumb. To this day, my thumb immediately overhand straight to his temple, and I feel my hand. It's shatter. It's done.
Did the guy get hurt, or did you? No,
not a dent. Not a dent. You know how he left the nightclub?
How?
He dragged his wife with by her hair.
Jesus.
Like a. and left the club into the night.
Maybe that's what she likes. She likes to
Probably
go to bars, fuck a bunch of people up, and then drag her away. Let's go, baby. And she just rides them.
And then we
chokes them.
Yeah. And then we went to court from that incident.
Oh my God! Did he get sued or did you sue them?
I think it was the nightclub suing him. Not suing, but it's a whatever settlement, or I mean, it's still people got hurt, so it's still some sort of an investigation or something. Right. But I had to testify in court, and he had to do like a formal apology. They do that here too, right? Where you have to like stand up in court and do a formal. And he had to. Me and the other bartenders working there. I was the only security working that night, of course. That's classic nightclub, 200 people, only guy, 19-year-old kid, cool. Yeah, great. With a bartender who's gay. Awesome. So we had to be, and he had to apologize. He goes, gentlemen, I'm sorry. And you know how he showed up to court? He was just all swollen up. Not from that fight. This was months later. So he's just living that lifestyle.
He's just out there wrong.
Yeah, he was just showed up in court and was like, I'm sorry, gentlemen. And just goes into the day.
Maybe the cops beat his ass.
Maybe, but he just came to court. I remember all of us being like, Jesus Christ, this Mongoloid. It's fucking...
Some dudes like to fight. That's a very unfortunate thing that you enjoy.
See, that was another thing that when I went to all these self-defense classes, I used to do one Wing Chun, you know, and there would be a master who said, you know, sparring is not real life combat. In real life combat, I hurt you, I kill you, you know. And I'm like, interesting. But I would already go to jiu-jitsu, and I'd be in my head like, you know, this instructor shows up, he's got a belly button that has hair in it, and it's a little floppy. And I'm like, I reckon if I'm low kick you, you're gonna feel something. And that was a big problem, you know, with self-defense courses. And me and Preet, the jiu-jitsu guy, we actually used to go to a couple of youth camps where there was troublesome youth, you know, who get into fights. And we would do demonstrations where, do you know, in the 90s in Eastern Europe, there was a rise in people getting stabbed because people would think that you take this course on, you know, you take a course every Sunday where they teach you somebody attacks you with a knife. I remember my friend telling me, like, if you hadn't attacked me with a knife, you're more dangerous to yourself than you are to me, because he believed in this system. And then all these retards would be in fucking Latvia or something, and you're with your girl, and some crackhead comes up at you, and you carved up. Here you go, baby. And you see your fucking blood on your hands. And in that, and that's always what I learned from immediately. I was like, from working as a bouncer, is that, I'm comfortable in a sparring environment, mouth guard on, and we're friends. Even though you're trying to take my head off, I'm in a comfortable environment where I know if I go out, it's over. You know, if you hurt me with a middle kick,
you're not going to get.
But there's men out there who go to bars, they get gacked up, and they just brawl. Those are men who are comfortable in the chaos of a bar, you know.
Also, probably not making good decisions at any stage of their life.
See, that's what I'm saying, is that even though I might be a jiu-jitsu guy, this guy's going to bite my ear. He's going to, you know.
You don't want to fight people, period.
So that's when I really put together all those self-defense. And me and Preet would go to youth camps, and he would crankle up a plastic bottle, and he would be like, okay, Ari, do all the cool moves that they all teach, you know, like, hi, behind the back, grab the knife, you know, and then he would just, you know, I would like grab his wrist, and then he would just pull the knife away, and he's like, at that point, you have a deep cut in your arm.
You'd be fucked.
And he would look at those kids and go, so you guys think that if you see your white flesh like a rose open up in your palm, you think you're going to look at that and go, okay, fucking get the pose. No, that's a instant panic attack, survival instinct, you know.
This video recently.
I don't want to see if it's really bad.
Is that a knife fight?
I'm a very...
No, it's almost describing exactly what you're saying. Like, this guy gets his leg cut really bad.
I did see that. Don't show it to me. Don't show it to me. It's horrible. It's horrible. It's horrible.
I've seen
They're beating up this kid, and the kid pulls a knife out and slices his thigh open almost through the bone, like where it opens up like a flap. Dude, I got a piece so bad. Let's be right back. We'll be right back. And we're back. Doesn't feel so good. There's a feeling that when you have to pee, that like you have like 30% of your mind is available. 70% is like, don't piss your pants. Don't. And you're talking about wrist locks. I'm like, right? Gotta get the guy. can't take it.
I had to pee too, but I was just like, I'm gonna piss my pants on this.
We did it. We held it together. Hey, thank you for being there Saturday night. It was a lot of fun. And Friday night too.
By the way, I have to say, dude, watching you do that live special is amazing. To just watch you, dude. Me and Ron White were in the green room when you were on stage, and we were like, thank God, we're just chilling. In comedy,
because it's scary. Yeah.
But then again, and here's another point that I have to say, that do you know how crazy it is that you have, one of the biggest podcasts in the world, but you're an actual practitioner of an art form that only 10 years ago was not even, stand-up comedy wasn't even the main form of comedy. There was sketch comedy, improv, movies. Stand-up was a subsidiary art form of comedy, like a small genre.
Right.
And that you, with now your platform and your voice, are a practitioner. You could. This is how lucky we as comedians are to have a guy who's an actual practicing comedian. You could also be like a famous guy and just live in the shadows, show up at a club every 2 months, be a superstar, because you're talented and funny enough, do a good set. People go home, that was great, that was Joe Rogan, because people come out to see you, they'll have a good experience. But you're a guy, you're writing bits, you're like coming to the club, your own club, of course, you're coming to the club and you're writing, you're working on it, you're fixing it. And how lucky we are to have a guy who's an actual, you could be like a piece of shit asshole. You could. Absolutely.
Yeah, but it wouldn't work. We would have never been able to do what we're doing. And what we're doing is really good for me too. It's one of the reasons why, I think we're all benefiting greatly from that place. Dude, we're all benefiting from the vibe of it.
Nobody's benefited more than me.
Me, I benefited more than you. Yeah, we're both benefiting. Dude, it's all good, dude. It's all for everybody. We're all getting something out of it, and we're all getting something in it together too. That's the cool part about it. We're all like, Asan always says that. That's one of the things that door guys say. When one of them gets a gig, they say, we up.
Dude, they're so supportive. Because I auditioned for Adam. I got into the club the like proper way. I wasn't some fucking made guy.
Nobody knew who you were.
Yeah. And whenever I get some opportunity like this right now, they're all like so cheering for me,
It's very supportive because they also know that all the stuff that's happening to you can happen to them. All the stuff that's happening right now to William Montgomery can happen to you.
Amazing.
All the stuff that's happening to David Lucas and Cam Patterson and all these guys. Hans Kim's selling out weekends everywhere. He's killing it, and he's doing great. His act is tight.
Mm-hmm.
He's got some funny shit, man. He's got some funny shit. He works at it. That kid has spreadsheets and shit. He's going over his material on fucking Google Docs.
Also, dude, every fucking week there's another guy in that club that I'm like, who's this? And then, dude, Tyler Fisher.
Yep. Oh my God, he's hilarious, bro. That bit he does about being a cop for the pedos, bro. How funny is that? How funny is that bit?
I showed it to the door guys. I filmed myself behind the curtain at Fat Man having to follow Tyler. I filmed my own face and the applauses that he's getting and me being like this. And I always riff with Tyler. I go, hey Tyler, how about we keep 5 characters today? He has a full, because he has characters.
Oh
impressions. Yeah. He goes to the crowd. He jumps. He uses the stage. Liners, jokes, anecdotes, callbacks. Everything is tight.
Yeah, it's tight, and he's got so much energy, enthusiasm, and that guy was having a hard time. He was telling the podcast that he got dropped by his agent because they couldn't handle any more white straight men. Like, you don't think? Did you guys? Are you in the talent business? You don't see how talented that fucking guy is? But it's like this weird thing that we're all a part of.
Well, I was, dude. Think of my storyline. 8th of December, I'm in London, the UK. I went to London a couple of years ago, had a great time because I was doing the open mic circuit. But this time I went back as a headliner, wanting to maybe move up in the industry. 2 months, nothing's happening. Struggling, just because I went to New York, same thing. It was just because I didn't really have a connection. Nobody really knew me. Mm-hmm. And I'm also not a guy who's great at showing up at the park. I don't do coke. I hang, but I only talk bits.
Right.
So, and I would go to like, let's say, a New York, like a Comedy Cellar, and there's like 20 guys with backpacks and tripods, all waiting to talk to the manager, you know? And when I see that, I always feel like, I don't want to be another asshole. You know, hello, I'm the guy, you know? So I just felt like on every audition I had, when you audition in London, that's also, dude, shout out to Adam Eget. Do you know how crazy that is? That he watches Sunday, Monday, he watches everybody. Yeah. You can be on the street, a guy, and you get to be in front of probably the most important talent scout, and he watches them, and he gives you, and if you do a good job, he'll give you a spot.
He's really good at it. He's really good at it. He really understands comedy.
He understands comedy. He gets it. He sees voices. He wants. He gives everybody a shot. He
was on a show with Norm Macdonald. Like they were co-hosts.
Insane.
His best friend.
Yeah.
Yeah. Adam's awesome, and he was one of the first resources. He was the first guy that I got while I was deciding to do this. He was number one.
So I remember when Sam and then 8th of December I fly over to Austin on 9th of December. Nothing's going on. Sam Talent is in town just by accident in Austin, and he came to Estonia to visit me. We only talked online before that. And he goes, yeah, sure, I'll get you a spot. But I didn't want to bother him, so I'm still signing up outside. And then Sam goes, where are you? Adam's looking for you. And I go, oh, shit. I go to the security. You know, the Avengers are out there. I gotta be like, hey, guys. You know? I go like, hey, guys. And they're all hear my accent. They're like, what the fuck? Yeah, you got to get somebody. Sam comes out. I do my set. And even before my set, I see Adam Eget, and I'm like, well, that's the Adam Eget, because I read about him in Stephen Brody Stevens in his special always says Adam Eget like 7 times. So I remember that name.
Adam
Eget trying to hold me down. This is my shot. And he would, and he's back there, and I'm like, oh shit, he actually, dude, I'm 12 years into this, and to see a talent manager or scout or whatever to actually watch your set is actually rare.
Well, the story with me and Adam is Adam was he used to work at the Tempe Improv, and that's why I met him. And he was always a great guy.
Uh-huh.
And then he came over to LA and started working at the Comedy Store when I had left. So I had left after the Carlos Mencia thing. I was gone for 7 years. So I was doing the Improv, I was doing the Ice House, I was doing other clubs. And so then he came and met me. I think it was like 2014. 2014. So 7 years after 2007 there. And I was like, come on, I'm the talent coordinator now. They got rid of the other guy. And I was like, oh, I don't know, man. I don't know if I want to go back. It's just like, I just felt so fucked over. The whole thing was so gross. It was like, fuck that place. But then Ari was doing a special there. So I knew I had to be there. So I had to go back. So I went back Monday night before Ari, or whatever night Roast Battle was at. And I sat in the audience at Roast Battle. It was insane. Jeff Ross said this is like my first time at the club in 7 years. And like, that was a cool feeling. Like to be like, I felt comfortable there again. And then I watched Ari. I have to be there for Ari. I mean, this is not just Ari's first big special on Comedy Central, but it's also Ari, my friend, who I knew who was a doorman. Okay, when I guess I was on either News Radio or Fear Factor. I don't know what TV show I was on at the time I met Ari. It might have been Fear Factor. But like all of a sudden I'm hanging out with this young kid just starting out, and then we become friends, and he goes on the road with me, and we work together, we do podcasts together, and then all of a sudden, all these years later, he's got his own fucking Comedy Central special, and he's got his own Comedy Central TV show, which is one of the reasons why they gave him a special, and he's filming it in the fucking OR. I'm like, wow. I have to be there. I had to be there. So then I came back. And so then I was there all the time. Then I just started going like every day. I was there all the time.
We heard about it on the podcast all the time.
I just went back full on. And then Adam and I started talking. And one of the things we started talking, I was like, what do you want? Do you want to do? He felt, like a little bit underpaid. And there's a lot. I go, what do you want to do? What would be the ideal way to open up a club? And we would start talking about what to do. We start talking about what is really important. What's really important is like a talent coordinator is a lot of times it's just the manager picking headliners to come in for the weekend. Right?
Or some insane girlfriend of the owner.
Yeah, so this is the difference. The difference is, I think there's probably different kinds of classifications for what kind of clubs they are. Our club is a development club.
Absolutely.
It's not just a club for great headliners like when Colin Quinn is here or Dice is here. It's a club for developing. So we said, okay, how many nights a week should we have open mic night? And we said 2. Let's do Sunday and Monday. So 2 nights, full open mic night. And then it was Adam's idea to have door people audition with their act. And I was like, you know what? Door guys fucked off so much at the Comedy Store. They were so bad at doing certain things. They were scamming money and getting people to bribe them, which we've had that too. But that's normal, right? You know, you got to.
Yeah, these are comedians, dude.
Yeah, wild people. But the door people at the mothership are so much better than any of the door people at the Comedy Store. And I think part of it is because there is this ethic there that we're all the same thing. We're all together. Yeah. We're all the same. We all hang out together at Mitzi's Bar. We're all the exact same thing. Just some of us have been doing it 30 years. Mm-hmm. Some of us have been doing it 12 years. Some of us have been doing it 5 years. Some of us moved here because they did a few open mic nights. It's the only thing they ever loved in their life. It's the only thing they ever wanted to do in their life. And they're like, God damn it, I want to be in Austin. Mm-hmm. And then they moved there and they got a job there. And their act is what gets them the job. And if you could string together a few minutes and you could show that you could get those sparks going and make a little campfire, okay, let's see how much better you get at making campfires. Let's see what you can do. And that's the difference between that club and everywhere else. And it all goes all the way up to the very top. Whether it's Shane or Tony or anybody who's working on their act and working on new stuff, you see them. You see Brian Simpson constantly. Ron White, sharper than he's ever been.
How
Assassin.
Is he, 70?
He's 1,000 years old.
Dude,
Ron White was born before there was feet. People still had fins. He's an animal. He's better than he's ever been before.
Yeah. We were driving to your special in San Antonio. He picked me up from my house, and I'm like, I'm in the car with Ron White. Yeah. And he's just talking about DMT doing 90 miles an hour all the way sideways. He's like, all right, there's another world out there. I'm like, we're doing 90 in this one, though.
Ron's in the simulation for sure.
Dude, but also, like I was saying about you, you might think that this guy will come to the club and be a superstar. No, he comes in and works on his act, talks about bits.
Yeah, and he's hang out.
And having a panic attack just like I am.
And he loves when a bit bombs. He comes back, well, that fucking didn't work at all. And he's like, trying to explain to us why this bit bomb.
He comes to agree with something. He goes, that fucking sucked.
Yeah, they weren't my favorite. But he's 2 things. One, he's the reason why I moved here. Because he was the first guy. He was here before the pandemic.
But he's from Texas.
Yes. So he moved here. Like, I was like, where have you been? Because I knew he still had his house in Beverly Hills. I'm going to get rid of my house in Beverly Hills. I'm going to live down here in Texas. And so he said it was center of the country. You could travel anywhere. And I was like, damn, maybe. But I'm like, I can't live there. Because I was always wanting to get the fuck out of LA, but like, I can't leave the store. But once they shut the store down, I was like, oh, all right. Well, what the fuck am I here for? The crime? Like, what am I here for? If I'm not here for the store.
And you're not doing movies?
I don't want my youngest kids to grow up in this place. It seems like it's getting worse. And I also felt like there's better places to be. And so when we all came out here together, it's like we all, especially like when we first started talking about the developing of the club, was the whole idea was like, let's do it our way. Let's do it the right way. As opposed to doing it as a business, let's do it as like, what are you trying to do? You're just trying to make the best club possible. Okay, well then do that. And then the business stuff, put that aside. You got to stop. Don't think about maximizing profits because there's only one shareholder. So let's just do it the right way. And the right way is the comedians get most of the money. The right way is you bring the best people in. The right way is you develop talent. The right way is you have a show like Kill Tony that sets the tone for the entire comedy universe. It sets the tone. And then guys like you can get on that stage, crack some fucking great bits.
Yeah.
And then bam.
It's crazy.
You're off to the races.
And I kind of feel like, because I'm a big book guy, I've read everything about the Comedy Store, everything about the history of the industry, Late Night Wars, David Letterman moving, Johnny Carson moving from New York to the Burbank. Okay, I know everything. And I kind of feel like I'm living the gold rush that was in the 80s and 90s in Comedy Store. I kind of feel like I'm living that right now.
This one's crazier.
Well, yeah.
This one's crazier because this one people are doing arenas. I mean, we're doing Kill Tony this weekend in Madison Square Garden. There's 2 nights. 2 nights in New York City. Sold out Madison Square Garden. This is Tony's and Red Band's coming out party. This is the big deal.
This is the big deal.
They sold this out quick, you know, and it's a beautiful thing to see. It's a beautiful thing to see everybody flourishing. And this idea that we had actually work. It's actually coming to fruition. You know,
amazing. Yeah,
it's crazy. Yeah. And to have you, Tony, and Ron there when I was filming that thing also. So the green room was just like regular green room.
Regular ass green room.
Right? So we're used to hanging out, having fun, laughing, being fun, and just like being silly together. So we're all being silly, so I was just super loose.
But then also there was that moment where me and you were in your green room, and both of us were in our notebooks for about 20 minutes, just in silence.
Yeah.
And I remember after thinking, like, holy shit, see, this is what it's all about.
Yeah.
We're just writing bits and just...
You got to work at it, man. And sometimes we don't, you know, sometimes we don't. And one of the things that really made me think a lot about this, the live things, like, first of all, I said no. When my manager called me, I said, do you want to do a live special? I said, fuck that. I don't want to do that. And then as I got off the phone with her, I was driving, and I was like, why did I say no? Like, why are you such a pussy? Oh, because you're scared. You're scared of doing it live. And I was like, oh, why are you scared of doing it live? Like, what is it about? Like, you do everything live. Like, you do UFC live. Podcasts are essentially, they're recorded, but you're just freewheeling, right? So why can't you do that live? Like, just prepare better. Just prepare more. So I was preparing way more.
Oh, yeah, watching you develop that hour was insane. You were working. Dude, also... I've never seen you off. I've seen you in the green room, maybe in a different mood than the other night. Dude, when you go on stage, it's the Rock City every fucking night. It's crazy to watch.
Well, I've just been preparing this set for quite a while. You know, I thought I was going to do a special in August of 2020. That was the plan because I had done a 2018. So I did 2016 was Triggered. And then my next Netflix special was 2018. That was Strange Times. And I was going to do one in 2020 and call it Sacred Clown. And it was based on the Lakota Hayoka, was the person in the tribe that made fun of everything. Because if you couldn't make fun of anything, it was bullshit. They had like a spiritual person in their tribe. That was their goal was to make fun of everything. It was a sacred clown. And so I was like, that's perfect. Because that's what it is. You're just talking shit and making fun of things. And you should be able to do that about everything. And everything you can't make fun of is most likely bullshit.
Well, that's your comedy club. Dude, I love that you called your comedy rooms after the 2 nuclear bombs. But that already shows there's no rules.
There's no rules.
It's over.
And I was worried about that at first. I was like, God, this is so
that's perfect. That's letting you know there are no rules.
Do you know one of the reasons why I decided to definitely call it that?
Why?
Because I told it to Louis C.K. And he went, I go, that's it. It has to be that. And also, it's part of UFO folklore. One of the main reasons why I wanted to have them, because I knew I had 2 rooms and I knew there was 2 bombs. And it was after those 2 nuclear bombs were dropped that they started. Kenneth Arnold had his sightings. Roswell, New Mexico had that big sighting. Like all the big events of UFO folklore happened after the bomb. And the idea is that these interdimensional beings, they go, okay, these fucking crazy territorial apes have now developed nuclear bombs. This could be very dangerous because if these idiots arm themselves as we have right now to the point where they can blow up the whole world like many, many times over, they might do it. Let's make sure everything's cool. And so that's when all the UFOs started. So for the Comedy Mothership, with this UFO based thing, you kind of had to have those as the name because that's what sends out the signal.
Yeah,
those bombs, Fat Man and Little Boy, those bombs. That's what. If you believe, and I love to believe. I don't 100% believe, but I kind of love to believe. I love to at least talk about it. If you believe that we were visited multiple times by alien life, and a lot of it happened after 1947, makes sense.
Well, yeah, if the universe is infinite and there's a higher species out there, you would look at Earth and you'd be interested.
100%. And then who knows what happened in Roswell so the bombs were 45, Roswell was 47. Who knows what really happened at Roswell? But they do know that whatever they did, they took that wreckage and they flew it in 2 separate jets to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base because they didn't. If one of the jets went down, they wanted to make sure they still had the wreckage. They put it in 2 different jets. That's how important this shit was. Whatever the fuck it was. Bob Lazar.
Who had that crazy story. I just remember one story where he told that there were like multiple doors open, and it was an act because they were separated or something where he was working on, and by accident he like saw the spaceship like through the doors, and I remember being like, holy shit.
Well, he saw, when he went in to see it for the first time, it had an American flag sticker on it, and his first inclination was, oh, this is why people keep seeing these things, these are ours. But then the way it's described now, who knows if it's true?
Yeah, who knows?
Okay, but I love to believe it is. And the way he describes it is like they essentially brought him in and said, tell me what this is. Figure this out. How does this work? What is it? And they really never did. They kind of got a working understanding of it, but it based on some element that was only theoretical at the time, now been proven by one of the particle colliders. They created this particle.
Hadron particle collider, right?
Well, yeah. The
one in Switzerland?
Yeah, that's where it is, right? That's the...
Mm-hmm.
That's the one that they
black
were,
holes.
Yeah, that's what they're worried about.
Bro.
It's gonna make a black hole that shoots.
I remember I did like mushrooms for the first time and started reading about it. I'm like, great.
Those super nerds are gonna kill us all. But they did discover that this element that Bob Lazar theorized exists. But then what I've heard is like they already knew that was going to be an element. So him saying that there's a lot of things like the Higgs boson. There's a lot of things that they knew existed, but they needed to get proof of it through the particle colliders. And so a lot of people aren't that impressed with that, but he said they had a stable isotope. They had a stable version of this element, and this is what powered this generator. And this stable version of this element would sit inside of this container, and it would be bombarded with radiation, and it would somehow or another manipulate gravity. It's the wildest story ever, the most fun story ever.
Yeah.
But he essentially said they were trying for years to try to figure out how to reproduce it, and they couldn't figure out how it worked. They did a bunch of different things. One guy died apparently trying to cut into it.
Holy shit!
Yeah, that was a guy before him apparently. Yeah. And then there was the wackiest thing of all is that we talked about this yesterday. They said that they had a big thing on religion, and one of the things that they said that they look at us as containers. Yeah, and it was like that religion was here so that we don't damage what's inside the container. The religion was put here to give people rules and regulations so they could follow, so they don't destroy their souls. So like they're just harvesting our souls,
yeah,
and making sure our souls don't go
because we
rotten.
would be just sucking and fucking and sucking.
Right. Now imagine that. If that's what happens, that's how they trick you into downloading your brain into a computer. Mm-hmm. That's it. That's the end result. They're just trying to get that soul, and then you are just trapped, and that's what hell really is.
Mm-hmm.
Just stuck on a hard drive with nothing there. Imagine living your whole life being paralyzed, but you don't need food or water, but you're lying on the floor of an empty office building. That's you inside a computer forever.
In the void.
And they don't download anybody else onto your hard drive either. Because if they have other people on that hard drive, it'll ruin the hard drive. We can't have your code, my code, mixing together. Oh, come on. Yeah, we're in a weird time, my brother. We're in a weird time because the reason why comedy, as you were saying earlier, is like this kind of comedy is like the most prevalent comedy because the only one you could actually be free and do. You can't make Tropic Thunder anymore. You can't make,
there'll be a movie. It's a pendulum, Culture is always a pendulum. There'll be some dude. There'll be the new Andrew Dice Clay. There'll be the new Tropic Thunder. There'll be the new Superbad.
I hope so.
Yeah, 100%. Because as soon as something is like 51% of popular opinion, the 49% becomes cool. The rebellion comes cool.
Yeah, but it won't even be popular opinion. The popular opinion is almost 100% that they would want Tropic Thunder.
Yeah. That's true.
The real popular opinion amongst people who go to see those films. Let me say it that way. Because popular opinion amongst people who don't go see Superbad, what difference does it make? But the people that do go see those movies and do enjoy those movies would go to see one right now. Most of them.
But there's always, and that's why I always, there's so much fun in rebellion and breaking the rules. And the more, I always think, the stronger a line is, the more power you have of crossing it.
Right. Also, I just don't think the line is real. I think the line is a small, very vocal minority of people. And the majority of people know what jokes are.
Yeah,
but you can't finance these things anymore.
But then again, if it's all no rules and no like, if you don't get a reaction, then it doesn't have any power. You know, it's like when Tony, we were just talking in the green room when Tony Hinchcliffe said "faggot" on Netflix at the Tom Brady roast.
Right.
That's like, if you're a culture nerd, that's like a cultural moment.
Right.
Because
a Confederate fag. Yeah.
Yeah. Because he's saying something that unanimously 5 years ago was the line.
Yeah.
But now
the line's moved.
It hasn't even moved, but people dance around the line and it gives it power. Because if you create a line, you're going to create people who are going to dance around it, give them. And that's,
yeah, but no, they don't. We didn't agree to the line. That's why. But the thing is, like, that line only existed in corporate-controlled media.
Mm-hmm.
It existed in like virtue signaling internet people.
But that's the power of the release,
right?
You know?
But that line didn't exist amongst friends.
Oh,
that's why.
Off the record talk.
Yeah, real shit talk. That line never existed. Retard was on the table.
Oh, retard has never left the table.
Never left the table, especially in quiet company when you're alone. You know, what's going on with your brother, dude? He's fucking retarded. I can't talk to him. He doesn't listen. That's normal talk. Normal talk. We know what that means. And the idea that we're supposed to back off these words because a select minority of very vocal people who are like super sensitive and probably medicated, like, no, don't listen. Like, no, don't watch that movie. No, don't go to see that stand-up. You don't have to like everything. There's a lot I don't like that other people love. And guess what? I'm fine with that. I like it. I like the fact there's a variety of different human beings. It's a fun part of being a human.
Yeah.
It's fun.
Yeah.
And, you know, that's the beauty of true diversity. You know, like, one of the things that's great about the club is the lineup is actually very diverse, but not because we wanted it to be diverse. We wanted people who are really good.
Killers.
And they come in all fucking sizes and shapes. They come in,
cameraman.
yeah, fat gay guys, small fucking porn addicts. like they're all over the place.
They're all over the place.
Everybody's different. And that's good. That's good for everybody. And it's like, we speak this language. We're here for this art form. Everything else is fine. Like, you just be a nice person. Be nice to us. We're nice to you. We're nice to each other. We're all going to grow from this experience. We're all going to be better people because of this. We're all going to be better members of our community. We're creating a community.
Also, there are nights at the Little Boy because of the underbanks and stuff. I'll say some stuff.
Yeah, you get a little wild.
That I know is not leaving this room.
Right.
And the release you see in the people where
they're laughing so hard.
There's like a 40-year-old guy with his wife, and he's like, I can't believe this European fuck is saying this is not okay. But that's so fun. That
right,
it's not
but then
okay.
there's a lot of people that are laughing really hard.
But no. That's why. But he's also laughing because it's not okay.
But it is okay.
It is okay here. But
it should be okay everywhere. It's okay in private company, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Off the record talk.
Off the record talk.
Yeah. But it should be okay. And this art form requires that you do that. It does. It doesn't require you have to do it. There's guys like, you know, Brian Regan, who are brilliant. Jim Gaffigan, brilliant. Gaffigan's brilliant. You never have to worry about him offending, unless he reads Twitter. You never have to worry about him offending you, right? His stuff is squeaky clean. Perfect example. Nate's genius. Brilliant.
You talk about table.
Squeaky clean. Yeah. Those guys have always existed, and those guys are us too. It's fine. It's like no one dislikes Sebastian. You know, everyone loves Sebastian. He was just at the club last night.
Yeah, I brought him up. Amazing.
He's the best.
He's the best.
The nicest guy too. I love him.
Talks about his mole infestation
and how he likes to cook. This is how I cook a shit.
You ever get a guy?
He's awesome. I actually just got a message from one of my friends. They said they saw him at the club last night. It was brilliant. But like, the point is, like, everybody's different. That's great. Boy, girl, gay, straight, everybody. There's a bunch. All you have to do is be good. That's it. And you don't get any brownie points for your group if you're not good. Okay? If you want to come on just because you're a this or a that, guess what? There's no room for that. Well, you have to be good.
All the festivals, comedy festival. I was a big festival circle because that was where you could get up back in the day. Australia, Edinburgh, JFL. They're all falling apart because they didn't listen to the ripples of laughter.
Well, they're doing a different thing. Here's the problem. The people that are doing the festival themselves are not usually like working stand-up comedians.
Yeah.
right? So there are people that exist in the ecosystem that aren't creating the thing, right? So they know what they like. They might know what and they might also apply their own personal politics to their decisions about what kind of comedy they want to see.
It's also, is it their personal politics or is it the politics that they think people are going to gravitate to, you know?
I think it's both, because I think primarily in show business, people are indoctrinated into the cult of leftism. It's almost universal in show business, except for a lot of musicians that kind of keep it undercover. But a lot of actors have to keep it undercover too. Like conservative actors just keep their mouth shut, like Chris Pratt type dudes. They get in trouble every time they talk about Jesus.
John Cena talking in Chinese.
Yeah. Well, that was different. That was a little bit of an apology. I didn't do that bit in my act. But the whole thing about it is that, you've got to let people express themselves however they are. However, what are you, Tyler Fisher is very different than David Lucas, right? David Lucas is very different than Ron White. Everyone has to be able to express themselves in whatever form they find themselves in going through this life in the best possible way they can. That's what we're setting out to do.
But that's like that jazz thing that I was talking about, is the resonation of the feelings of the story that you're expressing that people gravitate to. And when you start putting a bullshit agenda out there, I feel it. I see it.
100%.
I see it.
And that the anti-bullshit is that green room. Because the green room was so fun that you go on stage from there with those good vibes. Like I'm like sad that I have to shut my phone off. I'm like sad, I gotta go, guys. And I'm sad that I have to leave our fun clubhouse.
Sometimes I'm sad that I have to go on stage.
I know, I'm sad I have to go on stage. I'm not really, but I want to continue the conversation. I know I'm going to have a great time on stage. I'm looking forward to it, but I want to continue the conversation. And then having you guys in the green room with me when I filmed the special was huge, man. It was huge because it really was like, I always feel this, like I went camping with Brian Callen once. We went on a deer hunt. And I was like, dude, it's going to be crazy. We're going to go to Montana. It's going to be freezing. It's going to be 5 degrees outside. We're going to be sleeping on the frozen ground. We're going to go hunt some mule deer in the mountains. You want to do it? He's like, fuck yeah. So we did it. But I was like, if you and I are together, it'll be fun no matter where we are. Like Brian and I could be hanging out in some shitty motel in the middle of Saskatchewan, just laughing our asses off. Just because we're friends. And we've been friends forever. And so we can have fun together. So no matter how chaotic the situation is, when you have friends with you, it changes what the situation is. So even though that was a live show in front of who knows how many fucking people watching live on Netflix, I was hanging out with you guys. Yeah. It was normal show. So I just kept myself in normal show mind and just went on stage.
It was very cool to learn, like watch you from the side and be like, yeah, you're just doing another set. And also you were so well prepared that you were like the perfect guy to do that live special.
You got to prepare in a different way. It's like, there's the thing about archery, okay? Like if you, say if you're proficient at 50 yards, you can hit a bullseye on a regular basis at 50 yards. Mm-hmm. You really should be hunting at about 25 yards. Because at 25 yards, you're shaking, you got adrenaline, there's anxiety, maybe this is a new thing, there's a wild hog moving 50 yards away from you and you're drawing on, like, oh my God, is this really happening? Like, you probably shouldn't be shooting at 50 yards. Yeah. If you want to shoot at 50 yards, you should be really proficient at 100 yards. And you should have a bunch of shots already under your belt so that you are accustomed to this experience. So with comedy, I was like, okay, I know I've done a bunch of live shows, but I can't just go up on stage like this is a regular live show. Like, I've done a bunch of shows in front of a live audience. This is going to be a way different pressure. And if I don't agree to that in my mind, and if I don't address that in my mind and over prepare, you let that tiny window of doubt open, and that the little demon of doubt will sneak in and steal your confidence and fuck with your head and give you anxiety and make you start thinking of, what if you bomb? What if you forget the jokes? What if you forget what place you're at? What if you forget the line? What if you forget the punch? What about that new punchline you're going to do? You're going to forget it. You could mind fuck yourself, or you could just super over prepare. So I super over prepared. Yeah. I listened to recordings. I watched videos. I wrote for I prepared for 5 hours the day of the show. I never left my computer.
That's how I always feel about writing and writing during the day about comedies. People always go like, oh, you just write an act. And I go, to be honest, 99% of the shit I write during the day doesn't end up actually working on stage. Most bits still click on stage, but I have to give an energy out to the universe that, listen, I'm preparing for this.
Yeah.
Just so I know that I'm ready, when I go on stage. And even though you can't exactly say that I'm writing the perfect set and it's going to go as I wrote it, but the energy that I put out in the universe is that I'm preparing.
Yeah, it's not, that's not the process. The process isn't you write it exactly as you're going to say it, because you really need to say it in front of an audience to know how to say it.
Exactly.
And you just hear it for yourself too. And you need to actually, the whole thing is it's a framework for you being in the moment talking about that thing, right? And if you can set that framework up well on a piece of paper or on a computer screen, that's great. But then you review it and then you keep tweaking it and you keep fucking with it.
But also if I don't write, I just feel like why am I not working hard at this?
Right.
And that gives me anxiety of being like, because I remember the first lesson in martial arts that I had, the first lesson in my life, we have compulsory military service in Estonia, which I didn't do. I regret it. The only reason I didn't do it is I did sports, and guys who went to do the military service, they ate shit food, got back injuries, came back, and they lost a year in their athletic life. And a year, as you know, in an athletic version, that's huge.
Yeah.
So I didn't do that. I regretted that. But the first lesson I got through martial arts was that why I wasn't successful in mixed martial arts wasn't because I'm physically I wasn't talented, but the reason I wasn't successful was because I always thought about, I wanted the accolades. I wanted to be the cool guy who gets the head kick, kisses the girl,
right,
and is cool.
Dude, you didn't want to deliver.
I didn't want during practice, during like jiu-jitsu classes when Preet is talking about armbar defense, I'd be daydreaming about what song am I going to come out to.
That's hilarious. You're a showman.
And I would go, it's just boring, dude. I want to go spar. So I would go to Thai boxing clubs and spar and have fun with my friends. I would build a fake ring in our gym, and we would do all the cool stuff that we wanted to do. And then I remember maybe a year later, there was a nerdy guy who started same year as me. Nerdy, no class, not physically gifted, not gifted at all. A year later, I spar with him, and this fucking nerd is fucking me up with a jab. But that's because he had mat time.
Right.
We always call in wrestling this expression called mat time.
Sure.
You can be amazing and talented and a fucking beast, but if I do 400 hours and you do 22, no matter, at the end of the day, I'm gonna get you because I have mat time. And
especially with jiu-jitsu.
Especially.
But it's also how much energy are you putting towards a thing?
Exactly.
That's really what it is.
And it wasn't that, and that's what I learned about the whole thing. I was like, yeah, he was putting energy into the universe and committing to something.
Yeah.
And putting that out there. And even though
it's also you're looking for a result and he's involved in the process. You have to trust the process.
Exactly.
That's the process of writing.
Exactly.
So, and this is one thing that I tell comics all the time. They always say, I write on stage. I'm like, bro, I do too. I do too. We all do. Especially when you do bottom of the barrel. You always write on stage. You're fucking around. I fuck around all the time. It's fun. It's fun to fuck around.
Most of my bits come like this.
Sometimes they do. But also you can write.
Yeah.
It doesn't hurt you to write.
It doesn't hurt you.
No. And me preparing for this live special made me really concentrate on like tightening up segues. I didn't want anything to be clunky. I wanted to like really make sure that I had it fucking polished down.
Jerry Seinfeld had a great quote where he goes like that a comedian told him, yeah, right on stage. He said, I'll see you in 20 years.
You can write on stage. There was a great article that was out that was about Jerry Seinfeld and Chris Rock. I think it was in Fortune magazine. See if you can find it. But it was essentially they were saying Chris Rock said this best. The guy was going, what do you do during the day? He goes, I don't do nothing, but I do open mics every night. And he said, during the day is where you make your money. At night is when you collect it.
Wow.
Look at that. You collect your money at night, but you make it during the day.
So true.
Because the performance is just a byproduct. It's a great article. And it's the perfect mindset, especially coming from a guy like Chris, who's, put out Bigger and Blacker. And was the other one that was like, is two great ones when he first came.
And then
what was the other one?
Bring the Pain.
Bring the Pain. Those two are some of the greatest comedy specials in the history of the world.
In the history.
And that guy, man, like, listen to him. Whatever the fuck he has. He used to come to the Comedy Store, and he had a very unique strategy. He would come to the Comedy Store with premises and, like, ideas that he had, but he did not have them worked out. And he would just eat shit. Like, try to eat. Like, try.
Mm-hmm.
Like, let it be. Like, let there be, like, some blank spots. Let there be some dead air. And force himself to come up with the funny and find the funny. And then you see it revised the next night. And you see it revised. That was what they said about Pryor. They said Pryor would show up at Tuesday with a bunch of ideas for bits, and they would bomb. And then on Wednesday, they might bomb a little less. And then on Thursday, they would start kicking. And then Friday came along, and he was in the maid room murdering with some shit that he came up with on Tuesday.
But that's because those guys aren't scared to stare down the bull.
Right.
Because a lot of guys get their first 20.
Right.
And they're so scared of letting it go because it was so hard.
So hard.
And it's hard. People always say, oh, it's hard to be an open micer. No, bro. It's hard to be Chris Rock.
It's hard to be an open micer, too.
No, it is. But what I mean is that
hard. It may be harder to be an open micer because you don't know what the path is. Like, you don't even know how to get funny.
But what I mean by that is that the open micer, how many guys when you started coming, how many guys did you know who were so much funnier than you just because they played poker without chips on the table? They would show up on their terms, go on their favorite room, do their favorite material. They would have a couple of drinks, but they would then disappear and then when they get the weekend and it's Thursday, you got to be funny at 8:00. Friday, you got to be funny at 7 and 10. They would kind of fall apart because they're only playing poker by their rules when they're comfortable with their friends in their favorite rooms.
Right.
But can you be a professional 5 times a week?
Also, when you feel uncomfortable going to this new place and then you know you have to do a long time, do you have the stamina to keep that party mind going on for 45, 50 minutes? A lot of free balling. Yeah, free balling's fine if you're doing 15 minutes.
Absolutely.
You know, you don't worry about it.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. It's on your terms.
It's a different thing.
It's on your terms, you know?
Yeah, well, I think if you're going to prepare for a special, you have to do a lot of hours. I don't really think you could get away with, unless you're a guy who does a lot of non sequiturs, maybe you could piece together like 3 or 4 sets and then put them together for one night. Because if you know how they go, you could do that. Like if you're working in New York City, but there's no substitute for those long ass sets, man.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's different types of comedians that have a different process. Absolutely. There's no right way of doing it. No. But are you staring down the bull of your own fears, you know?
Right.
Whereas some guys maybe might not benefit from writing during the day. I get that. But are you maybe overlooking some?
No. Everybody benefits from
it. Yeah, that's what I think.
I don't believe that. I believe even the greats who don't do it, if they did it, they'd be even better. And I think that because of my own personal experience with writing a lot.
Absolutely. When I started, I remember that was exactly the murderers around me who were a bit ahead of me. During the day, they would all have these talks and they would all be like, what is the path and the energy and with the, you know, what is the comedy? What is it? But the whole time, I'm just writing basic hacky anecdotes because I'm fucking 2 years in, of course, I'm writing basic hacky anecdotes. But I remember from sports, I just looked because they all came from the either fucking bars or artistic or theater. I came from sports where it's like, no, show up for practice. I don't give a fuck if it's your off day. Listen, if your leg hurts, don't kick as hard, but just be there. Be cognitively in the process.
Yeah.
You're putting energy into the universe. And the way the universe has always worked is if you put energy out, something's coming back. There's never, I've never known a comedian who has been working hard, honestly, for 10 years and hasn't made it. I've never known a guy.
If they have it, if they have the spark. But there have been some people that somehow or another snuck through in some bizarre way that are still there.
Yeah, but even that is a true testament of if you just fucking...
Right, but what... Yeah, but we can talk about that later. It's not important to be negative. But, but yeah, you're right. It's like if you... I always say to people that are funny at all, like if you do an open mic night and you make me laugh, I'm like, you have the hardest part down. You're funny.
So true.
Now just keep going. Now just keep working at it. And the more time you spend working on it in every realm, whether the more sets you do, the more recordings you listen to, the more writing, you sit in front of your notepad.
Yeah.
Write. Sit down. Come up with ideas. Mess around. Like go over some of your old notes. You should have old notes. You should have like a orphan baby folder. So like they're orphan jokes of mine. You know, the thing about writing, they always say kill your babies.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like for editing, like
Mm-hmm.
it's hard for writers or hard for anybody who's a creative person. They create something, you don't want to let it go. I have like a whole folder of orphan babies. And I'll go back to that folder every now and then. Like,
Every once in a while.
Maybe I need to talk about that again. Huh.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll find a new way. And so you always have like some fertile land to till. And that's only from writing. If you don't write then you're just stuck with what's in your mind right now. And what's in your mind right now is probably pretty good. A lot of guys do very well with what's in their mind right now, especially they do a lot of sets. But you're really better off if you also spend some more time working on the ideas in silence by yourself. Just sit there. Sit there, and you'll every now and then you come up with some of my best lines. I've come up with that way.
Exactly.
It's out of nowhere.
And then the most magical, dude, I had that at the Little Boy on Tuesday doing Bottom of the Barrel, where I pull out the subject, and there's a shelf in my mind that was there. I put that topic there 7-8 years ago.
Ah, and then you remember it.
Put it there. And I never even thought about it because it was so stupid. It wasn't even.
It comes out of Bottom of the Barrel, like a little gift from the universe.
Then I go to the green room and write it out. Go straight to Fat Man Murder.
Ah! Yeah, that's the beautiful thing about that place. It really is a true place where you can develop. I'm taking a couple weeks off, but I'll be back.
Yeah, hell yeah, dude. It's crazy.
I need to just relax a little.
You know, the first time I saw you was in Australia.
I know, yeah, we're talking about that.
Comics Lounge Melbourne.
Yeah.
One of the door guys, Tim, was a good friend of mine, and he writes me during the day, hey, Tony Hinchcliffe. And this was when, because I told you, this was when Tony, this was like 8 years ago, he was already good, but he wasn't the heel that he is now. The guy.
Right.
But he had that spark, because when he opened for you in the theater, I remember he opened with, Melbourne, Australia, lots of white people. What is this, heaven? And Melbourne is a super liberal, you know, the theater. The release.
Yeah.
There needs to be tension for there to be release.
Yeah.
And I remember my friend Tim writes me, and he goes, oh, Joe Rogan, and they're coming too. And it was another guy's, it was like an Australian guy's show or something. You know, that's his headlining show. And he was big in Australia, but not like pack out the club, half-papered, older people. You know, it was like a regular crowd, I would say. Nothing superstar, rock star shit.
Right.
And all the open micers, all of me, everybody gets back into the room to watch you. Because you're our first famous guy that we've seen drop into that club. And in our head, you know how open mic, we're all haters, dude. We're all like, let's see this American guy bomb, you know? Because we're all haters at that point. You know, open micers.
Oh,
dude.
yeah, I was a hater.
Dude, yeah, what do you think, dude? I'm getting 2 minutes at this club. What the fuck am I, you know? So we're all like, oh, how's this? And they go, from America. And this was, you had the Joe Rogan experience. It was, I think, you just went from Ustream to YouTube. It was big in the comedy community. But in Australia, pop culture, not that big. You know, you were the Fear Factor guy, I would say, most. Just looking at the crowd, what they thought of you. And you get a polite, nothing like it would be today. You get a polite applause. And you go out there, and it was your triggered set. You did so clever too. You did the opener of your hour and the closer, right? Because I saw you the next day in the theater.
Yeah.
Dude, you were murdering so hard when you had that Kim Kardashian bit. When you're climbing on a stool, you're kicking off the heels.
Yeah.
Sweat was dripping because it was summer in Australia. Sweat was dripping down, I remember. And all of us, like comics in the back, were like, this is not a crowd that for who Kim Kardashian is a prevalent pop figure, but your bit was so good that it transcends the reference. You know, it's like me as a young kid watching Dave Chappelle doing Crack Baby. I'm an Estonian white kid in a suburb. What do I know about the corner and the projects? I've never seen a black person, but he's literally never. But his talent transcends the reference.
Right.
And I remember you were murdering so hard, and that's when I was like, holy fuck. Like, because we all thought you're just like a famous guy who just does stand-up on the side. And we were like, nah, this guy's a murderer. And I remember that poor headliner. I mean, rest in peace. And you were like, slamming.
Well, thanks, brother. Yeah, that was right when I was about to film Triggered. So
Yeah.
that shit was tight. That shit was tight.
And then I remember somebody comes back to me. They know I smoke weed. They go, Mr. Rogan needs weed.
Dun, 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 dun.
And in my head, I'm like,
didn't we hang out in this little balcony area, little fire escape?
Let me tell you about this balcony.
Hey, we gotta go, man.
Oh,
I'm sorry. I gotta wrap
let's
this up.
Let's wrap it up. Let's wrap it up with this.
Okay.
So you're on the balcony, and I get the weed, and I tell my friend Tim, you see, I'm cool. I'm not going to talk, and for everybody try to talk to you there. I'm just going to give you a fist bump and the weed. I go, I have the weed. Tim grabs the weed, turns around, and just walks away. And in my head, I'm like, I wish I could have just given you a fist bump, you know. But now, 9 years later,
hey,
fuck you, Tim.
Yeah, fuck you, Tim. You hater. You took his weed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that was fun. It's cool. It's always cool to go to a different country and see the scene.
Yeah.
See, and Melbourne had a pretty
and
good
then
scene.
you're murdered in the theater. 7 a.m. I see you at the UFC. Holy Holm, Ronda Rousey, amazing KO. Dude, I go back to bed. I wake up. You're already in LA talking to a scientist engaged. I'm like, this guy fucking. That was like a crazy weekend, you know?
Yeah, it's a wild life. Anyway, again, thank you, my brother. Thank you for being at the club. Thanks for being an awesome guy. It's great having you around. It's great to see you flourish. And if people get a chance to see you live, don't miss it. Ari is a real killer. 12 years in, and it's beautiful to see you there, man. And thank you very much for being there Friday and Saturday night.
You fucking
it meant a lot to me. It really did.
Thank you,
all
brother.
you guys, Ron and Tony too. Like that meant so much to me because I was at home. It was like we're home no matter where we go.
Yeah,
all right.
The club's amazing. Thank
Appreciate
you so much.
Tell everybody your Instagrams they can find you.
It's Ari Matti Comedy. Ari Matti Comedy on Instagram. Easiest way.
You have a website? No,
building one.
Building one. Okay.
I have an old one, arimatti.com. But if you go to the Instagram, all my dates are there.
All right, beautiful.
Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Yep. Okay. Salute, bro. Salute. Pleasure to meet you, man.
Pleasure to meet you too.
How'd you start doing this YouTube channel?
I've always enjoyed talking about those things because who doesn't?
Right.
And I was always kind of surprised at how shitty they're usually talked about. I just saw the shooting star.
There it goes. Yeah, it'll trick you.
Like, so often you see this type of content is like, is there a monster in the woods?
Right.
And it's like, that's not the question. The question is more complex than that. And I often don't see it brought up that way.
There's something about these, like today I listened to the creepiest Bigfoot story one. That one, yeah, with the one where the guy wrote in the story about the
burying
Bigfoot
stuff in the backyard.
Yeah, that one. And there's something about those that, like, even if you don't believe in Bigfoot, because I don't necessarily believe in Bigfoot, there's something about it that's so compelling. There's something about things that you don't know out there in the woods that because you don't have an accurate, a real good account of everything that's in the forest.
Of course.
You know, you look out there, it's dark, and the mind is always looking for some weirdness. The mind is always looking for something that other people don't know about, or perhaps was like a secret that the sheriffs know about that they don't share with everybody else. Like, why does that resonate so much with people? With Stephen King movies, like, or Stephen King books, it's like that kind of a thing. There's something about it that's like exciting.
Right. I'm more of a Dean Koontz fan than Stephen King.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he's great too.
Yeah.
You don't like Stephen King? You're trying to throw shade?
His politics ruined it for me.
That's the problem, right?
That's the problem.
His problem is his Twitter feed. His Twitter feed's fucking brutal. It's like, dude, stop.
Right, that's nuts.
These are like the goofiest, low testosterone boomer takes I've ever heard on anything. Like, stop.
It's very true.
But he's such a brilliant writer. I also think he's a different guy. Because the car accident, I think that was a big one. You know, when you get hit by a van.
Well, that'll do it.
Yeah, shit. He was really, really fucked up from that. And I also think it's getting off coke. Getting off coke and booze.
Yeah.
That was the real Stephen King. I mean, I hate to advocate alcoholism and cocaine use because I don't think either one of them is good for you. But goddamn, they're good for writing books.
They're good for artistry, that's for sure.
There's something about his early stuff when he was off the rails. Like he said, he doesn't even remember writing Cujo. Doesn't even remember.
It's my favorite book of his.
It's fucking great. It's a fucking great book. So is The Shining. You know, it's another one where he was like deep in the throes of addiction and just writing this fucking captivating book. It just, what he captured is there's this part of our mind that maybe we don't talk about too much, where we always wonder if everybody really knows what's going on and maybe something could happen that people didn't expect, couldn't imagine is real, and yet you're confronted by it. You know, and that's like a lot of his stories.
Yo, what'd you say?
You do a really good job of finding that. Also, you have a creepy voice. No disrespect.
No,
I mean in a good way.
Mm-hmm.
Like the way you tell the stories. You know, like it's just something about it. Like, it's like you're doing radio, man. You're doing radio with illustrations, but you're doing it on YouTube.
Right. Well, that's actually why I chose the name Bob Gimlin, because I you know, Bob Gimlin's obviously the guy who was there when the Patterson footage was shot.
Right.
And it has, so my Google account or my YouTube account name way before I started the channel was Bob Gimlin.
Ah.
And my real name is Brian Gagne. And all I used YouTube for was Bigfoot content and like watching Bob Dylan rips. I'm a huge fan of Bob Dylan.
Oh, cool.
So I thought Bob Gimlin was a cool name. And it kind of evokes back to like just kind of Rod Serling. A little bit, just like a slower pace, because so much of the content now is just like top 10 creepiest sightings.
Yeah,
it's like I like to be a little more immersed.
Yes, you do it like radio. You do it like old school radio, like creepy radio. Like when they used to tell stories, and like you know, people would sit. You know, before there was a television, people would sit around the radio. And they would listen. Like, that's where War of the Worlds, that famous thing with H.G. Wells, where you had a bunch of people believing that we're actually being invaded by Martians.
You flee your state.
Yeah, yeah. So when did you start this channel?
Like 9 years ago.
I know. I don't.
2016 maybe.
And was the beginning was it Bigfoot?
Yeah.
Have you ever had an encounter, or is it just something that's been fascinating to you?
It's just all.
So let's see. Did you look around your garage again?
You want to go look around my garage?
Yep. I mean, your house is only so big.
That have announced sweeping price cuts for customers back. Fast food giants McDonald's, Burger King, and Wendy's are also feeling the heat with each introducing a slate of discount menu items. The number towards price cuts comes as the Bureau of Economic Analysis found that profits soared 3.9% to over $2.8 trillion in the fourth quarter of 2023 after a stunning 9.8% spike for all of 2022. While wages rose 4.4% last year, most over 2 decades, Warren shows CEO pay skyrocketing an average of 11.3%, and similar jumps for other high-ranking corporate officials. And that's what's popping on camps on iHeartRadio.
Hey, it's comedian Nikki Glazer. You're listening to my new show, Glazer Podcast, on the Big Money Players Network and iHeartRadio with my best friend and roommate, Colin. He's hilarious.
That's okay. How long did you spend searching your garage?
Not a lot. I looked at a few. I looked at over and over.
I know. You put your gun down a lot, though. So, just check everywhere in your garage. Spend 10 minutes just searching your garage. I'm going to time you. I have a timer. Go to your garage. Let's go to your garage. Take me to your garage.
What is it, nigga? Your chick keeps talking. I don't know what it is. Couple voices.
All right. We can fucking work on that.
I can't believe I fucking looked in the freezer. I'm so fucking stupid.
You did put it in the freezer?
No, I said I looked in the freezer. You said it was stupid. I fucking agree.
I know. But you still did it. Okay.
I can't believe I fucking did it.
I know. You did it before I even asked you to do it. So you just put this thing in weird fucking places. All right. So let's think of where it could be. Did you go outside? Your shirt. All right. Where do you put your shoes? Is it over there?
The first of 22. Yeah, that's the best king. Cypress Park right there. It's beautiful. In 1974, but he may very well have been Los Angeles' first taquero. Let's get into the history of King Taco and Raul Martinez. In 1969, with 12 pesos in their pocket in the Golden Ridge, United States, Raul and Lupe Martinez traveled from Mexico City to Tijuana. Thank God. I love that king. Thank God. They arrived in Tijuana, the attendant told them they were short on change for the next bus. Hesitant about returning to Mexico City, they were unclear about their next steps. However, a bystander overheard the conversation, approached them with tickets, and the journey resumed. I love that King Taco, especially the salsa verde. The green salsa is spectacular. They ended up moving to Los Angeles, and the one in Cypress is one of the older ones, so the grill has been seasoned, and it's always great. They ended up moving to Los Angeles. Once Raul settled in, he missed his days playing soccer. In Mexico City, he was a member of the Liga de Football Via Madera. So he would go over
Okay. Did you search in your garage?
As was the custom in Mexico City at the time.
Okay.
The games were done, the players began to line up to ask if they could purchase tacos. Raul was inspired by a number of people who would remind him how difficult it was to find authentic Mexico City style food in Los Angeles. That's right. No longer we can find almost anywhere. But those meat street tacos with the great sauces, unmatched. Soon after, a seminal moment occurred. He purchased an ice cream truck that the family converted into a quote restaurant on wheels. On one summer night in 1974, Raul, along with his father and his wife, parked outside East Los Angeles and sold $70 worth of tacos. Here we go. Next night, they doubled their sales. First taco truck was a success. 6 months later, he purchased a small space located in Cypress Park. In 1978, they opened their second location on 4th and 3rd. The original was still used predominantly as a central kitchen. They helped launch the second location. This is
Yo, dog, I'm listening.
used the second location with their original. At the time, the operation was primarily to go. Customers would get their orders and enjoy their tacos outside.
Your dog?
Back in the day, California's awesome painting by
No, what's your cat saying? Oh, no, I see her. What's her name?
Her name is Mary Poppins.
Okay, cool, man. Where is your gun?
No fucking clue.
Do you do drugs?
Nope. I'm just a little retarded, I think.
Check under and behind your couch again.
Okay, look, I opened it very wide.
Move the whole couch. Move the whole couch. Move the whole couch. Dog, move the whole couch. I'm not going to talk again until you move the whole couch.
Listen to me, nigga. I did in front of you, and I see something in there, and I'm scared to put gun in it.
So it is there.
No, it's not, nigga. If it was there, I would have fucking got it.
So what are you scared to look at?
Oh, there's a fucking monster under the fucking thing.
Dude, shut the fuck up. Dude, shut the fuck up and see what the fuck is underneath your couch. You could have kicked it under your fucking couch. Or your dog could have knocked it on the floor. You didn't move that couch.
Everything under there. Look, I look under, I can see everything under the couch.
Does anyone else have a key to your house? You find it? I'm watching your cat. What's your cat's name? Oh, Mary Poppins, that's right. I'm sorry, you just told me that. Mary Poppins. How you doing, girl? We've got Mary Poppins and what the hell is your dog's name? Princess. Mary Poppins and Princess. Yo, dog.
There is a floodgate about to open in the city of Los Angeles. We are 6 weeks post-ground pass, and we haven't adjusted a single policy. City staff was directed to create a plan banning RVs in residential areas
Yo. Because when the roof caved in and the roof came down, I just didn't know what to do. Mama Simmons so long, I'd do anything for you. What you say? Yo, dog. Where are you? Dog. I'm about to abandon ship. Yo. 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 Because when the roof caved in and the roof came down, I just didn't know what to do. Yo. Dog. Yo. 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 Snap your finger. Do you step? Yo. 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 How you living? Yo. What in the fuck? Yo. Yo. Yo, dog. Yo, dog. Yo, dog. Yo. Yo, dog. Yo.
Free iHeartRadio app is the number one for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Use iHeartRadio Podcast Preview. Some say we are the eternal others say they're so similar to us that we defend them. Thus, they're born and die. Thus, they fall apart and have children. And like us, they hate and find and destroy. The truth be told, everyone like us. They are powerful and ancient, and they exist right alongside us in their own dimensions, their own tribes, their own kingdoms. Millions of people throughout history and across continents have believed in these creatures. Recognized, invisible, but as real as the smokeless flames created as Jim. My name is Rabbi. I'm an attorney, New York Times bestselling author, and 32 co-host of the popular criminal justice podcast, Undisclosed. But I'm also someone who grew up in a culture rich with legends and stories about the jinn, swapping two stories like other kids who swap those stories, both terrified and in awe of them. And that's why I will be your guide into the world of the jinn. A new podcast exploring centuries of tales, tradition, and belief about these supernatural beings. Created and written by me, and executive produced by Aaron Beatty from the Hit Podcast Network. The Hit will take you on a journey into a world that few of us would be aware of, the one that has existed since the dawn of time. The Jinn, once worshipped and always feared. Join me to find out why. Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. Number one for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
All the good stuff, yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture. Filming has completed on Smile 2 and the studio has dropped its first trailer. The sequel to the surprise 2022 hit film, Kyle Gallner, Naomi Scott, Lucas Gage, Rosemary DeWitt, Dylan Lula, and Raul Castillo are among the cast of the supernatural horror film, which follows mostly new characters in the same universe as its predecessor. The original Smile, based on a 2020 short, had been earmarked for Paramount Plus, but it was instead released theatrically, earning $217 million worldwide on a $17 million budget, making a sequel all but inevitable. The trailer for Smile 2 is on the Paramount Pictures YouTube channel, and the film itself will be out in theaters October 18th. Alright, and that's what's poppin' at camps on iHeartRadio.
Vegas area sends its voice actors announcing new concerts with his Bruce Springsteen tribute band. The actor first debuted in the Vegas area at the PC Street Band earlier this month during a tribute concert in New York City. They've now added 4 more days between August and November. Azaria told Rolling Stone his whole life has been about sharing vocal impressions, and he said in some ways this is the ultimate of that to him. Meantime, the real Bruce Springsteen is set to launch a new run of U.S. stadium shows this week. Flavor Flav giving gymnast Jordan Childs a custom piece of jewelry after her Olympic medal was stripped during the Paris Olympic Games. In the video, the rapper showed off the bronze clock necklace he created for the athlete, featuring bronze and rhinestones all around the clock, bronze hands at 12 o'clock. In the caption, Flavor Flav says, U.S. is going to fight the powers that be, a reference to Public Enemy's hit song. Childs earned the bronze during the gymnastics floor exercise final, but she was stripped of the medal because her score appeal was made 4 seconds too late. And Alyssa Milano, former star of TV's Charmed and Who's the Boss, will make her Broadway debut next month in the musical Chicago. She'll play Roxy Hart, the dancer and housewife who murders her lover when he tries to number. It may be a Broadway debut, but she says the stage is a return to her roots. At the age of 8, she was in the national touring company of Annie. Her Broadway turn in Chicago starts September 16th for 8 weeks. That's entertainment. I'm Liz Warner, NBC News Radio.
Hey, today is August 14th. It is popular book traveling in Liquid. I don't know how long I'll be around. It's can't for a whole day. If you have a tattoo of a book, you might want to fetch one. It is World Blizzard Day. Yeah, but them feel like their own eyes. Jeez, I'm sorry, my brother. And it's World Calligraphy Day for all you fancy people with your fancy handwriting. And then there in your daily hour. From 10 to 5, AM 640. Conway Show, bad accident on the 2 near the 210. One lane's closed. A raisin truck flipped out, trying to get the raisins to the store early. Nobody was asking for that, and somebody screwed up. I don't know who screwed up, but there's raisins everywhere on that 2 freeway, all over the place. Hey, if you're in Orange County, we want to talk about Orange County. We're not forgetting our listeners in Orange County. There's a big deal going on with Taco Bell. Speaking of fast food, Taco Bell 3 locations in Orange County are bringing back my favorite item, and they're in Irvine, Brea, and Clark. Irvine off Barranca Parkway, Brea off the Curl Highway, and Florence off of Orange Grove. They're bringing back the tostada from the 1960s. That's a cool deal. Also, the green burrito, filled with refried beans, onions, shredded cheddar, cheese, green sauce, green chili, tomatoes. Oh, man. The Mexican melt is coming back from the 1980s. Yeah. And also the beef gordita, supreme. That's coming back. And the caramel, apple, and bananas are coming back as well. Oh, yeah. That's great. Hey, you know, my sister said that Del Taco has great donut holes. Have you ever had the Del Taco donut holes? I don't even know if they're on the menu. I think what happens is we all know what we want we go to a fast food place, we don't really ever read the menu. And we just like, oh, okay, I'll take my just in it. Things have changed. Yeah. Stefush, you're a man of the people. Have you tried the donut holes at Del Taco? I have not. Like, you had to give it a that. I didn't either. And they said they encourage you people to order them so they make them fresh right there while you're waiting in line. Put some sugar on it, and they're the best things she's ever had. I said, no, I'm getting tonight. Yeah. I think I'm going to go to King Taco and then Del Taco. Man, I eat like a 20-year-old that's not going to live to 30. My diet. Change that. All right, let's talk about our grocery saving. A lot of people are looking to save money on the grocery. And they're big fan. High prices for everything in the grocery store.
Gina Zachariah, aka the Saving Whiz, has creative ways to find.
Fundamentally think he knows more about sharks than anyone that I've listened to. And I think it's funny how some guy in Michigan is the expert.
That is funny.
No.
Yeah. Like, how you getting your information, bro?
He's good at. He goes back on newspapers, and because to him, all the marine biologists are just so full of it, and there is some of that. There really is, because they will skew something so far to not blame the sharks.
Really?
Yeah, like this kid, probably like 20 years ago now, had his leg ripped off by a bull shark, which is terrifying to think because it like clamped onto his calf and then it in shallow water and his leg came off not where it was bit.
Oh.
So it like ripped it off.
Oh.
And I can't recall his name, but that was not in the shark stats as that was in the shark stats as provoked because the kid was fishing earlier.
Oh,
so it's like that's a provoked attack. It's like,
so fishing is a provoked attack.
Being like a 7-year-old in knee deep water after someone was fishing is a provoked attack, and that's not in the stats the same way. So like that's not in a shark attack.
Oh, interesting. So there's shark attacks where there's no possible evidence of provocation, and then there's provoked shark attacks like, oh, you were asking for it.
Correct.
Wow.
Yeah, and that's the video I'm working on. I go through all the attacks in 2015, and I say like, okay, these are, I think it was like, not, I hope I'm not wrong about this, but like 11 or 12 attacks that they say are legit attacks because they were unprovoked. They were like random attacks. But then I talk about the other like 20 that were provoked attacks.
And so when you see shark attack statistics, they only say unprovoked attacks?
Correct.
So they're trying to downplay the shark attack numbers.
And as I said, there are so many people who like just get found bitten up and like, oh, they drowned. And they got scavenged because sharks are scavengers and sharks don't eat people.
That's so crazy.
Yeah.
That's interesting. I never really thought about that.
Yeah, the attacks are very skewed.
It's very fascinating to me how our attitude about sharks changed with the whole shark fin soup thing. Like all of a sudden, everybody wanted to protect sharks. Like you shouldn't fish for sharks. Like you shouldn't eat sharks. Because, you know, mako shark has always been served in restaurants. I've had mako shark a bunch of times in restaurants. It's very good. It tastes like swordfish. But suddenly, sharks were supposed to be protected. Like, Jesus, shouldn't we protect the fucking tuna? Like, tuna are delicious. They don't kill you. They're majestic, amazing creatures, and we've killed like 90% of them in the ocean.
Yeah.
I mean, fuck sharks. That's what I think.
I mean, I love sharks.
Me too.
I
just fuck them.
Yeah, I mean, they're assholes.
Yeah, they can go fuck off. There's an area in Key West where people fish off the piers, where you have to pull in your fish so fast because the waters are infested with sharks.
Well, that's a whole problem now with sharks because they're learning it's easier to pull it off our hooks.
Mm-hmm.
You know, which makes sense.
Sure. So they hang around piers for people to fish. And then when someone catches a big one and it takes a while to get in, like, oh, here we go. Dun, 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 dun. It's there's an incredible video of this guy is pulling in a tuna. And as he's pulling in a tuna, this great white cuts the tuna in half. Have you seen that?
I have seen that. Yeah. You know, there have been people swallowed alive by great white sharks. No?
Look, they're real. And if they weren't, they would be the craziest monster ever. We have this very bizarre thing with the human mind where we become accustomed to things.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we're accustomed to cell phones. Show a cell phone to a guy in 1400s. He thinks you're a wizard, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And to us, it's like, oh, that one sucks. You got a small phone. You know? But there's something bizarre where we get accustomed to these insane creatures, like sharks.
I often think that because, you know, there are so many creatures right now that I would give anything to be able to see that are extinct.
Mm-hmm.
But there are probably so many alive right now that if they were extinct, I would wish I could see them. But I take them for granted that they're not extinct.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
The giraffe, I think, is one of them.
Right.
If I saw a giraffe, or like the fossil or skeleton of one, I'd be like, I wonder what that thing looked like.
Well, I found out about your page because I saw the video about the 50-foot crocodile in the Congo. And as a person I've always been obsessed with crocodiles.
Okay.
I think they're, you know, one of the coolest animals that ever has existed, and the fact that they're with us right now, and you get to see this insane creature that can go without eating for a year, lays completely still in 6 inches of water, and then explodes and pulls a zebra into the water.
Right.
They're just amazing. They're amazing, and they're so fucking big, man.
Yes.
There's so, like that alligator that we have out there that you saw in the lobby. Mm-hmm. That's 14 feet.
Yeah, that's not even a big I mean, it's a big alligator, but
it's a big alligator, but it's not a big crocodile. It's a little baby crocodile.
It's not a huge alligator.
No. Like, what is the biggest alligator they've ever? I think it's 20 feet.
19 feet 9 inches.
Ah, okay. Where is that? A Florida alligator?
I want to say it was Alabama.
Really? No shit. Alabama. That's interesting. Yeah, like it's all up in that whole area. Like Louisiana has a bunch of them. Texas has a bunch of them. Northern Texas has started to show alligators. There was a sighting yesterday, actually. There was a video that these guys took of these 2 alligators swimming in a lake in northern Texas. People were like, what the fuck are they doing up here? They're expanding. When I was a kid, I lived in Gainesville, Florida, from when I was 11 till I was 13. And Gainesville had a lot of alligators. It's like where the University of Florida is.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a place called, what is it called? Lake Alice, I think it is. And that's where the alligators used to be. And I remember when I was there, this lady, she got her little dog I'd eaten. She was walking her little dog by the water and just jumped out of the water and snatched her dog. Everybody was freaked out. Like, what the fuck? I ate her dog.
Have you seen that footage of the alligator that grabs that woman's dog and then she tries to go in after it and it gives up the dog and takes her?
Yeah.
That's pretty brutal.
Very brutal. Yeah.
Okay.
They target people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they don't target people as much as crocodiles do, but they definitely do. They eat people. And they're everywhere.
No.
there's so many of them in Florida. They're just infested, and they were protected when I was a kid.
I know
And you've been very consistent by saying, like,
there's this great clip I found a long time ago online about,
in my
it's like from the 70s, and it's this woman talking about like how this might be the last alligator we ever see. Because like they're trying to make it seem so endangered, and it's like, I don't think so.
They thought they were, and I wonder why. I wonder why they thought they were, and I wonder what kind of an accurate accounting of the animals in the Everglades they had.
I don't think we could. I mean, with poison, we probably could, but I don't think there's any feasible way to exterminate alligators, even if we tried, which we weren't.
Well, certainly not now. I wonder if maybe the ecosystem was better in check before people came along. Like, you know, when you think about Florida. So, right, Florida, I think, was the first ever city in the country. Is that correct?
I believe St. Augustine, maybe?
Yeah, I think you're right. So that's where, you know, that's where Cabeza de Vaca landed. He landed in Florida, right? When he made his trek across the country. And so it's a long, I mean, there's hundreds of years of people living there, but cities don't really emerge. Like that kind of Florida life, when is that? Like when does Miami emerge? You know, when do you start seeing cities? Like the early 1900s?
What? I mean, no, it's got to be
earlier than that.
Earlier than that, yeah. Well, it depends. I mean,
right, but what does it look like? You know what I'm saying? Like when does it start fucking with the habitat of the alligators? Because a lot of Miami they actually filled in.
Right.
Yeah, a lot.
They got to drain the swamps.
Right. Yeah.
That's the thing.
Legitimately, and they had to. I don't know how the fuck they even did it, but that's the real concern about if the ocean level rises. Like a lot of stuff's super porous. It's just going to flood all that area.
Okay.
Yeah. But
so let's think.
I wonder.
Like, what are the odds that somebody could have gotten into your house? Your mom took it? Yo, what'd you just say? Yo, what'd you just say? Yo. Welcome. Yo. Yo. Yo.
That's why we have thousands of playlists tuned to fit any situation. The best part, you can listen to all your playlists for free. Tap the playlist tab in the iHeartRadio app and explore playlists to help you get in the zone while working out, chill when it's time to wind down. Playlist for parties.
There we go. There we go. How you living? What's going on, Chef Mario? Hell yeah, we playing a game? I'll play a game, dog. Just one moment. Shout out to Chef Mario. Chef Mario's a parent. Alright, Chef Mario. I'm ready, dog. What are we watching? Alright, I'm gonna watch with that one.
Each set of skills for this race because there's three great nights to slide in there and see the new Intuit Dome. Tickets for Bruno Mars on Thursday. Even the worst seats in the house are going for almost $500. And that's a Thursday. And then on Friday, they're even a little more money. You can sit way up in the docks, way in the rafters for $500. It's going to cost you $500 for the seat that's furthest from the stage. So that should be an unbelievable concert, though. In a very, small, intimate arena like that, to see Bruno Mars in an opening of the arena and that great concert. Oh man, you're gonna love it. Routines into memories and music. Are you going to go? On Thursday and Friday. So I'm thinking about going this event where they don't go right in front of the stage for the 13, $906. If I want to sit way up there, that's $500. That's on such a great show. I bet he does. Gotta be great. Remember him at the Super Bowl halftime? Yeah. That was great. Whereas he had a malfunction with his wardrobe and his book came out. I think that is Jackson. But that's he's great. He's terrific. So you should go, Billy. I'd like to go. I would like to go. Join us. All right, let's talk about something we do. Yeah, something we do. All right. Oh, let's talk about Halloween. That one thing with something like murders and all kinds of crap. Halloween is coming early. I see it everywhere. I saw it last night at Lowe's. I went to 2 different Lowe's last night. Long story. But it's happening everywhere. They're big with Halloween right now. The calendar might say August, but social media says October. That's right, October. It's close enough. The fall season's creeping in, but this time it's an unofficial holiday dubbed Summer Weed, inspired by a 12-year-old episode of the show Gravity Falls. This town of Halloween so much they celebrate it twice a year. It's not just a bunch of hocus pocus. Fall fans are actually throwing summer weed showers, parties with spooky and cheerful decor, including jack-o'-melons. Each merch is easy to find with stores like Michael stocking their shelves before August. Depot starting this week. Yeah, Lowe's. Everybody is all set up for Halloween. It's going to be on a Thursday this year. Halloween falls on a Thursday this year. Is that right? Yes. October 31st is a Thursday. So a lot of people take Friday off. Lewis Market's now bringing a tall pumpkin. He went on sale online a month ago. This is the worst is when you buy something at either Lowe's or Home Depot and you think you're the only guy that has that decoration outside. And then you put it up and it's a big blow up or a big lighting thing or a big scary thing. And then you drive down your street and all of your neighbors have the same thing. That happened to us once. In New Jersey, thousands waiting to eat on August 1st. This year's first Spirit Halloween store opened. And every holiday for us, that's better than Christmas. The demand is there. Halloween spending top $12 billion last year. You're a Halloween person and you love the decor and the costumes. If you can have a Halloween party in the summer, why not? Of course, you can't have pumpkins without pumpkin spice. Loved by millions. I like to decorate the house September, right after Labor Day, whatever that is, September 4th, 3rd, 4th this year. That's when I'll decorate the interior and the exterior. I love Halloween. I hate the summer. I hate the heat. When that comes around, I feel like I've beat the summer. The summer beat me, but it's over. When I was a kid, after September, it was always nice and cold. They break the valley. You get one weekend or so with the Santa Ana winds. I can deal with that. But I can't stand this crap outside. With 95, 98, 96, 103. I hate that stuff. And so a great turning point for people in Southern California. Finally, get rid of all this stupid heat outside. All right, Bo Kelly is coming up next, right here in the Zone Room. I'm KFIV. Talk without the tilt. And KOST HD2. Los Angeles. Everywhere on the Air Radio. Over that came from Mark Rocker live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. USGS says a big earthquake could hit LA soon.
Earthquake scientists say seeing a magnitude 4 could mean seeing more 5s, and once one quake hits, others usually follow. Seismologist Elizabeth Cochran says there's a 96% chance that a size 5 or higher will hit the greater LA area over a 30-year period.
There's about a 50% chance of a magnitude 7, so the earthquake hazard in the Los Angeles region is high.
The 4.4 that shook South Pasadena Monday hit on a portion of the La Puente Fault, which experts say is dangerous for Southern California. Earthquakes along that thrust would max out at about 7.5. Chris Adler, KFI News.
Rothschild, California is one of the least affordable places in which to have a baby and raise a child. Personal finance website Walden has released its report on the best and worst states to have a baby, and California ranks 30th. They compared key criteria like healthcare, delivery charges in hospitals, and infant care costs. And this Chip Lupo says in general those costs were higher.
California now we're very rankings in the average cost of early child care.
He says where California does slightly better than most states is with the average annual cost of early child care, which is $11,000. The LAPD says it expects 1,000 people to attend a community meeting in Encino next week for several reports of burglaries. Deputy Chief Alan Campbell told the City Council's Public Safety Committee yesterday that crimes may be coordinated.
We are investigating all of that information at this time, and we suspect there's a possibility that those individuals are involved in other troops that are operating in the Operations Valley Bureau and other parts of the Los Angeles region.
Police say one part of Encino near Limit Park and 101 freeway has seen the biggest rise in home burglaries. Police encourage neighbors to lock doors and windows, turn on outdoor lights, and pay attention to rear entrances. A gun registered to cop killer and former LAPD officer Christopher Dorner has turned up in an armed robbery case in Beverly Hills.
2 people thought to be part of a crime tourism group from South America were arrested in the investigation. U.S. Attorney spokesman Karen McRoy says the gun was found during the search of an Airbnb the guys were staying in.
Whether it was Dorner's personal gun, whether it was his law enforcement weapon, it's still under investigation.
Police began looking into the theft group last week when a man had his $1 million watch stolen at gunpoint. The 2 guys arrested over the weekend were caught near the Arizona border. Blake Trolley, KFI News.
The judge in former President Trump's hush money case in New York has again rejected a request to step down. Lawyers claim Judge Juan Merchan has a conflict of interest because of his daughter's work as a political consultant for former prominent Democrats, including Vice President Harris's 2020 presidential campaign. A state court ethics panel said last year that Merchan could continue the case. And working a stressful job could put you at higher risk of developing a heart condition. Researchers from Canada studied about 6,000 people examining stressors like conflicting demands, tight deadlines, and a lack of autonomy.
The psychosocial stressors that job strain that was increasing people's risk of this irregular heartbeat by 83%. The economic balance is 44%. And when people had both of those, that was a 97% increased risk of this irregular heart rhythm.
BBC's Dr. Lok Patel says that will lead to heart failure, strokes, and clots. Doctors say having flexible hours, balancing work and home life, and exploring calming techniques like meditation can help. Southland weather from KFI mostly clear tonight, lows in the mid-60s. Sunny tomorrow with highs in the mid-80s, upper 70s in the beaches, 90s in the valleys, and around 100 in the AV and IE. Couple degrees warmer Friday, then back down a couple for the weekend. It's 76 right now in Seal Beach, 84 in Fullerton, 87 in Malibu, 88 in Northridge. The KFI Financial Reports brought to you by Rabbi Real Estate. Today, the Dow finished up 243, S&P 500 up 21, NASDAQ up 5. Revive Real Estate just released a new tool that lets you see what your home would be worth after renovations. It's free to use. Just go to KFIRevive.com. That's KFIRevive.com. And we got a big rig crash on the 2 and Glendale.
That's actually going to be affecting both north and south out between Mountain Street and the 210. So the big wind through the center dividers. It's blocking the 3 left lanes in both directions. The 2 heading southbound is stagnant from the 210 northbound side. It's heavy from the 134. And as you make your way up the 210 eastbound in Pasadena, seeing some slowing once you get to Sierra Madre.
Boulevard, that'll ease up for you right around Wilson Avenue. Carson 405 southbound just after Athlone. Got a crash that's blocking the two middle lanes, causing delays from Nelson Gundam Boulevard. The 5 northbound in Orange, just before the 22 a crash. To the side divider in Abington, slowing back up to Culver Drive. And if you're in Miralola 60 heading eastbound right at Wanda Avenue, looks like a crash there has just been cleared out of the left lane. You're trying to slowly recover from Milliken Avenue. In Southern California's only airport traffic reports. I'm Pedro Moreno. Introduce you to the world of stuff they don't want you to know. Officially entered the age of live. History is written. Unexplained events. Somebody messing with us now. It's time for some answers. It's to the edge of that. Listen to stuff they don't want you to know on America's #1 podcast network. iHeart. Open your free iHeart and search stuff they don't want you to know and start listening. The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Use the iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Yo, dog.
Details of this crime. Then somebody that was there to let him know. Because of what's crouch, you have been hiding in the witness protection program for 3 years. And I was told my life to disappear. Now, done that. Guinness 13. The creators of Rabbi loves a new podcast about the stories and family we can't escape. Welcome to free now shows. Podcast for free on iHeartRadio app, #1 using and podcasts all in one. Listen on the free iHeartRadio for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. So it's a AM 640. It goes to their cat point, so it leaves them once they see it, and it jets off to this point, this predetermined coordinate where they were supposed to meet up as part of their training run. So how the fuck does it know their cat point? Like, what is, and where it is, right? It's off the coast of San Diego. San Diego's big military area, right? And it's where they do testing, and it's where they were doing the training runs with those jets. That's why they saw it in the first place. If I was going to have a thing and I was going to test it, I would want to know, like, what can we, how much do our equipment show? What does our equipment show? Can we see these things? You know, Ryan Graves, who's another very reputable fighter jet pilot, he had his encounters when they upgraded their technology in 2014. So they upgraded all the sensors that allow them to detect things in the sky. And when they did that, he started seeing these things. They're dead still at 120 knots. Makes no sense.
Right.
They started seeing these things. I always fuck this up. It's a cube in a circle, right? Right. So it's a black cube inside some sort of a translucent circle that multiple fighter pilots have reported.
Yeah.
And
the idea of some sort of gravity distorting thing. One of the features of that, they think, would be it would look very strange. Like it would look very strange to you, like what you see. And if we have some sort of a gravity distorting drone that operates on a gravity propulsion system, like somehow manipulates gravity so it can move at insane rates of speed, I think that's where I would test it. I would test it where the military guys. I would test it in restricted airspace. I would test it in place, and I would say, okay, let's find out if these guys can see it now. Now we have new equipment. Put the new equipment in their jets. Let's see if they can see these things.
The concerning thing about that is if it was done by our own government. I worry that they're trying to set up for a false flag.
Like a false UFO flag?
Yeah. Like if...
An alien invasion to lock down our rights? Dun, dun, dun.
I mean, if they could stage it.
Sure.
Because, I mean, with what you're describing, no one would assume that that's human.
Right.
No one. And
no one except for people that have followed the Bob Lazar story.
Yeah.
If they were back engineering that thing in 1989, as Bob says.
That's true. It's a long time ago.
It's a long time ago. You know, that's a long time. And for them to have 35 plus years of working on that. So you got to go back to how long did they have it? He said they've had it for decades. So but I think what he was saying back then was they really weren't making any progress. They were trying to figure it out. They kept bringing in new people to try to have fresh eyes. And that's why they brought him in. But they really don't fucking know. They said they didn't understand how it worked. They were trying to get some sort of a working model of it. But they were able to operate it. And that's what he was able to observe, and that was one of the reasons why he got in trouble, allegedly. Where when he got fired, he brought people. They said, "Listen, I'm not crazy. Let me show you. They have fucking UFOs. I'm going to show you this thing."
He brought the people.
Yeah, he brought people, and those people all said the same thing. They all saw, and people had filmed it too. They actually had to increase the restricted space around Area 51 because people were going to a very particular vantage point, and they were filming some of these things. So there's footage of these bizarre crafts that seem to be moving through the sky in a way that no conventional aircraft can do. We don't really know what they are. And we're assuming there's some kind of a drone or something. But I think if you go to 1989 and they have those things, and then if you have all the money in the world, which they essentially do, they can print money.
Right.
You have black ops projects, you have things that we, because of national security interests, we have no idea what they're doing or how they're doing it. And then you get some of the best physicists in the world, some of the best propulsions experts in the world, and you throw an ungodly amount of money at this problem every year for 30 plus years. Then you develop these things. And I think that's one of the reasons why they would probably keep it secret, because I would imagine that money was moved around in probably an illegal way.
I mean, without congressional oversight, there's no legal way to do it.
Exactly, right? So if these guys were doing that and they were funding this secret military project that they kept from Congress, they kept from, who knows who's qualified to be able to see these things. But if I had something like that, that's the best cover story in the world. We have observed crafts that are not from this world. Like,
yeah.
Oh, well, that explains everything.
That's insufficient to me.
To me too.
Yeah.
But it's fun.
It is fun.
Both of them are fun. And I think both of them, listen, the universe is fucking huge. We exist. We send things to other planets. There is a rover right now on Mars, right? We send James Webb telescope into space. We send rockets. We do that. We would assume an advanced civilization would do that as well.
Of course.
And we would assume that if an advanced civilization was interested in studying something, we are some of the most fascinating creatures that have ever existed at least as our understanding on Earth. We're the most fascinating by far. As weird as sharks are and all this other stuff is, we're the fucking weirdest. We're the weirdest and we're the craziest to study.
Right.
And we're intelligent and also stupid. We're capable of great things and also terrible things. Like, we're a very, very, very bizarre creature. And I think I would most certainly study us.
Have you ever thought that maybe we were created by their specifications?
All the time.
Me too.
Yeah, all the time.
Yeah.
That's the big mystery of the human brain size, right? The human brain size doubled over a period of 2 million years. And there's a lot of cool, like, my favorite story is Terence McKenna's. he had this theory. It's called the stoned ape theory, and it's about psilocybin. And that these chimpanzees and lower primates started experimenting with psilocybin, and then over the course of a couple of million years, they developed language, they developed this ability to hunt better, fashion tools, more creativity, glossolalia, attaching sounds to objects, and that makes sense. Some sort of telepathy, increased visual acuity that does come from low dose psilocybin use.
How are you?
That seems to me like that makes a lot of sense because it coincides with climate change.
How can I help you?
When McKenna did this whole theory.
What did you say? You like this coin? You're amazing. I'm going to send you our Discord link. Just one moment. You're going to be very rich someday, man. Just one moment. You're getting it. I'm coming right now. Just one moment. What'd you say? You do art? Very cool. All right, I just sent you a link. I just did.
Jessica, thank you so much for cash.
So weather mostly clear tonight, lows in the mid-60s. Sunny tomorrow, highs in the mid-80s. And up to 100 in the 98 was reported by Allstate. Now let's hit a crash on the 405 in Long Beach. That's heading northbound at Bellflower Boulevard. It's taking up the left lane, causing some slowing. Backed up to the 605. And some good news if you're on the 405 southbound in Carson, just after Avalon crash. There has been moved out of the
Middle Lane to drivers recovering on the 110. And watch out for a small car in South LA on the 110 southbound right at Adams. It's in the middle lane, so overall it's a stop-and-go ride as you come away from 8th Street. With Southern California's only airport traffic reports, I'm Pedro Moreno. America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Stuff They Don't Want You to Know and start listening.
Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go beyond the iPhone and Android app and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Xfinity customers, iHeartRadio is available free on Xfinity X1 or on Xfinity Flex. The easiest way to access iHeartRadio, just press and hold the microphone button on your Xfinity remote and say iHeartRadio. You'll be taken directly to the iHeartRadio app to listen to all your favorite music, radio stations, and podcasts right on your TV. Plus, check out Xfinity Ambient Moods to set your screens in beautiful photos and videos paired with hand-curated playlists from iHeartRadio to set the right mood. The screen you watch the most in your home, and you never knew that it was one of the most popular ways to listen to iHeartRadio. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio. Anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there.
All the good stuff, yeah. Hams keeps you on top of pop culture. Says that sometimes you're losing your way.
That's a fact. Why they're against nicotine. That's why the walls raised the taxes on nicotine pouches. There's no evidence, by the way, that nicotine is a carcinogen. It's all a lie. What I hate about nicotine is it raises testosterone levels. You can suppress that fact. That's a fact. On Google, Google nicotine and testosterone and see how many results it takes you to get to the core truth, which is yes, nicotine use raises testosterone. Man, it is way, way down. And that's not an accident. You're afraid of testosterone 100%. That's right.
Live 5 to 6 a.m. on KLR. On demand anytime on the iHeartRadio
Just want to tell you live, everybody, iHeartRadio app. And I got it there. I'm kind of concerned, just a little bit, just a wee bit concerned about the earthquakes you've had in recent weeks. You know, I said if it's above 5, okay, this has been above 5. Well, what was above 5? What was below 5? Which was below 5 was pretty near where a lot of us live. So it felt a lot stronger than a 4.7 or whatever it happened to be. I get us thinking about, well, if you're having all these quakes, is that relieving tension from the various fault lines, or is it ridiculous? That's what conventional wisdom, or at least I think what we were trained to believe is that, you know, you have quakes with relieving tension and, you know, a number of small quakes that keep us back from the big one. That's the whole lines to say. That's what we were taught to believe. And that's not true. That's not true at all. It seems, according to some seismologists here in Southern California, that East having just 5 or so quakes annually. And you can think, well, fewer quakes mean fewer quakes. But that trend seems to be changing now, where the frequency is increasing once again, which could be, possibly, maybe, could be a signal that we're due for not only more quakes, but quakes of a higher magnitude. But nobody can actually predict what a future quake is going to be. They're using the past as a predictor of the future. I'm more disappointed that someone like Mark Ryder, who's supposed to be on it with the weather, couldn't tell us that we had not one but 2, I'll say sizable quakes coming our way. You can't even predict the rain. Do you have anything to say for yourself, young man? Yes, thank you for that. That felt great. It's the closest I'll come to anything else anytime soon. And you as well. I'm no geologist, no seismologist. I just prefer meteorologist. I'm not a zoologist, but I do what I can here. Sometimes your best is just Rabbi.
Yo, dog.
Rabbi, this is what happened, okay? So, like you said, search my garage, right?
Right.
So I usually keep my gun in my garage, and say when I'm working out.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I keep it, so I think I truly imagine me leaving my gun in the couch, and it went missing because I was fucking imagine. Yo, Rabbi, you see this? Rabbi, you see this?
It's Rabbi. What's going on?
Yeah, Rabbi, you see this right here?
No. What are you showing me?
Can you see the camera?
Yeah, I see you're showing me something.
The gun was in here the whole entire time. So me taking the gun to the couch literally created that shit right off the head. No wonder
Wait. Go back. Hold on. Congratulations, you found it. That's such a good feeling. Let me see. Because I couldn't see what you were showing me. I had very bad eyesight. So just for a moment. Okay, I mean, see what you're showing me. Like in between 2 things on a shelf?
Yeah, I was in between that entire time. I remember now that I can see it. So, Rabbi, I think what happened was the placebo effect. Because by my calculations, that means I never took my gun out of there. That's the whole my gun in my hand. It was all imagined.
All right, man. Well, I'm glad you found it. Don't do that again. I do too.
How did I imagine this whole thing? Right? I was able to see it physically.
I know. That's okay. I do that kind of shit. I put important shit down, and I'm like, where did I put it? And
No. Rabbi. The difference between you and me is that I physically was carrying imaginated guns, and then I lost it because it's not fucking real. And he's right there.
All right. Well, I'm glad you found it, and now you can get back to your life. Good on you, Doug. Yay!
I can't believe I was searching my fucking fridge, couch,
the freezer.
Everything. Holy fuck. And apparently, you know how I was flipping the couches over?
Yeah.
I broke one by accident.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Doug, you know what they say? Where you always find a lost thing? It's the last place you look.
Yeah, but I don't know. Is that Christopher?
No, that's when you hear voices.
Swear to God, I was physically holding that gun.
Okay.
It was a fake gun. Seriously.
Well, I'm glad you found it. And see what would have happened? We thought your dog ate it. I'm over here asking ChatGPT, can a dog eat a gun? ChatGPT's looking at me like I'm stupid. You're stupid? Why would you ask such a dumbass question? No, a fucking golden retriever can't eat a goddamn pistol. Well, congratulations, dude.
I'd be crazy.
I wouldn't be surprised by that at all.
I wouldn't be like, I can't believe this. I wouldn't say that.
No.
I would say, wow. So that's what it was. So that's why we're so different. Well, I was having a conversation with a woman yesterday, Sarah Amari Walker, who is a scientist, a physicist, and she was talking about this thing called assembly theory. And what she was talking about, did I say her last name right? What she was talking about was like, what are the actual steps that are necessary in order for life to be created and evolve. And if you think about human beings, we're the one animal on this planet that seems to have the same sort of impact as invasive species do.
Sure.
We swarm the whole planet. We're fucking up everything, and there's no answer to us.
See, but do you think humanity's something that needs an answer?
Well, there's no answer to us naturally, right? Like, there's nothing that keeps our population in check other than disease.
No, normal population control. Like, so while the left is talking about, humanity, population going out of control, like, our population's crashing.
Sure. Right.
What is it? Asia crashed, Europe and America are crashing now, India's next to crash, and Africa's the only one left to boom.
Right. In terms of like Japan, like the children that are alive today, how many of them will ever have grandchildren? Sure. It's a very small percentage. Yeah, that's true. Elon talks about that all the time.
Yeah, I mean, because like you can look at
more kids.
You can look at the charts. Like it's very clear,
Right, but don't you think so? This is nature's balancing act, right?
It has to happen. It's not a matter of like it's going to. It has to. Those are the rules.
I think nature probably balanced us out when we developed cities, right? Because what's the byproduct of cities? One of the byproducts of cities is it's expensive to live there. So a lot of times women get jobs, and women don't want to give up their career to have a family, so they hold it off until much later. And if they have a child at all, they have less kids than people who start having kids when they're 18 or 20.
Right.
And so this is sort of a function of having these extremely dense environments where people are stacked up with each other, and then competition inside that city-like structure is intense, and financial competition is intense, and women engage in it as well, and it lowers the population. That happens to almost all westernized societies, first world societies. They experience a drop in birth rate.
Right.
And it seems like that would be a natural feature of like high population areas.
Because it doesn't even matter what it is. Like for a deer, it's just the availability of grass.
Right.
So I find it fascinating to think that humans are not, we're very different from animals, but the rules still apply to us.
Right. But we are animals for sure.
Yeah.
But we also are invasive. If a wild pig is invasive anywhere on Earth, right?
That's true.
Then we're invasive because we weren't there, and then we were there, and then we took over.
Yeah, that's true.
And we're so different than every other animal in how much different we look from each other. What the wide variety of sizes we have of people.
Yeah.
It's just, it seems to me like.
I've thought about that before, though. Like, what if 7 gorillas that look exactly the same to us are all like hyper, like what if they might all look really differentiated to themselves?
I doubt it. They look like gorillas. I mean, just like look at what we see. But we see a gorilla, but when you look at human beings, we're like dogs.
Yeah.
We vary like there's Carl over there, and then there's my dog Marshall. Marshall's a golden retriever. Marshall, if Carl was a girl, or if Marshall was a girl, they could have a baby. Those two, sort of. Like, can he breed with someone? We can find out. He tries to fuck Marshall. He tries. If Marshall was a girl, he'd try to help him. Marshall just gives up sometimes, and Carl's just biting on his face while he's lying on his back.
Well,
he just gets tired of this little psychopath. But the point is, like, they're the same species. They're just a weird breed of that species. But they are the same thing. Like, you could take a wolf and you could breed it with a dog. You know, they all started off as wolves, and we manipulated them to the point where we have this incredible variety of shapes and sizes through manipulation.
Sure.
And that's what people look like. I mean, that manipulation could be environmental, like the reason why people that move to Northern Europe develop very pale skin, because their body has to act as sort of like a solar reflector to create vitamin D, because you don't get it like the way you would get it in Africa where we originally started. So we're kind of like a manipulated animal in that regard, at least our appearance.
What did you say?
And without making sense, there's so many fun.
It is funny.
Especially they made a bunch of different kinds.
Right.
You know,
right now.
You know, like initially, like the thought is the fun stuff.
I have it all recorded. I'm not going to do all that. You can do that.
Where did I do that?
Oh, I got a lot of shit going on, Doug.
But dude, have you studied any of the ancient Sumerian tablets at all?
Honestly, that stuff, I'm like saving that for a rainy day.
Get into it.
Yeah.
Get into it, because the whole Zechariah Sitchin version of the Sumerian text is really, really interesting stuff.
Is that like... No, that wouldn't be where the Nephilim come in.
Yes.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. That's their version of the Nephilim is the Anunnaki. The Nephilim is those from heaven to earth came. Nephilim were supposed to be giants, right? This is the Anunnaki. They're much larger than human beings, and they did something according to the Sumerian text as translated by Zechariah Sitchin.
Okay.
And this is why the symbol for medicine was always that caduceus. Yeah, the two serpents, right? That looks like a double helix DNA.
Oh.
I mean, it's exactly what it looks like.
Yeah.
And that's the connection that he makes with all this stuff. And a lot of people disagree with him. I should just point out, if you're interested in this stuff, there's a whole website called sitchiniswrong.com.
From where? Gaggle? I don't know what that is. Oh, you found out about me from Google. Well, oh, Jubal. Okay. Well, very cool. Welcome. I stream my life 24/7, 365 for world peace. Yeah. Oh, dude, I've been doing so for more than 3 years. You can watch. I'm live on 8 different YouTube videos right now. Exactly, the Truman Show. That's how I advertise it. I have more content on YouTube than any person in global history. This goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a time capsule for humanity.
No, that's crazy, man.
Dog.
You know what this reminds me of?
What's that?
Reminds me of Bill Gates.
Dude, shut up. You know who I am.
Nah, bro, I'm being serious, bro.
Dude, shut up. You know that I say this all the time.
No, it's a famous quote, man.
Dog, I say this all the time. I say it 5 times a day.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I say content is king. I say, dude, I have it in writing, dog. I say, Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s, content is king. If that's true, I may be king someday. And then I say, The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data is Earth's #1 resource. And that means that data is more valuable than diamonds, then gold, then petroleum, then food, then water, then air. And I have more data online than any person in global history. Yes, you're absolutely right. In the 90s, Bill Gates stated content is king, and I'm making that come true. Dog, just stay there. I have a thing. Hold on, I'm going to send it to you. I'm friending you. There's even like I have an old tweet. Just one moment. I'm going to find this tweet. I found the tweet. Let me just make sure it says what I wanted to say. Yeah, so you can watch me 24/7, 365. This is like the biggest event in global history. It goes back to the pandemic. Okay. More content than any creator ever. This is an old tweet that I have. But you don't know about my robots then. It's just spinning. For real. I've been having that trouble with my own cameras though too, so don't feel that bad. Everyone has this issue. It's a constant issue on. No. Why would I do that? It's a Discord issue. Dog, it's a Discord issue. Hey, Tentacles. Search, go to your the messages. I just sent you a tweet that I always send out, and look at what number 8 is. Sure.
Let me ask you a question. What country do you think I'm from?
What can't I do?
What country do you think I'm from?
Australia?
Australia?
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah.
I'm not from Australia.
Okay. Well, then I'm
I'm
wrong.
in New Zealand, but now I live in America.
Okay, well, I was pretty fucking close.
Yeah, maybe like, not really. That wasn't that close.
Dog. New Zealand and Australia sound exactly the same to most people.
No, dude, I'm so offended by that right now. You did not say the same.
No, to most people. I didn't say to everyone, and I didn't say that they sounded exactly the same. I'm saying to most people. Okay, go. I could tell it's a little different though. Yo, dog. Go to the direct message I just sent you. I just sent you a direct message on Discord.
Wait, can you hear like a tinge of like American accent?
Pardon me?
You hear like a tinge of American?
Yes, exactly. That's why it's not pure Kiri. Welcome. How are you? Hey,
apologize for thinking that I was Australian.
Yeah, apologies for thinking you're Australian. Shout out to the Kiwis of the world. Hey, shout out to New Zealand.
I didn't get a DM from you.
Yeah, you did. You got to search. Click. Yeah, exactly. Look at number 8.
Bring world peace. More content than no way. Content is killing. Okay, no good. You sure you didn't just post this right now? Because there's no way to post serious.
Yeah, dude, that was posted over a year ago.
There's no date in the screenshot.
Here, I'll get you one. I took them all at the same time.
There's no way that she must be like, quantum entangled or something. That's crazy. Something that I've always been interested in, man. Living service, like.
Dude, shut the fuck up. That's what I talk about all the time. Yeah, dude.
I fucking love Peter Pan, and I was so inspired by that movie.
Dude, check your messages. I tweeted that on February 19th.
That's like crazy, dude.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Anyway, yeah, so living forever, that's known. Well, first, in order to do it, generally, people would experiment with what's known as life extension technology. What is that? Like stem cells, like cryonics, like human growth hormone, and then moving into, hold on, and then moving into what's called mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain, stem cell, STEM space CELL. All right, so mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer for later download. We take that uploaded data and download it into a robot, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, an avatar, an android, a ethereal being, whatever you want.
Well, that sounds like a little bit complicated, but I mean, I think you just go to Neverland like Peter Pan did.
Yeah, I mean, everybody would like something like that if possible. Yeah, dog. So there's that kind of possibility, perhaps, with cell replacement, human growth hormone, and stem cells. Stem cells. STEM space CELL. Yeah. It is dope. Dog. So. Yeah. Okay. Here we go. Next thing I want you to do is go into this Discord at the very top, and it says browse channels. Then it says shalom. Then it says welcome. Then it says rule. Then it says announcements. Then it says 24/7 YouTube streams. Go to 24/7 YouTube streams.
Wait, dude, are you Jewish?
Yeah, dog. Yeah, dog.
Just kidding, dude. I'm just kidding. I'm just joking, man.
Okay.
I'm not just Jewish, bro.
Okay, wonderful. Go to 24/7 live YouTube streams. It says 24/7 link. 24/7 live YouTube streams. Then click the link in there so that you see all my live YouTube streams. Exactly. This is the biggest event in global history, dude. Yeah. Do you see all my live streams? This is the biggest event in global history. When everybody knows that there's one person who they can watch at all times, and they can go back 3 years in history and see how the world developed, people will realize that this is the biggest event in global history. It's like a new Bible. It's like a new Bible. This is like a new Bible. A new Bible. Except without writing, it is video. It's basically the biggest story of all time. Dude, you can watch me whenever you want, 24/7. We've got somebody in here who's watching Big Brother Canada. We have people from all over the world who jump in here. I have robots that spam kick 24/7 and get random ass people in here all the time. So this is going viral any day now. You absolutely can be. Stay in here long enough and you will be. Word, dog. Yeah, you could be like the anti-Himmler. Word, dog. Well, okay, so if you want to do that, I'm in here all the time. I watch Joe Rogan all the time. We watch the Olympics.
No way, I watch him all the time too.
Dog, I fucking he's on right now. Oh, yeah, it's the one on cryptozoology that came out like last week.
I've seen that one, man.
Yeah, I have two. Okay, so we watch Joe Rogan all the time. We just got done watching all the Olympics. We watched the Olympics for like 20 days straight or something. And you sleep in here. I sleep in here. And then I've got robots. You don't know about my robots, but I wouldn't normally be like, dude, I'm going to go viral any fucking day. But here's why. Okay, I'm going to show you my robots. So I have 4 robots that I've created. Can you hear me? Okay. I have 4 robots that I created. Can you see this computer? Can you see this computer? Okay, just watch. It's gonna press the just chatting. It's gonna open. This is all done hands-free. I have 4 of them doing it. And watch, it's gonna press this follow button automatically. Watch it presses the button. Dude, people flip shit. And then it creates a clip. And it spams my Discord link. So it's going to put my Discord link right in there. Yeah, it could be. Yeah, he's super racist to my knowledge.
He's also fat. You know that?
Yeah, I mean, to each their own. But I can tell you that I don't like racism. Yeah, it's very controversial. Last Supper. Yeah, it was very controversial. I understand. So we watched Donald Trump with Elon Musk on Monday, and then a week ago Monday, we watched Donald Trump with Aiden Ross on Kick. I thought they were both very interesting interviews. I thought they were both positive. I honestly think both the Republicans and the Democrats are corrupt. So I'm more neither.
Trump's a billionaire. He can't be bought. She put black men in jail for crimes they didn't commit.
Yo, dog, I know. I agree. That's why I don't like either of them.
She claims that she's black. She's really not.
Dog.
Not even black, man. She's Indian.
I know. She's both. So you're good. No, you're good. So I got these bots going 24/7, and what do? I make sure that the bots are going first and foremost, and then I have people who bounce in here. Hold on. Let me see if this works. Yeah, you should be able to hear me. Okay. Do you see this one? I know. That's the best you're going to get right now. I just have so many accounts that's how it's got to work. Okay. So here's the deal. I'm always live, as you can see. Do you have Instagram? Do you have TikTok? That's okay. That's okay. I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts. Listen, I've got over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, and over 5,000 Kick accounts. the biggest event in global history. Pardon me? Dude, you can be anti whatever you want. You just stick around and we'll take you to the top. I have more data online than any person ever. And I'm going to need help spending money when we monetize this.
Some Jews disagree with me, but I think we should do a Holocaust.
Yeah, I don't. I'm for world peace, so I don't want to kill anyone. There you go. That's why. How do we achieve it? Through this stream. When enough people are in here, we'll be able to have major conversations about world peace. Did you hear, though, there might be another pandemic? The MPOX, the World Health Organization. The World Health Organization just announced that there's like a new pandemic. Yeah, I'm just making you aware that just this time next month, we'll see. We might be in the middle of a new pandemic, dog.
Did you hear about this?
Yeah, no, I know that. Word, dog. So, once we go viral, though, I have so much data that it'll take years for people to go through it. I mean, it's just so much to review. So, I saw that Israel had just announced 2 weeks of a lockdown. No. No, they're saying it started in Africa. No, I'm sure it probably started in some government lab. Yeah. Word. And they just use fear-mongering tactics to force protocols on people. All right. Well, we're going to continue watching this cryptozoology, dude. So you should know. I mean, I'm always live. You can always talk to me. You can always bounce ideas off me. I'm not necessarily here to entertain you, but I'll do my best to always have entertaining content. We'll always be watching a podcast or sports or something. And we've always got people coming in here. I understand you can't be in here forever. You got to go do your own thing, but always come back here. This should be your home base for the internet. You're busy with your business? All right. Well, you can do that from in here, can't you? Can you run your business while staying in a Discord call? I got you. Well, dude, why don't you just get another Discord account? Yeah. All right, you do you. That's the beauty of this. You do what you need to do. Come back when you can, okay? Content is king, baby. Content is king. Pleasure to meet you. Pleasure to meet you. Shout out to that guy. That motherfucker like read my whole fucking biography.
Yikes. At the end, I didn't think of it that way.
Yeah.
That you can actually damage your soul.
Yeah.
But it is almost like every holy text says that.
Well, it does make sense too, because if what is in religion, right? The idea is like to save your soul. You have to abide by certain rules. You have to be good to each other. You have to live a just life. All of these things are laid out.
Valley College is 44. LA Valley College. LA Trade Tech, 39. Is not doing well. Oh, sorry, now second is 33. Sorry, read that wrong. It's 32. Yeah, but still, he's not higher. So that's what I call absolute BS on this entire list. Okay, Stephen. Quick jumps. He went to the Southwest is talking research. We lost a lot of people during COVID, and most of them are still alive. Before COVID, I would have told you that vaccines are the most important invention in human history. After COVID, I'm like, I don't think we went to the moon. Michelle Obama's got a dick. I think he's I'm just kidding. I don't think Michelle Obama's going to be Here's one thing we really found out during COVID. How disgusting men are. Because here's a pop quiz. How many ladies got fired because they got caught masturbating during Zoom calls? Wasn't even one. Oh, the crazy bitches out there. Not even one that show you fucking spreadsheet. Dudes were dropping like flies. It was the number one reason why men in executive positions got fired. I just made that up. Doesn't make sense. It tracks. That place that's always popular in the homeless folks. They're so gross. You can't sit in front of a camera without computer with webcams on it. City council guy taking breaks access to your surgeon and actually see it. We're sitting on an election call like January 6th. Not the month. City council approved a motion to have city staff drop policy. Here's the thing about your neighborhoods. Everybody does it, but if you get caught, you're a fucking loser. You fucking loser, and you feel it too. Oh no! Everyone knows. Everyone's gotta know. Oh no! I've only been caught once in my whole jerking off career, but it was not my wife. She was so upset. She was like, "I can't believe you did all of it all." Like, business district is totally stealing my next word. I put a glass of water on the door to make sure I'm not making any ripples. I like locations. I used to work at something else in a park. I like to take fake risks. Like I like to take edibles before I get on airplanes. Listen, it's a way to find out what really bothers you. I don't like to give advice. I don't give a lot of advice. But I will say this. 200 milligrams is the right dose. Don't do it. Don't do it. But if you're going to do it, that's the number. This is why. If you want to know what's in the basement, you got to go downstairs. You got to look around. A lot of people are like, I like to microdose. It makes food taste better. It makes sex feel better. You got to get some. Oh, memories made that. You got to go to that. Like the universe is gone. You got to get to Netflix. In the airport,
airport, they're all standing around talking quiet. They're all worried they're gonna die. When you're high, you blend right in with those folks. And you don't have to do anything. They can tell you exactly what to do. Like, get in line. I'm okay. Walk up here. How many tickets? Sit down. Don't lean back. Come on. You literally strap yourself in your chair and every now and then they come by with water. You're like, whoa! You're going 500 miles an hour, 30,000 feet in the sky, thinking about people you figured in high school. And you don't think you're going to make it. I can't keep doing this. But you can. It's like a near-death experience you always survive. LMINS.com. And all my friends that don't like me, they always say the same thing. Dude, makes me paranoid. Fights. But any of these symptoms could be having a condition called everyone in this room that's never been too hot. When the moment wears off, doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EI is found. Use the system check on identifying the only time it's ever been a problem for me is if you ever answer questions. Trying to fish with person. I have TSA free, which I feel like my career is not terrorism. It's a solid deal. If you give the government money, they let you keep your shoes on. Oh, thank you, overlords. So kind. And it's a nice way to separate society. Because you only get springboard in line, you get to pass those bare butt losers with their shit. My laptop's in my bag, motherfucker. Now I feel trusted. But I ain't done. Yeah, they still have to touch you if you have TSA. It's a number of things. So I walk through the cancer machine and it's white woman. And this is exactly how this lady said this. She goes, so you'll be randomly selected for a digital screening. And I'm so high, I don't even know if this is real life. And I'm like, well, I got the TSA free. She goes, oh, I know. It's dumb as fuck. But it doesn't take long, so why are we fighting? We're not fighting. We're not fighting. She goes, good. Male assist. I'm like, male assist? Did you just assume my gender? That's a new thing you can say no matter what you look like. You say to a person no matter what you look like. You say, did you just assume my gender? Most people don't know what to do. She knew what to do. She goes, I'm sorry, are you a woman, motherfucker? And you both look at each other like, oh, you're my too. So I find this nice lady, and they bring over a man who starts touching me while he's asking me UFC questions. It's one of the weirdest moments of my life. Because first of all, I'm ticklish, and I'm trying to act normal. So I'm standing here, this dude's on his knees going, you think Conor McGregor and Nate Diaz are going to fight again? I'm trying to act normal. I'm like, I hope so, bro. I'm in good fight. It's all fun. And then he hits me with this. If you've ever been randomly selected, you know this is what they do. He goes, I'm going to run the back of my hand against your crotch. Remember, I'm really high. So I'm like, why you gotta use the back of your hand? Is that the best way to do it? Hey man, is that for you or for me? Because for me, it still feels like you're touching my dick. You just do it this weird, dismissive way. It's just a rude way to touch a dick. You know, it's like, are you a terrorist? I'll be the judge. Just another dude whose dick I may feel weird. I mean, how many terrorists have they stopped with that? Is it zero or is it negative numbers? You disrespectful motherfucker. The back of your hand might be the worst way to figure out what the fuck's on this. Like, you ain't getting no good data. Why are you touching dicks like that? I'll tell you why, folks. It's our government solution to a complex problem, which is
how do you touch dicks and not be gay? And they're like, I got it. We're going to use the back of our hand. It's no counties. Does it work? Yeah, try it on me. I can't even come. Come on, bro. Just jokes, folks. Nobody's getting hurt. I opened up a comedy club in Austin, Texas a year and a half ago. From the world got crazy, I moved to the land of the free. I love it, man. One of the weird things about going to a comedy club is other people's reactions to it. I think Fox News had Dumb's reaction, like Joe Rogan created an anti-woke comedy club. Like, oh, you mean a comedy club? Like a regular one? That's like saying I got a meat-eating steakhouse. You don't have to use all those words. Like, I get why young people want to be woke, but I can't do it because I come from a different era. Okay? I was born in 1967, and when I was a boy, I used to be Hitler for Halloween. Nobody cared. I never told you anything. They showed me a Jewish princess. Oh, no, let me go over her. You don't touch their hair. Throw candy in your bag. They knew you were really Hitler. Yes. Just did it. You're four. This is ridiculous. And I get why the young people want to be friends. I really do. The old people are fucked up. Let's try comedy. I get it. You're young. I get it. Also, people desperately want to be on top. But try it. There's only two teams. There's the left and the right. You know, you don't want to be independent. You don't want to be that weird dude at the bar telling everybody that gold is the only legitimate currency and all taxes theft.
It's definitely a tough one. I don't want you to stay from enjoyment and relaxation and rest and all of those things, but I also think that there's something to be said for incorporating, I don't know, an exercise class, a little swimming laps, a little walk around the deck. In that case, you don't have to restart when you get back. Now, I'm headed down south to take my daughter to the HBC that she attends, Tuskegee University. And in that small town, there's not a lot of options as far as working out is concerned. But the hotel always has a small fitness center. So one thing I like to do is I like to queue up a video on YouTube and just follow along with it from the hotel fitness center. 30 minutes, 45 minutes, done. But then that way, when I'm down south and I want to eat that soul food and that comfort food, I don't feel as guilty. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know what you're saying. I just want to know, do they have paved roads in Tuskegee, Alabama?
Not really.
You're in the backwoods, I tell you.
Yeah, it's definitely a small town. She is enjoying her experience, though, and that's all I can say. That's all I can hope for.
I wonder, not to get in your business, but in a general sense, how much do your
communist regime. It's always bad. It never turns out good. Not a single fucking time. People starve. It gets horrible. You know, there's just terrible government overreach. You're seeing it now in England where people are getting arrested for tweets.
Yeah. Well,
England, you know, people talk about Soviet Russia, like how bad Russia is in terms of cracking down on thought police and cracking down on bad tweets and things like that. I think the statistics are, I think England in the I think there's something like 4,000 people have been arrested in England for thought crimes where they've said things online that people find to be a hateful thing or a problematic thing. And I think it's only 200 in Russia.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That says a lot.
Yeah.
Maybe in Russia they're too scared to do it at all.
Could be. Yeah. But the fact that they're comfortable with finding people who've said something that they disagree with and putting them in a fucking cage in England in 2024 is really wild.
Yeah.
Especially they're saying you can get arrested just for retweeting something. And here's the problem with that. Even if you say, yeah, well, people shouldn't tweet hateful things. I agree. They shouldn't. But who's to decide what is a hateful thing?
That's the problem. It's subjective.
The problem. It's very subjective.
And it still shouldn't be a crime.
And in our lifetime, we've seen that get moved, right? So it used to be if a guy thought he was a woman and his name was Doug, and you grew up with Doug, and all of a sudden Doug wants to be called Debbie, if you call him Doug, it's no big deal. Like, yeah, maybe you're being rude to call him Doug, but it's not a hate crime, okay? Well, now a lot of people think it's a hate crime, and that got you banned from Twitter for life. So if you dead named someone on the old Twitter, you are banned for life. Dead name, not even making up a name. You can call him an idiot. You can call someone an idiot. Okay, forget about a man in a dress. Maybe that's a problem. But if you call like a regular guy an idiot, you stupid fuck, fine, no problem. But if you call Doug, you will get banned for life. Okay, that's the new hate speech. That's crazy. Now, if that keeps going, that didn't exist before. If that keeps going, maybe you can go to jail for calling him Doug. Maybe they think it's okay to put you in jail because you violated their hate speech laws. That's how nutty things can get. And you've also seen during COVID how ridiculous people get with cracking down and enforcing laws like that. You know, you saw it in Australia, people getting arrested for being outside without a mask on.
Which is like the opposite of what you should be doing.
Exactly.
I mean, you should be outside is what I'm saying.
Right, you should be outside and you should have a mask on. It's nonsense. It doesn't work. There's no evidence whatsoever that it's effective.
I thought it was funny how many people, like the mask was never intended to be protection for you.
Right.
It was to protect others around you. But like I saw so many people putting it on like a shield.
Mm-hmm.
It's like it's not a...
Not only that, it's you're using surgical masks. Those are designed to keep people from spitting into open wounds,
right,
and dropping particles out of their mouth into people's surgeries.
No,
we're so susceptible to manipulation, and that's what's really scary about the time that we're living in, because we have so much access to information, but yet so many people are willing to put the blinders on and go full steam ahead with whatever their team wants. You know, like there was this ridiculous video the other day, comics for Kamala.
Oh,
did you see that?
No, what I saw, white men for Kamala. Was that it?
There's white dudes for Kamala. This is all organized, by the way. And there was a Twitch streamer, like one of the big time Twitch streamers, one of the big guys, who read out what they were offering him. They were offering him money to advocate for Kamala Harris online. He's like, I am not fucking doing this. And so he's like reading this thing where they're offering money. They're literally paying for astroturfing.
Yeah. The most egregious thing I've seen recently, you know, after everything of the past 8 years, 9 years, it's hard to get pissed off genuinely anymore. But is now all the left people saying that Trump is afraid to debate Trump. Or that Trump is afraid to debate Kamala. And I saw this meme of Trump as like the cowardly lion. Everyone's like, he's never going to show up. And it's like you said the exact same thing about Biden. The exact same thing. And Trump went in there and just like, like it was... Oh, man. The guy who got shot in the face like 2 days ago and said, fight, is scared to debate Kamala.
Yeah, it seems ridiculous, but, you know, that's just what they do. That's politics. They do it on the left. They do it on the right. They gaslight you. They manipulate you. They promote narratives. And the only one who's not doing that is Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
You a fan?
Yeah, I am a fan. Yeah, he's the only one that makes sense to me. He's the only one that he doesn't attack people. He attacks actions and ideas. But he's much more reasonable and intelligent. I mean, the guy was an environmental attorney and cleaned up the East River. I mean, he's a legitimate guy. You know, before anybody started calling him an anti-vaxxer, which I thought he was too. I thought he was this nut, this like conspiracy theorist nut, until I read his book. I read The Real Anthony Fauci, and I'm like, what is it? How much of this is real? Because if it's all real, this is fucking insane, and we live in a world where we're being manipulated by these health organizations that are being paid by the pharmaceutical drug interests. And these pharmaceutical drug companies are pumping these products out into the population and telling us that we need them, and then making insane amounts of money. And then also the government is in on it. And also they share a patent with Moderna, and also they share profits, and there's $700 million, however much money was made, whatever the number is that these guys made off of these products. Like, this is all of it is fucking crazy. There's the revolving door between the CDC and the FDA and then these pharmaceutical drug companies. So the people that make the regulations then go on to have these cushy jobs with the pharmaceutical drug corporations. Like, oh, nothing to see here. It's like, it's open. It's right out in the open.
Right.
And when he talks about all that stuff in his book, you're just like, what the fuck, man? If this wasn't true, he would be sued.
Yeah.
So it seems to be true.
Yeah.
And it's a scary thing because people don't want to talk about it because they don't want to be attacked. They don't want to be called an anti-vaxxer. That's a big one.
Right. It cracked me up how a lot of the people on the right started to despise the vaccine, and then Trump at the same time was like, it's my vaccine, you guys. Yeah. And then he got kind of confused. It's one of the rare times in politics that Trump didn't seem sure of his course.
Well, I think he was proud of getting it out there.
Warp speed.
Yeah. And he was proud that they did it. We had the vaccine. It was a good vaccine. I don't think he knows. I think he took it, which is crazy too, because the guy survived COVID. He got COVID before the vaccine was developed. And then he still took the vaccine, which is literally illogical. It flies in the face of science and what we understand about the immune system.
No.
But there's a video of Anthony Fauci from many years ago on a talk show saying someone got the flu. Should they get a flu shot? No, because if you survive the disease, if you recover from the disease, you have the best protection. He's literally saying that.
Right.
And then, of course, that was thrown out the window when they wanted to vaccinate everybody.
Well, plus it's not a vaccine.
Right.
A vaccine, it's a flu shot. It's the equivalent of a flu shot because a vaccine means you can't get it.
Well, it's even more weird because it's mRNA, right? So it's this messenger RNA. It's basically gene therapy. You're tricking your body into creating these antibodies.
Right.
And you're also doing a bunch of damage to some people.
Yeah.
Which is also their gaslighting.
Right.
About how many people are vaccine injured. I fucking know a bunch of them. We all do.
Yeah.
We all know somebody who got fucked up by that stuff. It's all crazy. What's
looking into the people arrested for tweets in England thing?
Yeah.
It's a very confusing story.
So it says 3,395 arrests have been made by 29 UK police forces for Section 127 offenses, which is used for cases of online abuse. According to the article, 1,696 people were subsequently charged. Section 127 offenses cover harassment that takes place via electronic communications network and is not limited to social media posts. Harassment via email or other forms of online communication can also fall under this definition.
So this video is going around recently
of the lady arresting that guy.
And this is going back to a discussion that Konstantin Kizin was having on a YouTube video.
Right.
From before COVID, though. So this was all from 2017.
Yeah, but they've been doing it for a while, yeah.
That's what I'm looking up and trying to find. I can't find any updated information that says that this is still continuing to happen, except for 3 guys were recently arrested for the Leeds riots because they were posting violent stuff on Twitter or something like that.
I know there was one guy who was posting stickers. He got arrested for posting stickers that they said were offensive. It's just we take for granted the what we have with the First Amendment, freedom of speech.
Yeah.
Freedom of speech is gigantic. There's only one way you find out what's right. You got to let people talk. And you got to let people, even on X, say the wrong things or say offensive things. You find those people, you don't like them, block them. You don't like it, don't listen. Don't read what they're saying.
Right.
It's disturbing.
It is very disturbing.
It's very, to me, when I really became hyper aware of it was post October 7th, when you see so much anti-Semitism. It's just blatant, out in the open, and often incorrect and ignorant anti-Semitism. Not just wow, look at all these Jewish people that are the head of these banks. Look at all these Jewish people that are running show business. But just ruthless, nasty anti-Semitism out in the open, and then people agreeing with it out in the open, ugh. This is crazy.
Well, it's almost it's because it's coming from one protected class to another. Is how I see that. Because
right.
Obviously, if that was a stance of the right, it would be immediately called out as evil as it is.
Right. It's not right. It's a stance of the left, which is fascinating. That's why when those heads of universities were getting grilled. And they were talking about whether or not saying death to the Jews is harassment at MIT or at Harvard, rather. And she was saying, well, if it's actionable. So you're saying you got to
wait till they do it?
You got to wait till they commit genocide before it's a problem? Yeah.
No, that's pretty nuts.
It's nuts. Yeah, it's nuts. But it's also, this is the consequences of having these rigid ideologies where you think that your side has to be correct and the other side is incorrect. And if you think, free Palestine, this is what we're into. So like the people that are the most radical that are pushing that the furthest, like the Antifa of that organization, are the death to the Jews people. They're the ones that are going to take, like, remember during the George Floyd riots and the Antifa riots, like people on the left sided with violent mobs and tried to gaslight you on what they did.
Yeah.
They said they're mostly peaceful demonstrations.
As the camera's panning around, trying not to get something engulfed in flames.
Yeah, it's crazy. That's gaslighting. But the reason why is because those are the people that are going to crack heads and get things done for our side. That's the implication. The implication is we are on the left, and the most violent and aggressive people on the left, they're going to push the envelope. They're going to get things done. So they're mostly doing good. They're mostly peaceful.
Yeah, well, I think the shame of it is that, like, I don't know, BLM, like now it's pretty well understood that they were legit a scam.
Yeah, they made a lot of money. They bought a lot of real estate.
They bought like 6 mansions and a bunch of cars, and then they disbanded.
Yeah.
And it's sad. Like, have you seen the exterminator footage? There was this exterminator, white guy, literally got handcuffed and shot by the police on camera in a hotel.
For what?
So he.
Oh, you mean the guy that's in Phoenix? It's in Arizona, where he's crawling around the hallway, and the guy his pants are dropping down, and the cop shoots him.
No, I don't think so. This is a guy who he was an exterminator, and he had a pellet gun, and he was putting it in it. That's it.
Yeah, it's in a hotel. Yeah,
it's in a hotel. I remember that, and like that's one of the most disturbing. What I'm trying to say is that if you're trying to solve the problem of police overstep, looking at it through a racial lens isn't going to solve it. That's not the problem.
Right.
Because it happens to white people.
It happens to a lot of people.
Right.
Yeah.
So you can't just blanket statement with it saying that it's about one particular group.
Well, I think it was one of those moments in history where one thing sets off and there's a bunch of tension that's like at the surface, racial tension. And then one thing sets it off, and then there's this narrative. And then there's through social media, you get all these examples that you see over and over and over again of white cops shooting black people.
Yeah.
And so people have it in their mind that black people are unjustly harassed and are attacked more than anyone else. And that's why that professor at Harvard who released that study showing that there is not a difference, there's not a disparity, racial disparity in the way black people are assaulted or are shot by cops versus white people. And people attacked him.
Right.
Because they don't want their narratives destroyed. The problem is bad cops.
Right, of course.
That's the problem. And the problem is sociopaths that become police officers. This problem is cops with PTSD. The problem is just like you can have bad anything in any walk of life. You can have a bad doctor, you can have a bad football coach, you can have a bad cop. And the bad cops are a real fucking problem. They wind up shooting people that shouldn't be shot. They're fucking crazy. They've lost their soul. You know, the aliens wouldn't want them as a container.
No, they wouldn't.
No.
The
alien thing is crazy if what we're talking about when we talk about like save our souls, like that we think about having like your essence is negative and evil, and that negative evil essence, they're trying to minimize the amount of those. Like if your crop has like a disease, if like some sort of a thing is some fungus is growing on your crop, you're going to destroy most of the crop. Like, what do we have to do to protect the crop? Well, we give the crop religion. Let's keep these mind viruses from destroying us. Let's keep war at a minimum. Let's keep these people from doing things that are unethical and immoral because they actually do damage the thing that we need the most that's inside of it.
Right.
Have you ever had any sort of an alien experience?
Yeah, actually. My roommate and I, this was at my college, Ripon College. We were on this place, like it's basically just a balcony, and we just saw, it was like 3 a.m. We were drank a lot that night, and we're having our last cigarette of the night, and we just saw one triangle with red dots appear way in the distance, and it was by a radio tower, which I only mentioned because it's easy to say then you saw the radio tower. It's like, no, the radio tower was clear. And then we watched it for like 2 minutes, and then another one appeared right next to it, and then they both disappeared. And it wasn't really a big deal at the time, and it still isn't now, but it was something, man. It was really something.
When you say it wasn't a big deal, what do you mean?
Like, we weren't like agitated, it wasn't like, it was more just like, that's nuts. Like, it wasn't.
Well, you're probably a little drunk still too, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But
you all saw the same thing?
Oh yeah.
How many guys?
Just 2 of us, and it was very far away.
Did anybody else see it? Was there any other reports?
Not that I know of. I never looked into it.
And so it was very far away. And how did it move?
Didn't move.
It just hovered?
I don't know if the first one appeared or not, or if it was always there. But I think he saw it first, and I looked and was like, "What is that?" Because it was dark, but you couldn't see stars behind it. So there was obviously something in between the 3 red lights, and then the second one appeared overlapping it, so in front of it, and then they both just disappeared.
Just disappeared.
Yeah.
Just blinked out of existence.
We didn't see him leave.
So you were staring at it, and all of a sudden it was gone.
Correct.
And did you both say, "Oh shit, it's gone"?
I don't even remember.
Wow.
It was something though. I have it. I have photos of it on an old BlackBerry.
Really?
Yeah, but
how blurry are they?
Very blurry. They look like nothing.
What's the best photo of a UFO that's ever been taken? I mean,
I don't know.
There's a bunch of old ones from the 1960s, I think are straight horseshit.
Yeah.
There's this one guy who kept encountering them. And looks like hubcaps and stuff that he's throwing in the sky.
No. Could have been that. I don't know. I don't know specifics of photos.
Did you ever see the Mexico City footage?
I don't even know why that made me think of Signs, the movie.
Yeah.
It's my favorite movie of all time.
It's a good movie.
No.
The Mexico City UFO footage is interesting because it's in Mexico City and you see this thing flying and you see it in the distance as it's going past these buildings. And you're like, what the fuck is that? And seen by thousands and thousands of people.
I would imagine that the best one is the Phoenix Lights.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of
yeah. Clearest UFO photo ever taken was hidden from the public for 3 decades. The Calvin photograph taken by 2 hikers in the Scottish Highlands. The pictures handed over to the Ministry of Defense and was hidden from the public for more than 3 decades. The unbelievable images show a diamond-shaped object hovering in the sky. It looks like a saucer. It looks like it's just pointing at the top. Doesn't it look like it would be circular? Why do we think it's diamond-shaped? Oh, okay, that way it looks diamond-shaped.
Is that that's the photo?
Mm-hmm.
Holy crap.
Yeah. Wild, huh?
That is very wild.
Yeah.
It does look like it'd be circular.
I mean, it's hard to say what the fuck that is. Go back to that other one because I think that the top one is enhanced.
Descriptions about it and eyewitnesses that saw it too. I'm trying to read what it said. Just right here, it says there's something fishy here. It's salt, but I was trying to get to it.
Right.
So it's hovered for 10 minutes, shot upwards, which we've heard before.
Before disappearing. Negatives of the picture dubbed the Calvin photographer originally handed over Scotland's Daily Record newspaper, who in turn passed them to the Ministry of Defense. However, they were never shown to the public. After decades of research, photos uncovered by academic and journalist Dr. David Clark. Dr. Clark reached out to... Clark is spelled in 2 different ways right there. This website might suck. See, he's got an E in the first one, and then afterwards it's no E. As the story goes, that Dr. Clark reached out to Craig Lindsay, former Royal Air Force press officer, who had kept a copy of the photo after the story was looked into back in the 90s. Lindsay even kept the original envelope containing the Calvin photos in his possession. That's the dude? That dude looks like he might sell you a bad car. For instance, an astronomer was left amazed by a UFO caught flying across the moon. What the fuck's that? Click on that. Okay. So he's looking at it through a telescope. What's he say?
See that?
What?
I did across the screen there.
Oh, yeah.
Happened fast, but
Right.
And there's a lot of space in between his telescope and the moon.
Yeah, that could be satellites, right? It says not the ISS. Okay, maybe it's another satellite.
It's a bug.
Or maybe it's UFO.
Aliens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or UFOs.
UAPs.
Yeah. Why'd they change that? Did UFO have a stink to it?
I think it was so Hillary Clinton had a soundbite.
Really?
Do you remember when she was the one who announced it?
Oh. But they changed the name?
Yeah, she was the first one to do it. Have you seen that clip where she's like, UAPs, actually?
No,
Yeah.
I haven't. All of it's weird.
It is weird.
It's a waste of time, because if there's no real evidence in front of you, you're just sitting around here spinning your wheels, having stupid conversations.
Finally tonight.
Oh, what happened? What's that one about?
Was promising to tell the truth about UFOs back.
Oh, she lied. She's just trying to get elected. Maybe if she won, she would have told us. There was Charlemagne,
the god.
You think she smells like sulfur?
I do. No, I don't. Have you seen the remake, the Alex Jones remake of that song?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That's like the best thing I've
That
ever
was
seen.
amazing. Yeah. It's amazing. When he goes on that rant and they turn it into a song. Yeah. Yeah, it's easy to get very cynical about our world now.
It's terrible.
I think that's also a feature of this whole UFO thing, is that people want the UFOs to come and save us.
Yeah.
Because they think we're fucked.
I think that extraterrestrials, if they exist, are evil.
Really?
I do.
Really?
Well, I mean, if you look at the lion's share of abduction reports, they're all really nasty.
Yeah. There's always like anal probe and weird being paralyzed on an operating table. And
yeah.
But also it's like, you got to imagine the fear that a person would have. It's not evil in terms of like they don't get killed, right? So they get released, they get returned, but they have this terrifying and frightening experience. So you got to imagine that just being taken aboard a UFO, even if they're being kind to you, would be fucking horrific.
Mm-hmm.
You'd be so scared that you would kind of assume that they were negative.
Right. Well, according to Dr. Carla Turner, so she has 10 rules about UFO abductions. The first one is that we don't actually know what they are. So aliens or extraterrestrial, carbon or terrestrial, aliens, interdimensional, or something else entirely. And the second rule is that they lie about their origin. And because they've given lots of places and none of them panned out, apparently. And then the third rule is that they're full of shit. And that they have total control over the abductee. So like you only remember what you want or what they wanted you to remember. And like it's nuts because so she was like a doctor of language, nothing to do with aliens or anything, until in 1991 they let her remember that she's been abducted all her life.
Whoa.
Yeah, and then strangely enough, same thing happened to her husband. He remembered that he'd been abducted all of his life, and evidently they told her something like, why do you think you guys married each other? And the implication was that it was just convenient for the aliens.
Whoa.
I know. And it's so weird because like you can watch her lectures. They're mostly blacklisted, but there are ways to find them even on YouTube. And
does she seem rational?
She seems so rational. And she just has this sweet, she's not old, but kind of an old lady voice. And she talks extensively about how all these abductees have terrible traumas left from it, even if they have positive memories of the abductions.
Right. Just because the subconscious probably has.
Correct.
Yeah.
And that a lot of them have terrible issues of cancer. And then she dies of cancer everywhere in 1998. Yeah. It's. I only discovered her a little while ago. And it was very disturbing stuff. Like really disturbing stuff.
Wow. Tucker Carlson seems to believe that they've always been here. He doesn't think they're coming here from another planet.
I think that might be more likely.
He thinks that they're in the Bible, that this is something that's a feature of human history that people have always discussed, like these beings, these things that are with us, and that somehow or another they're able to evade our detection
right
on a regular basis. however that is. But he thinks they're like angels and devils.
Well, I'm sure that's the words we used for them.
Yeah.
Have you read the angel description?
Mm-hmm.
Like it's a wheel with 16 eyes or something.
Yeah, that's Ezekiel.
No.
Yeah.
Like that's a bizarre way to describe an angel.
Yeah. I don't know what he's describing.
I think he's describing a craft, and by eyes he means like sensors or something. Like the translation got wonky.
That's the problem, right? The problem is the translations. First of all, you have to think that a lot of those stories were told for hundreds, if not thousands of years before they were ever written down.
Sure.
And then they're told and written down in Aramaic. They're written down in ancient Hebrew, and then they're translated. They're translated to Greek, Roman, or Latin rather. They're translated to English, French, German. A lot is lost. I mean, a lot is lost. You translate Russian to English today.
Right.
You know, like if you see a Russian, I see a Russian post sometimes on Twitter, and I'll hit translate, and I'm like, oh, you know, wacky. It kind of puts it together.
Yeah.
You know, kind of puts it together in a wacky way, and that's common. But that's a language that we're well aware of. And millions of people speak Russian. Millions of people speak English. This is the best we could do.
Right. It's still the telephone game.
Yeah, still. So now imagine a time with no science, no real understanding of what, you know, the forces that are at work in terms of like natural selection and all the different things, space and all the things that we're aware of today, the things that we do know. And imagine these people are writing down these stories about the origins of humanity and the origins of mankind. And I think there's some truth to what they're writing. There's something to it. I've always said that about the Big Bang. Like the beginning of the Bible, in the beginning there was light. Boy, that sounds a lot like a Big Bang.
Sure does.
Like, what is that? What if I was going to tell you the story of the Big Bang, and then you told other people for like 1,000 years, and then finally somebody writes it down? What do you think that would look like?
Right.
Probably in the beginning there was light. You know.
What is it? They say theologians need many miracles. Creation, evolution. Richard Dawkins type people only need one.
Yeah. Big Bang.
Yeah.
Yeah. How did it happen? Oh, that it just did.
Yeah.
And it created everything that we see. I'm like, okay. And doesn't Sir Roger Penrose, doesn't he believe that that wasn't the beginning of the universe now? I think Roger Penrose has a completely different theory about that now, which is fascinating.
Yeah, my brain's not big enough for that stuff.
I don't think anyone's is. That's part of the problem.
Well, but like I acknowledge it, and I don't even care.
Right.
Like that doesn't interest me. Like I'm too fascinated by the smaller level. I don't need the overarching giant one.
I need it all.
You need it all.
I need the overall. I mean, it's all interesting to think about. It's like occasionally I want to ponder how does this thing just expand to some insane point and then come back? What was before the Big Bang? The theory of Roger Penrose. Attempt to answer the question, what was before the Big Bang, led last year's Nobel Prize winner Roger Penrose to an interesting cosmological concept in which our universe is just one link in an endless chain of predecessors and descendants. I mean, why not? Why not? If there is a Big Bang, why not a series of them? Why not an infinite number of different possibilities that these things could play out in?
I mean, it's all theoretical, though.
Right. It's part of the problem.
So, none of it, I don't know. It doesn't mean anything.
Right. Like in terms of your real world.
Right. Well, I mean, it does. Everything means something.
Yeah, it means something. But you're basically just spinning your wheels, just like you're spinning your wheels thinking about aliens. It's like we're just kind of spinning our wheels.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
Until we're not.
Yeah.
Until they're gone. That's the other theory, is that they're giving us a slow trickle of disclosure.
Yeah, but why would
so that we get accustomed to it? So civilization doesn't collapse, so the stock market doesn't crash, so that we don't, click off World War III.
Did you mean humans are giving us a slow trickle?
Yes, that's what I mean. That's what I mean.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Yeah. Have you ever read any of Diana Pasulka's work?
Mm-hmm.
Very interesting. And she's a religious scholar, and her take on this is very similar to like a lot of what Tucker Carlson's saying. And one of the things that she said with talking to people that, especially Gary Nolan from Stanford, these people that have examined materials, that these materials, like whatever the fuck this stuff is made out of, is not something that we make. We can't make it. Or if we did make it, it would cost hundreds of billions of dollars or whatever the number is, some insane amount of money to create these composites, whatever their metallurgy examinations of this stuff is. And that they describe these things as donations. these crashed crafts. They're like a donation, like that this race of super intelligent beings. Hey, figure this out. Like, you leave a 57 Camaro in the fucking, or a 57 Chevy in a parking lot somewhere, and then people stumble upon it and go, what is this? What is it? How's it? What's that? Is it a tire? Oh, if you get wheels and tires, oh, I can get it to roll.
Right.
Oh, the engine fires. It spins this thing. There's the transmission. It causes the wheels to. We can make one of these, and that's what they do. And this is the Bob Lazar thing. Like Bob Lazar said that one of all these classified documents that related to these UFOs. He said one of them, they said, was from an archaeological dig. That's the problem, right? It's all nonsense. Sitting here just wasting time. We could be very productive with our lives. Instead, we're talking about UFOs.
Yeah. I mean, you're doing all right, I think.
What else are you making videos about? Anything interesting you got coming up?
I'm doing sharks because sharks are cool.
Mm-hmm.
Who doesn't love sharks? I'm doing a dream.
A dream one?
Yeah, about a dream I had. Lanky Gray Aliens, but I finished that one already.
Yeah, I saw that one today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you watch it?
Yeah.
Oh.
Is that your dream?
Yeah, that was me.
So you've had this recurring dream of Lanky Gray Aliens?
No, Lanky Gray Aliens are just like a figment of my imagination and my, boogeymen that kids have. It's like just in your liminal, is that the word liminal?
Subliminal?
No.
Oh, liminal?
Liminal space.
Oh, okay.
Like, if there's, like, did you have a basement when you were a kid?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever have to, like, turn the switch off somewhere and then go up the stairs?
No.
Okay, well, I had that. And then, like, when it's the fear of where you can't see.
Right.
And I think everyone has a distinct thing that their brain imagines. That's pretty terrifying. Mine were always Lanky Gray Aliens.
But if it's always this one thing.
Yeah, isn't that weird?
If you wonder if these people are saying that their memories are erased, and then you do have an encounter or you do have a sighting of a thing.
So I never gave that any thought whatsoever until I saw Gary Nolan's, that's his name, right?
Mm-hmm.
Nolan, his talk on like Channel 7 News or something. And he described this electric feeling that he experienced after something. This is how you connect, is what he said. And that's literally the only thing of that entire video that made me like, oh, because I remember I had this weird ass dream about a gray. And then after that dream, I was just like, I remember feeling very electric. I am not saying that I had an alien encounter. I'm not. I'm truly not. But that did give me pause. Excuse me. I keep burping. It's really embarrassing.
But it's interesting to me that these things always happen while people are sleeping, or they always happen at night. And this is when the dream state happens. And like, so what is the dream state? Dreams are bizarre. Like, we have this very realistic thing that we're experiencing that we don't really understand. And we sort of just accept that we have this wild imaginary experience that seems realistic. And you wake up, you're like, oh my God, I can't believe this dream that I had. It's so nutty. Like, what is that? Like, what is this thing that's different than any other sort of imaginary thing that you experience in your life? All the imaginary things that you experience in your life are like, they're easily written off for the most part. But dreams seem hyper realistic sometimes.
They sure do.
And you have to remember, oh, this is a dream. I had one last night where I woke up and I was like, oh, it's a dream. Like, what the fuck is that about? How weird. They seem like real experiences while they're happening.
Right.
And if you're having dreams that seem like real experiences and they're recurring and they're involving extraterrestrials, and you've had this sighting, and there is this understanding that they could manipulate what you remember and don't remember, you can kind of mind fuck yourself into thinking you're getting abducted.
That's why I don't think I was. Because to think that you were, or to think that you have been abducted is, I feel like, it's strange. Like, because I don't feel like I've been abducted. I don't feel like a weirdo.
I feel like you've been abducted.
Do you?
I don't know. It's just fun to say.
It is. It is. But yeah, I don't know. That wasn't it. So if there are people who are like suggestible and think they've been abducted,
right,
then what I am describing is a good case study in that.
I think that's a factor for sure.
Yeah.
Well, that's a factor too with memories. Like people can place memories into a person.
Right.
And also people can distort their own memories over time and then have this like very rigid memory of a thing and you have it completely wrong.
That's very common, I'd imagine.
Very common.
Yeah.
Right. Which is why the mind is such a bizarre thing in the first place, because it's how you formulate your view of reality, but it lies to you.
Right. Well, but they're hopefully useful lies.
Yeah, hopefully, but sometimes not. You know, sometimes people have a very bad version of themselves from memories. Like they have a lot of self-hate or a lot of self-doubt, and then they connect these memories to themselves and they distort themselves and make themselves even worse.
Right.
Yeah, so hopefully it's beneficial, but sometimes it's not.
Well, it has to exist from an evolutionary perspective, I'd imagine. That serves a purpose. That's not random.
Probably, right?
If you're remembering yourself as doing something obnoxious or stupid, that's because the essence of you doing that is true, and now you're ideally supposed to overcorrect. You're supposed to correct that.
Right. It's a lesson that you can learn from that.
Right.
Yeah.
But you're right. If it just cripples you emotionally, it doesn't do any good.
Well, it's just fascinating that this calculating animal is like constantly forming images of what's real and what's not real, and and what it is and it's looking at itself in some sort of a strange way and trying to examine how it fits into the world,
which is impossible for it to do. Right. So it's like an exercise of torture.
Yeah, and yet we all engage in it
constantly.
Yeah.
No.
Any other things you're working on before we wrap this up?
No. I'm trying to get a book published.
Oh yeah?
No.
On what?
That's a novel, so all my subscribers would hate it.
I don't think so.
I do.
Why do you think they'd hate it?
Because it's not about Bigfoot or anything.
What's it about?
Well, it's it's high fantasy.
High fantasy?
High fantasy.
What does that mean?
Wizards.
Oh.
Knights. Lord of the Rings type stuff.
That sounds fun. People love that shit.
Yeah, but that there are two protagonists who are gay, because I am gay. So there's that, and I don't think that'll. I sent.
There's plenty of gay people.
Yeah.
There's plenty of people that don't care if someone's gay. Why would that be bad? But don't look at it all negative.
Yeah, maybe.
Look, man, it sounds like fun. Look, people love those kind of fantasy type books, and think about The Hobbit, Lord of the Rings, Game of Thrones. Like, people love that shit.
All the agents, they want magical realism.
Magical realism.
Magical realism.
Like, what is that?
That'd be like Twilight, like when magic ingrains in the real world.
Oh, that's interesting. Magical real,
which is an oxymoron.
So instead of a fantasy world like Lord of the Rings, they want it in the modern world, a realistic modern world, but with magic.
Correct.
Fuck them.
Even though none of the big sellers of all time are that way. Well, a few of them are, but
isn't that funny?
Yeah.
Like, but just the weird gatekeepers. It's almost like you should write it on your own and not even talk about it, and then get it to where you're done with it, and then just try to pitch it.
Right. Well,
don't let anybody.
I have been pitching it.
Oh, you have? Are you done?
Oh yeah, I'm done, and
okay.
I've got it proofread by I paid for an editor and all that good stuff.
Oh wow. So you self-published the whole thing?
No, it's not published.
Self-wrote the whole thing. You did it all yourself without a deal.
Yeah, yes, correct.
I mean, a lot of times people get contracted.
Yeah, no, and but like I gave up because it was like every day I was getting an email back from someone telling me my kid was ugly. And I couldn't do it. It was just too depressing.
Well, maybe you should self-publish. Like, there's a lot of people publish things just on Amazon, right?
I have pride.
Oh, you need to be with a legit publisher?
I do.
Really?
I would rather wait. I'm actually very young by publishing standards.
How old are you?
33.
Oh, wow. So you've been doing this YouTube page for a long-ass time. So you're like 21, 22?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's cool, man.
Yeah, it is cool. And I had other jobs most of the time. I only recently started doing the channel full-time.
Oh, so now it's your full-time gig?
Yeah.
Like, how recent?
2 years ago.
So you basically like get ad revenue and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. Well, it's very good, dude. It's fun. It's really fun. And like I said, it makes me feel like old-timey radio, like I'm hearing the spooky story. I've listened to quite a few of them actually in my car, where it's just like you have all the animations and like the Bigfoot one I listened to in my car.
Yeah.
The one where I was reaching in and hitting the light switch and the laugh. It's fun.
It is. It's
fun stuff, man.
Scary.
Tell everybody your YouTube channel so they can find you. And
my channel name is Bob Gimlin. BOBGYMLAN.
And do you have Instagram or
no?
Nothing.
No. And
Good for you.
I don't want it either.
Good for you.
No.
Good for you, man. That's rare amongst young people.
I just want to make my videos and that's it.
Good. Don't read the comments either.
I do. I do all the time. It's so depressing.
You don't need to read them.
No.
How many subscribers do you have now?
I think 239.
Yeah. Once you get over 100,000, you gotta stop reading them.
Yeah.
Too many humans.
Too
many humans.
Yeah.
Too many opinions. Too many crazy people. Too many mind viruses that can get into your head.
They get you.
I enjoy it though.